नीचे चेक कर लो इसको।
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very, very warm welcome to each one of you to the second CII India Nordic Baltic Business Conclave, organized by the Ministry of External Affairs and the Confederation of Indian Industry. To begin with the inaugural session, I'd like to invite Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General, Confederation of Indian Industry, to give his welcome remarks.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you to this second edition of the CII Nordic Baltic Business Conclave. As Renuka mentioned, the Ministry of External Affairs, the Government of India, and CII is holding this for the second time. The first one was in 2020, and that was during the pandemic time, and our Honorable Minister for External Affairs had asked us to put this forum together. And I must start by welcoming very, very warmly Dr. S. Jaishankar, the Minister of External Affairs of the Government of India, for being present here and for leading this very important forum. Honorable Minister, as I mentioned, that you gave us this phenomenal idea of creating a B2B platform for Nordic, Baltic, and Indian businesses. And I'm happy to report back to you, since the last 2 years, we have had several important sectoral business delegations going from India into the Nordic countries, separate ones. And we had the opportunity also of bringing many of them into our country, besides, of course, the ministerial delegations in which some of our businesses did also, where they also accompanied. One very important aspect of it has been we have seen many of the Nordic Baltic countries collaborating and participating with us in the deliberations when we were having during the B20 process, which was under the aegis of the G20 presidency of India. And some of the areas that we, at that point in time, identified to work on were renewable energy, green technology, healthcare, innovation, blue economy, amongst a few important areas. I wanted to also mention in this context that we had, very importantly, a large number of recommendations, about 54 recommendations and 172 policy actions. And all of this would be today in some form getting discussed in different sessions. And the three centers of excellence that we have been able to create: a center of excellence on water, a center of excellence on sustainability, and a center of excellence on green business. These are three huge Indian business promoted institutions in India with collaborations with our government, where we would really seek to look forward to your uh, participation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'd really like to very warmly and specially acknowledge and welcome the several ministers from the Nordic Baltic countries who are present here, the Prime Minister of the Faroe Islands, the Minister for Development of Cooperation and Foreign Trade, the Republic of Finland, the Minister for Financial Market, Kingdom of Sweden. We have the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Republic of Lithuania, Deputy Minister for Economic and Developmental Affairs of the Republic of Estonia, the Parliamentary Secretary at the Latvian Ministry of Economics, Republic of Latvia, and the State Secretary of Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Norway, and of course, the Special Envoy for Climate of the MFA Iceland, our Secretary West, Mr. Sanjay Varma, who has been leading this again from the Ministry of External Affairs to get to put this forum together with its content. The Indian business is being led by Mr. R. Dinesh of the TVS Group and the President of CII. We have a phenomenal attendance. We have over 70 speakers, 550 business delegates, including over 120 people from the Nordic Baltic countries, which is very motivating. And as you know, many of you know that there are around 100 business to business meetings that have been set up during the course of the next 2 days. So with that, once again, a very warm welcome and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. May I now invite Mr. R. Dinesh, President CII and Chairman TVS Supply Chain Solutions, to set the context for the conclave.
Dr. Jaishankar, Excellencies, friends from the Nordic Baltic countries, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to set the context on what I would say is augmenting the bilateral ties which India has had with the Link West policy, which obviously includes the Nordic and Baltic countries. As all of us know, India has been a shining star as far as growth is concerned. And now this engagement creates an opportunity to make this a multidimensional relationship, which we are speaking about during the context of this conference and going ahead. As all of us, and as CB mentioned, there have been specific thrust areas which have already been talked about. But as we go forward, how do we make sure that we further enable this? I think the first big advantage I see is the fact that there are inherent technology outcomes which has happened in the Nordic and Baltic countries, which can be combined with the digitalization benefits which India is today being able to offer to the world. As all of us know, India needs things in scale, and the technology which is now available in these countries can be harnessed if these two to come together. And that's something which we will cover, whether it be from the manufacturing side or whether it be from the green and other energy initiatives which have been taken. Secondly, I think there has been a significant focus on the manufacturing sector, and including some of our companies have actually found that there are, I would call it, gems of know-how which are hidden in some of these countries, and we will need to capture those and exploit those through these initiatives. For us, the third and the most important area I would say is the renewable energy focus, and that's something where there has been significant investment taken place from these countries, and we will need to build on this to make this happen. Water and the long coastlines are a common shared, I would call it, issues and benefit which both of us have. How do we make sure we use that to the best advantage of the companies and the countries together? And how can we make sure that we can also explore the fisheries and aquaculture sector is something which we should be able to cover during this conclave. Lastly, it is about investments and technology partnerships. How do we make sure that we harness the approach of the Nordic and Baltic countries who are interested in investing in India, and obviously Indian companies who are looking to exploit and benefit from the markets, and as I said, the technology which is available in your countries. So together, the businesses coming together has got to be the focus, not just making sure we have the platform available to make that happen. And that's what we are aiming to achieve through these conferences. I would like to encourage all of us to explore new avenues for collaboration and build enduring partnerships. Together, we can create a legacy of economic prosperity which links not only these countries, but the companies of these countries together to create a longer term sustainable partnership which will benefit all of us together. Thank you, and I wish very productive deliberations during this second conclave. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dinesh. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the proud privilege and honor to invite Dr. S. Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs, Government of India, to give his inaugural address. Please join me in welcoming him.
Excellencies, Mr. R. Dinesh, President CII, Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, DG CII, Secretary West, Ambassador Sanjay Verma, distinguished delegates, all participants. Let me begin by commending the Confederation of Indian Industries, CII, for organizing, in collaboration with the Ministry of External Affairs, this second edition of the India Nordic Baltic Business Conclave in New Delhi. It is the first in the physical mode, following the virtual one which we did 3 years back. Now, this conclave is significant because it reflects the growing awareness of our two regions about the possibilities and opportunities in cooperation. This certainly speaks of a more globalized era, but from India's perspective, also of an expanding footprint. The Baltic Sea and the Arctic region have re-emerged in strategic prominence, and conversations about future connectivity and logistics have business implications as well. Now, as you all know, the first two India-Nordic summits were held in Stockholm in April 2018 and in Copenhagen in May 2022, respectively. On these occasions, our leaders underlined the importance of a rule-based multilateral trading system, as well as an open and inclusive international order for global prosperity and growth. They had discussed vital issues relating to global security, to economic growth, innovation, digital transformation, and climate change. We certainly noted the role of Nordic countries as innovation leaders in global growth. Now, along with the Nordic nations, the Baltic states too are in the forefront of innovations, startups, tech applications, and digital progress. Given the integration between these two regions, it makes eminent sense for India to engage them collectively. India's talent pool, digital adoption, and startup ecosystem align well with the Baltic region's prominence in e-governance, digital innovation, supply chain management, and other frontier industries. As open economies, they have adopted a model of a responsive government, a prudent fiscal policy, a favorable investment climate, and flexible labor markets. Hence, a natural synergy to expand and deepen our relationship further with this region. It is encouraging for me to note this very strong participation from official and business delegations from all 8 Nordic and Baltic countries in this conclave. This demonstrates our collective resolve for stronger India-NB8 relations. At the first conclave in 2020, We shared views on the uncertainty and volatility of the pandemic and whether we could change challenges emerging from the crisis into opportunities. We talked about more resilient and reliable global supply chains, about reform for global welfare and growth to be greener, smarter, and more digital. We had reposed faith even then that the India NBA partnership could make a substantive difference. That conversation now has to move forward, especially in practical terms. NBA countries collectively represent an economy of more than US dollars 2 trillion, with a population, I believe, of about 33 million, and obviously with a high standard of living. They enjoy a high GDP per capita. And India's combined trade in goods with the NBA countries is currently around 7.3 billion US dollars. This is, I'm talking of 2022-23. And the cumulative FDI received from Nordic countries from 2000 to 2023 is $4.69 billion. More than 700 Nordic companies are present in India, and close to 150 Indian companies have their presence in that region. So this is the economic baseline on which we need to build further. Our engagement with the NBA countries has expanded clearly in the last few years. We opened our embassies in Tallinn in December 2021 and in Vilnius this year in March. We will be opening a resident embassy in Latvia very soon. Conversely, Finland has opened a consulate in Mumbai. Direct flights between India and Finland and to India to Denmark are facilitating mobility between our countries. Appropriate institutional frameworks with NBA countries are also being established for closer business to business cooperation. With Finland, we have established sustainability partnerships, digitalization, and education dialogue. With Denmark, our green strategic partnership is strengthening and facilitating collaborations in water solutions, wind energy, green hydrogen, and agriculture. We also look forward to stronger cooperation with the Faroe Islands and with Greenland. With Sweden, our leadership for industry transition, what is called Lead IT initiative, has been joined by 18 nations and 19 major global companies, and it has clearly borne fruit in the last few years. More than 260 Swedish companies are in India, working in innovation, in construction, in defense, and in clean technology. Saab, I believe, is going to set up a manufacturing facility in India. India and Iceland are working closely on harnessing geothermal energy in Ladakh and Himachal Pradesh. Similar projects are being planned for Northeast India. Efforts are on to establish a center for excellence in cold and warm water fisheries. We have also forged strong cooperation with Norway to harness the potential of the blue economy, wind, and geothermal energy, as also polar studies, green shipping, water management, space, and health. With the Baltic nations, we have regular official level interactions and we are seeking to explore new avenues for stronger cooperation in e-governance, in cyberspace, in the Internet of Things, startups, defense technology, supply chain, and logistics. There is clearly, however, much more work to be done. Now, given India's ambitious target to set up renewable energy capacities of 450 gigawatts by 2030, India's renewable energy sector is expected to attract investments worth US dollars 200 billion in the coming years. According to the CII itself, India's food processing sectors have the potential similarly to attract as much as US dollars 33 billion over the next decade. Under the Sagar Mala program, India has envisioned port-led development that I believe involves more than 600 projects overall. So these offer real opportunities for the NB8 countries for investment, for trade, and for tech collaboration and exchange of mutual expertise and best practices. The growth of fisheries, too, is a domain of natural collaboration. On a different note, India is an observer in the Arctic Council. It is interested in increasing its stake further in joint research and development projects and exploring rare earth mining, water, telecommunication, science, technology, innovation, and telemedicine opportunities. Given India's scientific engagement in the Antarctic, exploring a more expansive Indian and Nordic collaboration in the field will be helpful, especially in polar and climate research. Similarly, the world saw our capabilities when Chandrayaan-3 landed on the moon. India's space program opens up new opportunities for collaboration with NB8. Given the fast transforming nature of space technology, the significance of launching sites in the Arctic region, and commercialization of space and geospatial sectors in India can boost public private collaboration. India's G20 presidency provided a unique opportunity for India to have both closer engagement with Europe and deeper ties with the global south. Some of you joined different tracks of this G20 engagement process and contributed to its success. The voice of the Global South Summit has given a new energy today to finding practical solutions for the challenges of sustainable growth. India and NB8 can partner in this regard as they can in advancing the Global Biofuel Alliance. Some NB8 countries already have extensive development partnership programs in Africa, and our long established Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation ITEC program can be a platform for further collaboration and diversification. Besides trade, investments, and technology, efforts are also made to facilitate the smooth movement of skills and talent between India and Europe. At the 13th India EU Summit, we adopted a joint declaration on the common agenda on migration and mobility. A high level dialogue on migration and mobility is in place to give it concrete form. We have already concluded agreements with Germany, Italy, France, Portugal, and Austria. Our negotiations with Denmark and Finland have made significant progress. I would urge others of the NB8 to consider its significance in the era of a knowledge economy. Prime Minister Modi has undertaken several structural economic reforms in the last 9 years, transitioning the informal economy into the organized one, cleansing the financial system, rationalizing taxation, incentivizing production, doubling down on infrastructure and logistics, digitizing the government's interface with its citizens, and ushering in an ambitious energy transition. Each one of these is part of a larger policy matrix which is today paying off. But this is only the beginning. India has entered the Amrit Kal, a quarter century where more significant progress and transformation awaits us. India's development agenda is based on leveraging technology to promote an ecosystem of creativity and of innovation. We are confident that our talent, now visibly unleashed, will power us forward. Our message to the world is of digitally enabled governance and delivery, a widening ambit of amenities and services, rapidly growing infrastructure, and an energetic startup culture. The rising expectations of an aspirational India will entail economic advantages and forging stronger bilateral and regional partnerships. Our credentials are rooted in the resilience of our democracy, our diversity and pluralism, and geopolitical heft, including our strategic geography that links the North Atlantic to the Pacific through the Indian Ocean. It is also reflected in our stakes in the Indo-Pacific region itself and an increasing first responder capability. The India-EU FTA and the EFTA-TEPA negotiations, as you all know, are on, and we hope to see positive developments for their early conclusion. The India-EU Trade and Technology Council, too, could open new avenues for stronger India-NB8 cooperating on critical technologies and ensure the restructuring of supply chains. So let me in closing say that India's relations with NB8 are truly promising, and that this business conclave is actually a testimony that others too hold that view. I'm confident that the CII can take the lead in realizing the considerable potential of this relationship. I once again thank Team CII and Team MEA for putting together this event, and all of you for joining this conclave, and I wish you a very, very productive deliberation. Thank you once again for your attention.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to invite His Excellency Mr. Ville Tavio, Minister for Development, Cooperation and Foreign Trade, Republic of Finland, to give his special address. Welcome.
Your Excellency, Dr. Jaishankar, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here in New Delhi today among Indian, Nordic and Baltic friends and to participate in the second edition of India Nordic Baltic Business Conclave. The theme of this inaugural session is creating partnerships for the future, and I cannot imagine more topical subject to discuss. Today, if ever, we need international collaboration and common responses to forge a path towards a sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, as we speak of partnerships for the future, I think that Finland and more generally the Nordics and the Baltics and India compose an excellent match. In my brief intervention, my aim is to provide some insight into the question of why we feel that joining forces makes perfect sense and is so immensely important. My first observation entails the rule-based international system and the structures of multilateral cooperation and global governance. Working together and finding common solutions is the key if we are to solve the many global challenges we face today. The issues range from environmental challenges through economic security and resilience to question of international peace and security. These are all examples of questions that no one can solve alone. In short, it is imperative that we can cooperate. My second remark builds around the rationale of mutual benefits. The Finnish and Indian Prime Ministers laid out a guiding map for our bilateral partnerships in the spring of 21 in the form of a joint statement. The leaders emphasized the friendly relations between our countries and identified the central areas of deepening our collaboration. The baseline is that we possess a number of mutually reinforcing and complementary skills, innovations and interests that will bring both parties many positive outcomes if we choose to join forces and tap the potential of cooperation opportunities. Our partnerships in sustainability and digitalization, as well as our cooperation in the fields of education, science and innovation, reflect our strong belief in a sustainable future that we must make environmentally sound and socially just. This sustainable approach will also bring competitive edge to our companies due to innovation and technological solutions. This is why we have launched a joint Finnish-Indian DESI framework, which we will discuss further later today. To name just few examples of our collaboration with great promise, we are joining forces in telecommunications and in particular 5G and 6G development. We are advancing collaboration in quantum computing, and we are working together to boost sustainable energy systems, including advanced biofuels, green hydrogens, and smart grid solutions. In short, it's in our mutual interest to cooperate. As my third and last entry point, I would like to highlight the increasing people-to-people contacts between our countries, as I believe we are witnessing the beginning of a trend of more mobility, more encounters, and more joint networks. People-to-people exchanges and business connectivity are the key to enhance our economic development and prosperity, as well as to foster creativity, learning, and mutual understanding. This is one particular area where Finland looks forward to enhance cooperation with India significantly. In short, it is an investment in the future that we cooperate. Dear friends, against this backdrop, I'm pleased to note that cooperation, including trade and investments, between Finland and India is developing in very positive direction. Still, I believe that there is much more to come and that we can work our way through our common journey. So let us keep working together, building our partnership for the future, for the benefit of us all, Finland, India, the Nordics and the Baltics and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Niklas Wykman, Minister for Financial Markets, Kingdom of Sweden.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, friends of India, the Nordic and the Baltic countries. I'm so happy to be here with you and so humbled to be here with you, even though it's my first time to India, even though Swedish ministers nowadays travel here continuously, but it's my first time. But I really feel a deep connection to India, even though I've never been here before. And I'd like to tell you why. It's because I have the strange interest that in my spare time, which perhaps is not so many hours a week, but still in my spare time, I have an interest in doing economic research. And whenever you're faced with a mathematical or programming problems and you go to the internet to find a solution, you could be 100% sure that the best answer is always given by a young, talented, brilliant Indian student or person. So it's a really impressive. So thank you so much for that. And also I have the great opportunity to live in an area in Sweden that is highly populated with students, postdoc, young professionals, many people doing great things in Swedish and international companies. So whenever you go outside for a walk with your dog on a Sunday, you can be 100% sure to witness several cricket practicing, which is very unusual in Sweden, but very usual where I live. So that's very nice. Indeed, we meet in times of troubles, geopolitical tensions, war. We have inflations once again haunting our economies. But the more problems you have, the more reason there are to do good and to do right. And in that sense, we meet in a great momentum in our relationships. Bilateral trade between Sweden and India is at record high. We are co-creating and innovating together like never before. We're building competitive advantages for decades to come and are enabling the transition to a fossil-free economy. As the Minister for Financial Markets, I have quite many areas, and one that you perhaps would not expect is that I'm also the minister for historical sites and real estates. That could be and military defense infrastructure. So yeah, that's something of a combination actually. But why am I mentioning this? We have, as you all are aware, we have from Sweden, we have the Vikings, and we have Vikings sites in Sweden, that some of them that I'm responsible for. And actually, when you go to a museum for Vikings in Sweden, you discover something particular. You discover that there are seashells. And you can wonder, why do we have 1,000-year-old seashells in Sweden? It's because the Vikings brought them back to Sweden after their trade routes here. They came all along the way from the Indian Ocean back to Sweden, used as a currency at that point in time. And even though I don't want to scare anyone to trade with Sweden, we are a bit more peaceful now than the Vikings were. But even though they had some aggressive trading methods, they were great traders anyway. And that says something, that we have so long time ago, we had relationships and trading relationships between our countries. And nowadays, of course, more than 1,000 years later, we have greater opportunities to trade with each other. But it is evidence that despite of the distance between us, trade finds way, people, goods finds way. Today, through technology and entrepreneurship, the distance between our regions is less of a challenge. Trade between Sweden and India is at record high. Breakthroughs in technology and research promise great prosperity and growth. The Nordic Baltic region offers good climate for business, with infrastructure, human capital, facilitating exchange in Europe and beyond. And we see many Indian companies taking part in our interconnected region, with great potential for more. Great potential for more. Sweden is a country with competitive modern industries and strong knowledge-based economy. The Swedish economy is the result of openness to new technologies, knowledge, entrepreneurship, and innovation. There are many benefits of being a country of Sweden's size and advantages, but for a country like Sweden, the need for a bigger market is obvious, and that's why trade is so important for us. India, as one of the largest and fast-growing economies in the world, has a number of strengths and, of course, a very strong market that is of great importance for Nordic and Baltic country. India is also located in a key intersection for global supply chains and plays an active role in connecting the Indo-Pacific for us. It is telling that the single largest foreign policy event for Swedish presidency of the Council of the European Union was the EU Indo-Pacific Ministerial Forum. Indeed, India's key role was highlighted with an honorable minister participating. Thank you so much for that. But we are also a critical market in our own right. Many Indian companies that invest in Swedish businesses and do it for the access to Europe quickly find that they can grow and make profit in an economy where ease of doing business and the innovation climate is a solid foundation. Similar, India both scale and strengthen our potential to grow, which is crucial for more than 260 companies now present in India, which is a 25% increase in the start of the pandemic. Looking ahead and to the reason why we meet today, I think it's useful to use India's vision for 2047 and the Paris Agreement as our starting point. So first, which is important, we cannot tackle climate crisis without securing competitive and stable conditions for investments in efficient and sustainable solutions, goods and services. And growth is crucial itself to enable more sustainable and low carbon solutions. And as we see today, sustainability is not just a moral imperative, but due to regulation and consumer demand, it's also crucial for business profitability. What we need is to secure access to and allocate capital for transition and sustainable solution. Second, innovation in the source of long-term economic growth. You will see Nordic Baltic countries heavily investing in research and development. An active innovation policy requires collaboration, like the bilateral innovation partnership between Sweden and India that was mentioned. There is an ample opportunity to such platform to further link our innovation environment and public and private partnerships together. Uh, Third, through innovations and sustainability, we can become leaders in the modern industry. Uh, that is the ethos, of course, behind the leadership group for industry transition, co-chaired between Sweden and India. It is the key initiative in transforming hard to abate sectors, but it's also vital to remove barriers to trade. In doing so, we can accelerate economic growth in India and in the Baltic regions. And by doing so, and to be able to do so, we need the European Union-India Free Trade Agreement to come in place. At the same time, we should be mindful that the partnership between our region does not happen in a vacuum. There are threats to sovereignty and territorial integrity in both our regions, and there are those who seek to put political pressure by economic means. Um, we need the lines of communications and cooperation between our regions to be secure. These aspects will only become more important as future areas of cooperation, like emerging and digital technologies, rely heavily on trust. That is why the political dimension is key. India and the Nordic Baltic countries together must be strong voices for upholding fundamental values. Let me wrap up by saying that Sweden and India have a very valuable relationship. We are celebrating 25 years of diplomatic relations, and we have marked this anniversary by an unprecedented number of high-level visits. Our common direction forward must be spelled trade, innovation, and sustainability. But let us not forget who makes all this possible. You in this room, you are part of it. The three other Swedish delegations in India right now taking part of this, that more than 60,000 Indians who live, work, and study in Sweden are part of that. And I'm so much looking forward to developing our relationship between our regions for the years to come. That will benefit people of India and the Nordic Baltic region. Thank you so much for this arrangement. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. And now to deliver the keynote address, I have the pleasure to invite His Excellency, Mr. Axel Wilhelmsen Johansen, Prime Minister of Faroe Islands. Welcome, sir.
Your Excellency Dr. Jaishankar, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to be present here at the India Nordic Baltic Business Conclave. Thank you for a truly interesting day. On behalf of the Faroe Islands, I am grateful for the opportunity to speak to this diverse and distinguished gathering. I could begin this speech by pointing out the obvious. India, a vast and densely populated nation, recognized as a global economic powerhouse. In contrast, we have the Faroe Islands, a small cluster of weather-beaten and cold North Atlantic islands, often perceived as a tiny nation by comparison. However, I would like to steer our attention away from our size and distance. Instead, I want to show the world how good we are at making size and distance irrelevant. I want to start out with a story. Gudmundur Helmsdal and his team are Faroese filmmakers. Last year, they had an incredible breakthrough, and it all took place here in India. They had a breakthrough with their amazing short film, Brother Troll. Helmsdal and his team won the prize for Best Short Movie at the Mumbai Film Festival. Since then, Brother Troll has been showcased in an impressive 150 festivals across 40 different countries. Countries like India, Canada, Japan, and Brazil. The movie has already achieved 120 awards. It is truly fascinating, a film rooted in a local story about two brothers in the windy mountains of the Faroe Islands, capturing the hearts of the India film community. Yes, it all unfolded here in India, but it all originated in the Faroe Islands. Helmsdal and his team are currently in the process of creating their next film. And I am confident that the future holds many extraordinary moments like these between our two countries. And our agenda here at the Conclave is crystal clear. We are here to explore new and innovative ways for cooperation. We want to build partnerships for the future. Let me share some key facts about the Faroe Islands. We are a group of 18 islands in the North Atlantic Sea. We are few inhabitants, but our economy is strong. We have a higher GDP per capita than many other countries. In fact, we are among the top 15 in the world. Our economy is strong, mostly thanks to a high level of education, but also thanks to growth in fisheries, aquaculture, shipping, and tourism. As part of the Arctic, the Faroe Islands are in the center of it all. Many opportunities and challenges resemble among Arctic societies. That's why we are dedicated to building smart Arctic communities that fit our unique circumstances. Our land may be small, but our sea is vast. We consider ourselves a big ocean nation. For us, the sea is essential. Few nations are connected to the sea as the Faroe Islands. The waters around us are rich with marine life, shaping our economy and cultural. I believe India and the Faroe Islands can open new possibilities for cooperation. Both of us have deep knowledge and expertise in the fishing industry. The Faroe Islands have advanced ocean technology and deep sea fishing expertise, while India is rich in oceanic resources. Working together, we can create a powerful partnership for combining India's rich marine resources with our strong technological skills. We are a perfect match for innovation in the marine industry. Another perfect match is within the aquaculture sector. India is one of the world's biggest aquaculture producers. This sets demand for the best equipment, something that we can provide in the Faroe Islands. We are producing the best salmon in the world. Faroese farmed fish is renowned around the world, and Faroese Atlantic salmon is exported to all 6 continents. We have a strong service sector for the aquaculture industry. Our companies supply top quality and long-lasting equipment. I see great potential for a stronger collaboration between India and the Faroe Islands in this area. Lastly, the Faroe Islands have a remarkable level of education. This is a cornerstone for our strong economy. This strong foundation paves the way for collaboration between our countries. India's wealth of skilled professional and higher education aligns perfectly with our vision, especially on IT. Despite its small size, the Faroe Islands are very similar to larger nations, making us an ideal ground for testing full-scale IT projects in real time. Working together in this field has incredible potential to boost education and research standards in both our countries. All in all, we have came here to create new partnerships for the future. The Faroe Islands are committed to being an active global player, and we look forward to sharing ideas, building new partnerships, and enjoying our time here in New Delhi. Thank you for your time I wish you all enjoyable days ahead. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a photo opportunity with all our visiting ministers and our very own minister, Mr. Jaishankar. May I request all of you to please come up on the dais. Mr. Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs, His Excellency, Prime Minister of Faroe Islands, His Excellency, Minister for Financial Markets, Kingdom of Sweden, His Excellency, Mr. Ville Tavio, Minister for Development Cooperation and Foreign Trade, Republic of Finland, Mr. R. Dinesh, President CII and Chairman TVS Supply Chain, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Republic of Lithuania, the Deputy Foreign Minister of Norway, the Deputy Minister for Economic Development Affairs, Estonia, Parliamentary Secretary at the Latvian Ministry of Economics, Republic of Latvia, and the Special Envoy for Climate, MFA Iceland, and Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General, CII. Thank you, Excellencies. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to a close of the inaugural session. Our next session will take place in the same hall. Request you all to remain seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with the next session in 5 minutes. As soon as we've set the stage for it, request your patience and please remain seated. Thank you.
We are about to begin our next session, Food Processing and Productivity, Next Practices. Our speakers have arrived. May I warmly welcome our speakers, Mr. Rajiv Vahi, CEO, Captain Agri Machinery India, Mr. Olaf Zilin Jennes, Vice President, International Development, DHI, Denmark, Mr. Abhinav Khare, Managing Director, GC Ribber Compact, Norway, Mr. Amit Soni, CEO, Kiss Foods Private Limited, India, and Mr. Anand Chodia, Director, Suhana Group, India. Once again, welcome to you all. May I request Mr. Rajiv Vahi to kindly moderate the session and give his opening remarks. Request ladies and gentlemen to kindly take their seats. We'll begin the session shortly. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. You can settle down. We can start the session. Afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome all the participants today and fellow panelists here to the session on food processing and productivity, next practices. Today, we are exploring the landscape of India's flourishing food processing sector, an industry brimming with investment potential. The sector boasts robust growth, attractive economic policies, and fiscal incentives, making it an attractive proposition for stakeholders eager to contribute to India's Agenda 2030. This agenda underscores the importance of collaborative efforts on both domestic and international fronts. Our dialogue transcends geographical boundaries as we explore the mutually advantageous ties between India and the Nordic Baltic nations. Today, we are exploring pathways for collaborative initiatives that have the potential to spark positive transformations. This session transcends theoretical considerations to emphasize the practical aspects of cooperation, and we will delve into mechanisms facilitating the exchange of knowledge, experiences, and innovations, creating a dynamic platform for sharing best practices. I would like to invite fellow panelists to share their thoughts on their perspectives and experiences in envisaging a future where international collaborations propels the evolution of the food processing sector, forging a path towards sustainability and productivity. To start with, I invite our first panelist, Mr. Ulf Jason. He's the Vice President for International Development at DHI. He presently holds a position of Vice President for Global International Development Business Unit at DHI, consisting of 50 persons located across the globe. The business unit contains expertise related to sustainable water management, disaster risk reduction, flood and drought forecast, and many other water-related issues. So my question to you, related to your area of expertise is how does the multinational systems contribute to a comprehensive approach to sustainability in the context of food processing sector?
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Moderator, and it's an honor being here today. I would like to start by congratulating CII with this wonderful event and for this fantastic hosting they're doing here. And it's also a pleasure seeing so many people here today. I'm representing a Danish not-for-profit innovation and technology company called DHI. We are based in Denmark. We have around 1,000 staff, but we have been in India for more than 20 years. And we are in broad terms providing digital advisory and technological solutions for water-related issues. In relation to the topic of today's session, food processing and productivity, then we are basically dealing with water availability for government entities, industry and farm organizations by providing digital solutions related to water availability. This could, as an example, be a solution warning around either too much water, that flood forecasting and watering systems, or too little water, drought. In India, we've been here for more than 20 years. We have two offices, one in Delhi and one in Chennai. And our technical director, Mr. Reddy, is actually sitting at this table here. And please use him as our local contact person. The solutions that we provide are based on a combined knowledge of the weather, climate forecast, with knowledge and expertise of the hydrology and how plants and crops react to water-related changes or stresses. We develop numerical models used to calculate the water flow throughout the hydrological circle, basically from raindrop to sea, and are often using these as tools in connections with some type of web or mobile-based interface, providing information and knowledge to end users, which could be ministries, farm organizations, or the individual farmer. In short, then, our expertise and where we can help lies on the part of the food production related to the management and planning of water and water availability. How is climate variability and water then related to food processing and quality? I just have two examples of this. One example is from June this year, where the prices of tomatoes in India rose with approximately 300% due to flooding issues in some of the major tomato-producing Indian states, where flooding both disrupted the harvest but also the logistical operation behind the transport of tomatoes. Here, unexpected rain events caused a disruption and impact on the food production. Another example, not being food, but a farming product, is cotton, where I believe the export of cotton from India this year is the lowest value in many years, as the yield is dropping in some of the cotton-producing states. There are a number of reasons behind this, but one is the changing climate patterns, and in this case, too much water during certain periods. This all points to a very strong link between food and crop security and weather changes or climate change. This is where technology companies like DHI can play a role by predicting future climate trends and the impact on the harvest or production on the long term, but also the shorter duration, like weeks to months, using sophisticated and state-of-the-art forecasting models to predict unusual climate trends, which then can be used in decision-making processes at farmer level, but also at a higher industry or political level as significant inputs to maintaining an adequate food and crop security in India. This could lead to decisions of moving crop types from one part of India to another part due to changes in climate zones, or change of crop types to more crop types being more resilient either to too little water drought or too much water flooding. Another important question I just want to touch base on is how and what are the best ways to share experiences, innovations, and best practices between the Nordic countries and India. And the best way, in my opinion, is to work together on common activities or projects which benefits both parties. And this is a place where innovative ideas are born based on a common pool of knowledge and experience. One example I just want to draw on at the end here is an ongoing initiative between India and Denmark as part of the cooperation on the field of water resource development and management, where one of the specific outputs is the establishment of a center of excellence for smart water resource modeling, where the objective basically is to provide excellence within the field of water resource management based on innovative and smart solutions being based on the existing knowledge, both in India but also in Denmark. All with the aim of providing a sustainable water resource and securing adequate food security in India. And this whole process has actually been driven by the Danish embassy, where today we have a large delegation from the embassy led by His Excellency the Ambassador, but we also have Hans Peter sitting here, we have Søren sitting here, And please connect up with the Danish embassy if you have any questions to how this Center of Excellence is going to operate, and also some of the lessons learned that we have from the quite long process of getting this on track. With this, I will end my introduction, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jessen, for sharing your thoughts on the very important topic of sustainability. My next fellow panelist is Mr. Abhinav Khare. He is the Managing Director of GC River Compact India, where his team is working to provide nutritious food to places where it matters the most. Children facing malnutrition and people facing emergencies, natural or man-made, on land or in oceans. Abhinav, my question to you would be, what are the specific areas or industries within the food processing sector where collaborations between India and Nordic Baltic country are promising as per your experience?
Thank you, Rajiv. First up, I think it's a pleasure to be here with all of you on this session here, discussing with all the good delegates. I think before I start, let me just give a brief background of what we do, so at least whatever I say will make more sense for most of us, right? At least you'll get where the ideas are coming from. So at GC River Compact, right, we create high energy density food. We create high energy density food, nutritious food for emergency purposes. We build nutrition for people who really need it, and at the places where they really need it, right? So we make high energy density food for malnutrition. We make nutritious food which goes on lifeboats, right, for emergency services. And we prepare emergency foods which goes for all natural calamities as well as man-made calamities in the name of wars and others, right? So we make high nutrition food. And we are also a member of UN Compact. So I think sustainability is very much entrenched into whatever we do, and we really try and live by that. So sustainability, nutrition, and global impact, right, are the three things which I think I was just thinking in my mind. And if we can create something at the intersection of these three, that will make sense for both the regions as well as the broader global community. And if I look at that, Rajiv, I think two things come to my mind. One, of course, is dairy, right? And the other one is plant-based protein. And the reason I say this, right, is because if you look at the challenges which are faced by the global community today, I think zero hunger is certainly something which we try to achieve as a part of the Sustainable Development Goals also, and plus nutrition for all. And if this has to really become a reality, we have to ensure that we have good, reliable, sustainable, affordable sources of protein, right? Of course, milk is, so I'm sure we are all from food processing industry, so we know milk is definitely critical there. And of course, an important part is now being played more and more by plant-based protein because it's much more sustainable. And if you look at the way both these regions are structured, right? So India is definitely one of the largest producers and consumers. Nordic nations are one of the largest exporters, right? And we have a lot to really share. How to make, for example, dairy more sustainable, right? How do we really scale and make it more affordable, scalable, sustainable for all? Plant-based protein, of course, has to really pick up big time, and I think it's already doing it, but I think it will really accelerate in the years to come. And I don't have the numbers at the tip of my hand, but I think they're big, they're sizable, and they are really growing fast. And it has to also play an important role going forward, right, in terms of how we really create nutrition for all. So I think those are the two top picks for me. I think we can really learn a lot from each other. Of course, India is a big agrarian base. We have a great manpower. I think as a manufacturing base, we are getting more and more of infrastructure. We're up there. And we can learn a lot, right, from the Nordic nations in terms of how food technologies evolve, especially in terms of food safety, right? How to really ensure that we scale sustainably, and we scale at quality. So I'm sure both the regions will benefit from such a collaboration in these two areas, and also the larger global community will really benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhinav. I think you touched a very important point of zero hunger and how a collaborative approach can help us to offer a solution together. Our next panelist is Mr. Amit Sani. He's based out of Spain, CEO of Kiz Food Private Limited. He's worked in various locations globally, in Africa, India, also now presently representing Nippon Global. Uh, Amit, with your global experience, my question to you would be how a global cooperation in this very promising food processing sector uh, can be useful, and what are the areas you feel you and your company could add value in this sector?
Thank you, Rajiv, for asking this question. And I think the answer speaks in one of the logos of the gold sponsor partners of this event, where you can see the amalgamation of two companies, Nippon Global and Kiss Food. So Nippon Global is originated from Spain, majorly into edible oils. And Kiss Food was pioneer in making sauces. We call salsas in Spain. We had been in business relationship for a long time. And in 2020, and also during the time of pandemic, we decided to convert it into a JV. Rajiv, if you remember, we were together in Europe Conclave also last year, and I told one thing that Europe has skills, India has scales, and when they make it together, it became a scope. So having said that, once we collaborated and the collaboration went very successful between this Spanish company and Indian company, and thankfully, in just less than 3 years, the brand value which we create, we could reach out to more than 52 countries globally. Recently, we have been into Walmart's, Woolworths, to name the few biggest retailers in the industry globally. So that is the power of collaboration, I must say. And I welcome more and more collaborations. It should happen. I mean, energy and water should flow from one level to another level, and why not? If we can give a synergetic effect to each other, 1 plus 1 should become 11, not 2. So this is about answering your question. And coming to our today's topic of discussion, the food processing and productivity. I would like to take my start from words of wisdom from a very great man, which we all love and call him Bapu, father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi, who once said that Mother Nature has given enough in abundance for everyone's need, but not for anyone's greed. Now, coming to the current situation, sadly, where we attain to, where Mother Nature has got so much pressure for food, and the current geopolitical crisis add more to it. We really realize that supply chains need to be more and more resilient. So I thank CII for taking up this topic. And I cited before also that food currently is not the basic need, but it is a need of the hour as well. So this really needs to be addressed. Well, I have a very simple approach about this. I call it APC, where A is agriculture, P is processing of that production, and C is the consumption pattern. So we'll take it very quickly because we have time slots. So in agriculture, lots of advancement has been made. Recently, one thing which I liked a lot when I was here during G20 meetings, when India supports the candidacy of Europe African Union, multiple times it was been talked that Africa has lots of unused fertile land, which can be a very good panacea afflicting the ills of our world food economy today. So, it will not only solve the current problem, but also it will uplift the economy of a continent as well. So this is about agriculture. Agriculture, we have got vertical farms in Spain. It's a beautiful practice. When the world seen the dearth of sunflower oil, Spain grown it in vertical farms. In UAE also, Middle East, there is a vertical farm named Bastakia, which is supplying 3 tons of fruits and vegetables every day to Emirates Airline. This is a very smart solution also. I'm coming to my P, which is productivity. I'm really not, I'm very happy about this area because we have seen phenomenal growth in production and productivities. Just last Friday, I was in Romania visiting one edible oil company. They were bottling 25,000 bottles an hour, uh, just with the help of 4 people. So I am more concerned about feeding these beautiful AI inventions. And also I'm more concerned about addressing the food waste. Currently, we have reached to 1.3 billion tons of food waste, which amounted to almost $1 trillion. This is really an area of concern. And was about my approach, which I call APC. Coming to one more suggestion, Rajiv, if you may allow me, I would like to. Well, since we are talking in Nordic Baltic Conclave, I would like to give a strong message and suggestion to Nordic Baltic political and business leaders who are attending the conclave to at least identify one of a product from each country which you think that you have in abundance, you have in surplus, and it has got good nutritious values, and you can use it for exports. Our Prime Minister has done this beautiful experiment with a crop called millets. I think we all are aware that last year was called as a year of millets. And the message went so deep that last year I received a call from His Excellency Ambassador of India in Spain, Mr. Dinesh Patnaik. He says, Mr. Amit, there is going to be a tapas competition, and as a Indian origin food company in Spain, I want you to take the lead to market the millets and create the awareness. We went there, and I was not very excited about the response we saw from Spanish people, because naturally they are not supposed to know a remote country indigenous product. But this year, when we do that, we got a lot of encouragement, lot of good response, and one of the Indian chefs won the award also as the best chef. Imagine in a tapas competition in Spain using the millets as a recipe. So I think Nordic Baltic countries should do the same. They should also spread the word about their own indigenous productions. And that's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amit. You touched very important points on food waste. I think it's very relevant, along with increasing productivity and global collaboration involving other nations also, particularly Africa, which has acute food security challenges, where India, Nordic, Baltic can collaborate and offer very good solutions. Our next speaker is Mr. Anand Rajkumar Chodia. He's Director Technology and Innovation for Suhana Group. He is also the founder of our Eco Factory Foundation, a leader, mentor, and experienced entrepreneur and a philanthropist. He's fairly close in innovative ideas and inculcating the essence of innovation and technology to traditional spices and pickle business that he has been led. Uh, I think the two areas that we spoke earlier, the relevance of technology and sustainability in the food processing sector. Anand, if you could share your thought on this particular very important area, how technology and sustainability can be relevant and play an important role for improving and in context of India-Baltic cooperation as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rajiv ji. So traditionally, we are into Indian traditional food manufacturing space from 1962, and now pretty much a global company exporting to 60 odd countries all over the world. Uh, but recently, what excites me when we are talking about multiple countries collaborative work, main strength I always see with India is its biodiversity, and the way current government has created an absolutely nourishing ecosystem for a lot of manufacturing, uh, make in India through Make in India program to nourish the manufacturing aspects in food industry. There are multiple very big projects which are started by Ministry of Food Processing in India, like mega food park. The PLI scheme has got overwhelming response in India, where a lot of investments from all over the world are coming to invest in Indian food industry. Like sir just mentioned about millets, but there is huge, there are almost 7 different climatic zones which India as a country has. And that's the reason we have massive biodiversity from all over the 4 corners of India. And basically, what any food industry all over the world needs is a good quality raw material supplies to create innovative, healthy, and nutritious food products. And that's what India is very much prepared for, to do a collaborative work in that space at large, uh, where products like vegan meat products are discussed, products like uh, Ayush foods, the Ayur food space in India is becoming now very big, where the nutraceuticals and functional food ingredients manufacturing in India has grown. So wherever investments which comes in industry, the industrial manufacturer can do B2B business, B2C business, use India as a manufacturing place to export globally, or also work in India for Indian market. And Orkla Foods from Norway is one of the great examples, actually set very well in Indian ecosystem and doing large work in India for quite some time now. And many other such joint ventures with Nordic Baltic country companies and Indian companies is happening nowadays. Second very important thing I feel is on sustainability front. We as a company also focus a lot on circular economy and net zero manufacturing in industry, and we divide it into the net zero into net zero water, net zero energy, net zero waste, and net zero carbon. And we are able to achieve a lot on net zero water and net zero energy front so far. On waste, there are, after the Clean India mission was announced, there are so many technologies getting invented in India on recycling. Whenever it is about food industry, then it is about plastics as a packaging material waste, and also biodegradable waste, which is from the raw materials of the food products which we process. So both the aspects in waste management are very progressive, and India is welcoming country for having great technologies from all over the world, where innovations on sustainable waste management is happening. Renewable energy, solar, again, it's part of the climatic region. We are in such region where solar technology can largely be used. Some of my plants 100% are 100% run on solar power even today. We don't use any power from the non-renewable sources, and it is very sustainable for us to do that. In terms of AI and IoT, the technology availability is far more cheaper than before. To farm level, AI and IoT is used, and that's the reason traceability in raw material which is available in India. So the product quality which we produce now is acceptable globally, which was a challenge few years back for many multinational companies to produce food in India. So now, since traceability is in place, natural, organic, or controlled farming, where not large amount of insecticides or pesticides are used, which is getting organized by FPCs and FPOs, which are formed in India, which are called as farm producing companies and farm producing organizations, which can be of large help for many non-Indian companies to source large volumes of good quality raw materials at very fair price for becoming competitive at global level. So by all these means, the Indian manufacturing for food and agri industry is becoming very sustainable now, and can be definitely looked at a great potential by Nordic Baltic companies to think to invest or collaborate with Indian corporates and create great success stories together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I thank my fellow panelists, Anand, and all of you for being very crisp with your responses. That gives us some time for the next round of questions. Before I do that, I also like to maybe seek our audience here. If you have any questions to ask, please feel free because we would like to give more opportunity to the audience to ask. Otherwise, I will go ahead with my set of questions. Can you please share a mic? Can we have a mic here, please? Please be specific with your question, and if you can direct it to the concerned panelist.
Hello, my question will be to Mr. Jason. There has been a reference of traceability and use of pesticides, which is being very abundant in India because, in past 70, 80 years, or maybe more than that, because we are an agrarian economy, we have extensively used that. Now, what has happened when we go for exportation of our produce, agro-produce, traceability becomes a very big challenge. And more so, the water the water is sourced from the natural, touch points as such in the vicinity. Now, when we use that water, it has traces of urea, pesticides, and all. Can there be any technological intervention in terms of an innovation by using that? Even though we are using the water from the natural sources, our produce won't have the traces of urea or pesticides when being tracked or maybe checked at the international markets as such. Your view on that? Thank you.
It's a little bit outside of my core area of expertise. Maybe there's some of the other panelists that can answer. But just as a general thought, then there's a lot of expertise within this field in the Nordic countries and the Baltic countries, because it's also a key issue in our countries and has been that for many years. And just to draw back on what I said initially about having a center of excellence created, in this case within smart water resource management, then I believe Center of Excellence has started as a government-to-government initiative, and then drawing in universities and business companies is a way forward to exchange and transfer knowledge from our countries to India, and also work together on some of the issues like the one you mentioned here. It's not a very specific reply because I don't have the specific expertise to this, but maybe some of my other panelists can give a better answer.
Abhinav, you would like to respond?
Yeah, I think I completely understand, right, what you're trying to say. And I think this is a good challenge. Again, I would say I don't have an answer. I'm sure there is an answer. And I think if there is no answer, this is a good problem to be solved. And there are similar issues, right? If we any ingredient, right, in any food, I think that fundamentally relates to how you do food safety, right? And how do you really control the quality? So I think these are some of the areas where I'm sure a lot of innovation needs to happen, and I'm sure there is a lot of collaboration which can happen. So, and this will benefit both the regions and of course the global overall. And I think this is a good segue also to what I think another point I wanted to make is basically how do we really engage academia also, right, into some of these, and how do we really do industry academia collaborations? I'm sure I think I've done some work in pharmaceuticals earlier, so I think we have really tremendously benefited there in that segment, right, in terms of how academics can really work very closely with industry and solve some of these problems locally itself. So that could be one of the areas. Sorry, I don't have an answer to your question, but I completely understand and appreciate that this is an area where a lot of things have to happen.
Thank you. Please speak in the mic.
So for organic farming, as you said, APO or NGO, whoever, they're preaching to do the organic farming, but it is said that it is controlled by the soil worm actually. Unless you get the maximum worms, then you can't determine whether you are going towards organic farming or not. My question that is there anything that you have come across like soil conditioning? A person going there without taking any help somebody, by cow dung or something else, they are going to, till the soil. In that case, is there any conditioning, soil conditioning that you have done, or only thing that to keep the land without using pesticide and all these things? Because below 3 years, there is no direct route for organic farming. Is there anything else that has come up to condition the soil so that you can move to organic farming directly? Is it there anything else?
Anyone would like to respond to that? Yes, Anand.
We work very closely with Spices Board of India, government organization from Cochin. As Sir said here, that there has been a lot of trouble in exporting spices from India due to harmful chemicals and pesticides residues on them. So the mean we work out and the work which happens across India is also on the concept, including grapes, is on integrated pest management technique, which is IPM technique, where safe uh, protocols are used which are globally acceptable, and also the kind of solutions which are used for the farming will not allow productivity to go low, and you can move also towards safer production. So it is called, it's a in between route, safer route, called integrated pest management. You can go online and look into it, and there are many these groups are specialized in IPM manufacturing. For example, chilies taken today, large volumes are now grown on IPM technology basis. That quality, variety, or condition is acceptable globally by.
Sir, condition is one thing. For soil conditioning, have you come up with anything?
That's not.
See, pesticide management, whatever you say, that is one part. For conditioning the soil to go for organic farming, for a particular group, because farmers, they are not accustomed with the technology. For a particular person to enter into organic farming, whether take a group of farmers or SSG, whatever, the question comes whether you have anything else to condition the soil quickly instead of waiting for 3 years. That is my question.
Any?
This is not the core area we work in, actually, in the soil space. But IPM, you don't need to wait for 3 years for sure. And it is also working on soil as well as the sprays and the treatments, because traceability is required right from the water, soil, and also whatever you spray on the plants.
Yeah, I think it's an important point you made, but yeah, among the panelists here, don't have the core strength in that on that specific area. We can maybe from the CII side connect you with some of the concerned companies specializing. Uh, yeah. Amit, my question to you would be that we are speaking a lot of opportunities in expanding cooperation, opportunities in the India-Baltic Nordic food processing sector. I would like to know from you, what are the challenges, in your opinion, in expanding this particular food processing sector in these two regions? And in your opinion, how and what can be done to circumvent these challenges?
Uh, Rajiv, I feel first thing is we don't have lot of acquaintance of products. I mentioned in my speech also that we need to put forward some words and we need to identify some products. Just for example, I was in Iceland before few months, I think 4 or 5 months, and being a vegetarian is a challenge, in such a country where you have such a great seafood. My host took me for a lunch and I could hardly find anything. I come across a very beautiful product, which even I was showing to Jason also today. It is called skyr. For me, it was a yogurt. I told them it's nice yogurt, but it is too fulfilling. I can't eat my meals after this. And the guy said, no, it's not yogurt, it's skyr. It is different, processed differently, full of proteins. I was wondering that being such a frequent traveler I am, operating in so many countries, when I don't have awareness of this product, which has got a huge scope of marketing in Asian continents, in India, and vice versa, our products to them, then how we expect uh, uh, other people to, to less acquainted quality to come across this. So I think my suggestion is joint association should be formed where we will be welcoming their products to us, our products to them, and it will lead us to the better scope of co-manufacturing, joint manufacturing, joint ventures. And I think this will be a good area to work on. Since we are in Nordic Baltic Conclave, I hope something like this can be concluded between CII and business fraternities across Nordic Baltic countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit. Any other question from our audience? Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lakshmi Sai Kumar. I'm the founder and CEO of Rink. We are into international mobility and cultural exchange. And I also work on Drought-Free World project where we try to solve the global water crisis. I want to see like whether there can be any collaboration with the Nordic-based educational institutions. The water is the main ingredient of food production, and so I mean like it's very much related. I believe to answer that gentleman's question, I think regenerative agriculture is one of the solution. I think like which helps the soil, and probably once you do that, probably you can also make it organic. And this is my answer to his question. But coming back to my question, like what kind of collaborations, how to forge collaborations with Nordic-based academia or industry, being part of Indian business community is what is my question. Regenerative agriculture is, I mean, like it is one of the way to solve the soil degradation or erosion. So it is promoted by United Nations. You can go through it. You can do your own research. So yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, this is a very important question, and I also believe that the collaboration between the universities and academia in both India and the Nordic countries are very important to make sure that we transfer and collaborate on the newest knowledge and science. And this is actually where, at least I can only speak from Denmark, which is the country I'm from, and where I know what's happening. There, the embassy is playing a really important role in facilitating some of the programs we have for actually providing linkages and bridges between Danish and Indian universities and technology institutes. And this is already happening today. For sure, this can be made stronger and better, but it's already something which is happening today. We have PhD students and exchange of students between the universities, and we have also, to some extent, a quite close collaboration between Indian and Danish universities. But for sure, this can be improved, but it is already happening, and there the embassies can play or are playing a really important role.
I mean, like my question is like we work on international mobility and cultural exchange. So we also cater the needs, in various projects, be it green or, UN SDGs, like 17 UN SDGs. We are working on rural empowerment, and we're also trying to, promote cultural exchange. So, I mean, like we want to have a point of contact, be it Denmark or other Nordic regions where we work with them to foster, the growth in this sector. So, if you could, help us with the point of contact, probably we'll get in touch with them and we'll try to, foster a collaboration from our company called Part-Timering. Thank you.
For sure, I'll be happy to do that.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And I think you can also get in touch with the respective trade offices of the missions here in India to connect you with the concerned companies in their respective countries.
Yeah, glad to hear that and much appreciate. Thank you.
Jason, continue on that question, just like to elaborate further. What are the transformative solutions being considered to address the socio-economic and environmental dimensions in the food processing sector, coming from your background? if you could let us know what are the new innovations and transmitter solutions think that can be useful.
Thank you. I mean, my background is from a technology and innovation-based company, and mainly working within the water sector. So it's about water availability, water management, and the keywords from my end is around sustainability and resilience. I mean, that's what's really important for us, and also in these times where there's a lot of changes both to the climate, but also geopolitical. So we really believe that we really believe in digital solutions that are science-based and supporting decision making towards solutions that are resilient and sustainable. And this is where I really believe that Danish and Nordic companies, we have a lot of experience in this, and then we can work. This is a great opportunity for us to work together with the Indian companies to provide new and innovative solutions within this space. And without coming up with any concrete examples, then I think what we need to do is we need to work together, because the solutions that works in Denmark or in the Nordic or Baltic countries not necessarily are the right solutions that for India. But for sure, we can provide some feedback. We can provide some input to the processes, and I believe that working together around the issues that India is also facing, we can for sure come up with the good solutions together. So I don't think we have the one and only solutions, but I think working together with Indian partners, then we can come up with good solutions together.
Thank you, Jason. I think what the question, Abhinav, coming out of some of the questions which you've asked for the audience as well, how can the countries facilitate the exchange of knowledge, experiences, and innovations in food processing sector, so that we know what are the opportunities between the two regions? In your opinion, how this information gap or the experience can be shared better?
Thank you, Rajiv, for the question. I think one aspect definitely I mentioned earlier, right? I think academia, right? Bringing in academia. And I think there was one question also which was asked. I think personally in my professional journey, I have found that route very, very useful. So be in touch with the cutting edge institutes, right, who are doing cutting edge research in India, or let's say in some of these other countries, Nordic countries. PhD students are also a very good resource. I think, for example, some of my leads, right, which I have really capitalized in my career, have come from some of the PhD students who are doing some work with us. And that's one area. The other is, of course, platforms such as this, right, which I think the CII has really given. I think a lot of interaction happens. I'm sure there are a lot of interactions that are going to happen within all of us also. So they also go a long way. And I think one personal experience, right, which I would like to share with all of you, I think is just partnerships, right? For example, when you start working with people in whatever capacity, it could be a supplier capacity, it could be just basically some sort of a simple supplier relationship, or it could be a JV, right? I think we just discussed one successful JV which happened. Some of these relationships really do a lot, right, in terms of exchanging knowledge and really integrating, right, what we learn. For example, we work very closely with some of our suppliers. When we started 10, 12 years back in India, I think we had challenges in terms of really finding quality suppliers for some of our ingredients, which were very specialized, and we were trying to source them from India. We worked very closely with them, and I think that eventually happened. We learned from them, they learned a lot from us. And some of them actually were very rudimentary to start with, but now they're actually one of the largest exporters in Europe, right? So I think that's how I think we really start imbibing and implementing and learning and really living, right, whatever we share. So I think some of these partnerships, all the way from being a supplier to, let's say, just be a partner, and maybe all the way to a JV, some of these are very, very innovative ways to really start learning from each other.
Thank you, Abhinav. Before I go back to the audience for next round of questions, Anand, we have spoken about India's Agenda 2030 in our previous session as well. How does, in your opinion, India Agenda 2030 encourage cooperative efforts, and what are the key areas of focus that you see, particularly in the context of food security and productivity and food processing sectors?
I also want to add on to one more case study because I'm working with a company called D Level, which also comes from the same region, and they're doing some phenomenal work in the dairy sector in India today. And we can see all the sectors, basically, agricultural commodity sector was very unorganized in earlier years in India. All what we are seeing and moving towards is organized production, uh, integration of technology, uh, traceability in the raw material production area, which actually carves out the right processing, I would say, opportunities, and finally, marketability for any produce. Uh, and there are so many case studies because I also happened to visit the Swedish uh, consulate in Mumbai, and the kind of work happening on sustainability front with them, even in Maharashtra, is massive work which is happening in terms of technology exchange and joint ventures in energy space. Food industry is also a large energy driven industry. For production, we need sustainable solutions where we can have a low cost energy sources, or quality control and quality assurance technologies which are developed in those region has a very big potential in country like India to work on quality assurance of raw materials of various kinds, where the gradation or measurement of ability of that produce to go in various markets can be done. Similar question like was asked on soil or water. If these are evolved technologies in these countries, those companies have very bright future to collaborate in a massive ecosystem like India. I am actually working with more than couple of companies which come from that region, and the work is happening really well. They are scaling up all over India, not just with few companies, because the technology and innovation plays a large role in a changing massive ecosystem like us here. So what I foresee by 2030 in India with such collaborations happening actually, that we definitely have strength and capacity to become quality food supplier for globe. As I said, it's for B2B, it's for B2C, it's as an ingredient for segments like Horeca globally, or it is meant for our own Indian consumption. So all possible aspects where I see India is moving towards, and the only way this will happen successfully well is by ways and means of collaborative work. And one more example I want to give is the earlier issues like taxation, which was diverse taxation statewide. Now we can see that it is happening very standardized. So for any foreign company to come to India and have a structured joint venture, the formulation is very simple, doable. Agencies like CII have all possible one window approach of welcoming and making these collaborations happen very smoothly. That these are the strengths we carry, and 2030 I am absolutely hopeful and optimistic about this sector becoming a booming sector for our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Anand. Uh, do we have any other question from our audience? Any final word from our fellow panelists? We have a couple of minutes before we close the session. Anyone would like to add a point? If there's nothing, then I would like to then close the session on time then. Just to summarize, I would like to, I think, a fairly useful discussion. Friends, food security, I would say one of the biggest challenge for our coming generations. We are about 6 billion people today on Earth and growing. By 2050, some estimates say that we will be about 8 billion people, which need to be fed from the same resources, same land. So food productivity, waste management, uh, sustainability, all these are very, very important areas which we have to leave for our coming generations. And that is where a collaborative approach, as my panelists have, going by each other's strengths, um, would be the way forward, in my opinion, where we can collaborate to improve in areas of how to improve the productivity from the same piece of land, grow better, faster, more nutrition, etc. And the collaboration between India and the Nordic Baltic region is fairly natural because I feel that Baltic Nordic regions have good solutions, technology, innovations, while India offers the scale of production, the size of and a fairly good uh, workforce, educated, and production facilities available. So it's a natural collaboration of the two regions to join together, and then we need more exchange, more experiences sharing. I think what I can see from some of the questions also, there are lack of that kind of the areas to bridge this information gap, which is also I see as an opportunity between how to bridge these gaps and areas and opportunities to work together for the two regions. Uh, so that leaves an areas of optimism and collaboration in this very important food processing and productivity sector. Thank you very much for being with us, and all my fellow panelists. Thank you for sharing your thoughts.
I would like to thank the esteemed panelists for this substantially interesting deliberations that we just heard of. And I would request you all after this panel to join us together uh, at the lunch that is following to this session, which should happen at Nalanda Hall at ground floor. Once again, thank you to the panelists. And I request right after the lunch, we join back here at the Chanakya Hall to have certain deliberations, interesting deliberations on Arctic. And also simultaneously, we would be having country roundtable on Finland, which should be organized at the same floor, second floor, um, in the boardroom. Thank you so much.
Friends, welcome back to the second CII India Nordic Baltic Business Conclave. We just had a very delicious lunch, so thank you for joining us back. We now are heading to the next session, the second session on Arctic, blue economy and maritime cooperation. Mr. V. Radvani, Chairman, CII International Trade Policy Council and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Blue Star Limited India, is here with us. Yeah, I hand over now to Mr. Wadhwani, please.
So good afternoon, everyone. I heard that the lunch was very good. That makes me a little worried because I think as speakers, we're going to have to make sure everyone stays awake. But I hope it'll be a very interesting session. The topic for discussion in this session holds strategic importance: the collaboration between India and the Nordic Baltic countries in the domain of the blue economy and maritime cooperation. Our interconnected global landscape demands innovative strategies, and today we hope to explore how we can fortify our ties in the area of the blue economy while promoting greater supply chain resilience and sustainable development. The foundation of this discussion is grounded in the joint statement of the India-Nordic Summit, which was held a couple of years ago, wherein emphasis was laid on the potential for stimulating business cooperation and investments in sustainable ocean industries in India and the Nordic countries, including in the maritime, marine, and offshore wind sectors. This summit in 2023 sets the stage for a new era of cooperation, emphasizing shared values and common goals. India's vast marine interest occupies a crucial potential position in India's economic growth. The government of India's vision of the new India highlighted the blue economy as one of the 10 core dimensions of growth. The blue economy, defined as a sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihoods and jobs, while preserving the health of the ocean ecosystem, is an integral part of the growth vision of the country. The vision calls for cohesive policy that integrates many sectors in order to improve the lives of coastal communities while also accelerating development and employment. 5 primary industries in India can fuel its blue economy: fishing, aquaculture, ports and shipping, tourism, and offshore oil and gas exploration. And yet there are a number of challenges related to the blue economy in India, including lack of infrastructure along the coast, climate change impact, marine pollution, and overexploitation of marine resources. On the other hand, the Nordic Baltic countries, known for their rich maritime heritage, are spearheading the shift towards environmentally sustainable practices in shipping and zero-emission infrastructure. The region has the opportunity to invest and collaborate with India in various facets of its coastal economy. Possible areas of cooperation may include contributing to the R&D of technologies for sustainable aquaculture, offshore energy and marine resource management, sharing expertise in sustainable fisheries management, marine spatial planning and environmental protection, supporting the blue tourism and the development of tourism infrastructure along India's picturesque beaches, partnering to transform the shipping industry towards a low-carbon future through the exchange of good practices and technology, and exploring opportunities for joint ventures in port infrastructure development, investing in green ports and smart port technologies for enhancing trade. In summary, India and the Nordic Baltic countries, with their shared commitment to sustainable development and their extensive maritime resources, hold immense potential for collaboration in this space. With these initial remarks, I'd like to now open the floor to my panelists. So we have a wonderful set of panelists here. We have an hour, so we're going to make sure we get to each of them and then also offer you an opportunity to ask questions. So without much ado, I'd like to invite Mr. Mads Fredriksen, Director, Arctic Economic Council from Denmark, to please give his words. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for inviting me to this very, very important panel. And as we have heard earlier today, India and the Arctic actually has a lot in common, mainly because we have some of the same challenges of climate change that is felt in happening in the Arctic will also impact India eventually. And also India has been an observer to the Arctic Council for a long time. So there's also a research connectionship between India and the Arctic region. So I'm the executive director of the Arctic Economic Council. And the Arctic Economic Council, imagine the CII of the Arctic region. So we are a business membership organization with members from 11 different countries. All 8 Arctic states are members. So it's, for example, the Confederation of Danish Industry is a member, or Icelandic Chamber of Commerce. And we also have Equinor from Norway, etc. And basically what we do is we do the same as CII. We do policy advocacy, we do networking with members, and we do a lot of outreach about the Arctic region. Because the Arctic region is really growing in interest. India got an Arctic strategy in 2022, and they got that because everyone else is having an Arctic strategy, and because this is a vast area with not that many people, but it holds the solutions to many of the challenges that we are facing. So let's look at some of those challenges. We have climate change, we have a demographic urbanization, we have technological challenges, and to find the solutions to some of these challenges, you look to the Arctic region, because the Arctic region got 3 things the rest of the world needs, especially India. We got fish to feed the world, as we will hear about later. The ocean economy is super important. We got energy, so that is offshore, as we heard in the opening statement, offshore wind, traditionally oil and gas, in the future hydrogen, also closely related to the blue economy. And then we got mining, raw materials you need in the green transition. And if we look in the blue economy in the Arctic region, you could really, I mean, we talked about planet Earth. It should really be planet water or planet ocean, because the majority of our planet is the ocean. And if you look at all the Arctic communities, we've been living off the coast for so many years. We heard about the long coastline of India. The similar goes for Norway, has a very long coastline, or for Greenland, or the Faroe Islands, which is basically 18 small communities surrounded by water as well. So the oceans is so super important. It's also the lungs of our planet. That's why when we look at seaweed farming or kelp farming in the Arctic region, it will actually help absorb CO2. Like the Arctic Ocean is the best place for that. It's also a food source for a lot of people, traditionally fish as well, but also in the future with seaweed and kelp, for example. And then it's the main source of transportation. 80% of everything you buy, everything you see in this room has been transported on the oceans. And most of these ocean highways are close to the Arctic region. So there's a massive potential. There's a massive potential in the Arctic region, but we need 3 things. And this is where I see a win-win situation between the Arctic region and for India. So number 1 is investments. We need investments, and also it also goes for Arctic investments in India for that matter, because there are opportunities within each sectors, but we have to work together to make this work, because that leads to the next one. We heard about infrastructure challenges. Infrastructure challenges is something that we're facing in the Arctic region as well as here in India, but there's a lot of expertise in how to build infrastructure in remote areas in the Arctic region. But we need more infrastructures, but we are also investing in, for example, hydrogen infrastructures. So even if you go to very small communities, in Norway, for example, you will see investments in hydrogen. And if it works there, I mean, it works everywhere. It will work in India for sure as well. And then where I see the biggest potential is when I speak to all my member companies from around the world, the main demand is we need skilled labor and competence. We need the research and the know-how that, for example, India has. And that goes from all sectors. They want to collaborate with India for, competences and skilled laborers, because there's a massive potential if we work closer together. There's a massive potential around combining research and technology. But you have to remember, and this is where I think is very impressive what the Indian government has done, is coming up to the Arctic region. I met with many of the Indian counterparts across the Arctic region, and that is to listen to the local. You always need a local partner. Similar when you come into India, I guess most people will say you need a local partner. The same when you go into the Arctic region. And finally, I just want to give 2 small cases of companies that are working within the blue economy. And the first one is to highlight the importance of the economy in the Arctic region. And that is the company Royal Greenland. So Royal Greenland is located in Greenland. Greenland is the world's largest island, but only 56,000 people live there. 99% of their economy comes from the ocean. 99% of their export is from exporting seafood to the rest of the world. They export to Asia, they export to Europe, they export to North America. So it's a cornerstone of the economy. But we have gone from just catching fish, but also to say, how can we use the fish more sustainably? And here I would like to highlight an Icelandic company called Kerecis. So Kerecis is the first unicorn in the Arctic region. It was acquired by Coloplast for 1.3 billion US dollars just a few months ago. And what Kerecis does is that there was a man in a small village. He saw that that the locals were throwing away the skin of the codfish. And he said, what can we use this skin for? Instead of just throwing it away, what can we use the skin of the cod for? So after a little bit of R&D, not very much, he developed that you can use the codfish for pharmaceutical band-aids. So that basically means if there's a burn wound on someone, you will put on the cod skin and it will treat the wound and your body will absorb it naturally. This company is only 12 years old and now worth 1.3 billion US dollars in a small town of 2,500 people. So this is also the blue economy, is to do more with less, to make waste into value. So I see a massive potential of partnering with India around this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friedrichsen. That was very helpful. We'll come back to questions after some of our other speakers have spoken. May I ask Mr. Siddharth Swaminathan, founder and CEO of Reply Iceland, for his comments, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Fisheries remains one of the main pillars of the Icelandic economy, responsible for a fair share of both the GDP and the nation's export revenue. For an island nation like Iceland, sustaining its most valuable resource is paramount. The strict fisheries management system in Iceland makes the fishing economy one of the most technologically advanced, efficient, and sustainable in the world. Iceland is forging a model for the blue economy that has driven down waste and enhanced the value of the fish. Supported by a vibrant innovation ecosystem, the seafood sector is working towards a zero waste model that is better for both businesses and the planet. The maritime environment is an important source for raw material for the global food sector. Icelandic fisheries sector uses around 80% of the total catch of 90% of the cod now, which is landed. Before, it was only 40 to 45%. Reductions have been achieved thanks to the vibrant blue bioeconomy and the achievements of businesses that seek to maximize the value of fishing waste and fishing byproducts. For example, the Iceland Ocean Cluster is prominent innovation in the sector that promotes young kids, as well as university students, startups, and the likes. In 2019, an MOU was signed between Iceland and India for the cooperation of field sustainable fisheries. There are several possibilities for Iceland and India to cooperate in the field of fisheries, such as advanced seafood processing technology, as well as with innovative products such as vessel monitoring systems, marine biotech, healthcare, and cosmetic products, fish leather, products from omega-3, and wastage utilization. Cooperation and capacity building is one important area that both sides are exploring through direct engagement between fisheries and institutions. For Iceland, as an exporting country, free trade is essential. We hope for the lowering of Indian customs duties on important Icelandic goods such as fish products, fishing equipment, and gear. The top priority is to conclude the free trade agreement between India and the EFTA states. Early conclusion of the agreement will boost the business confidence between Iceland and India and provide a platform for that economic cooperation between the two countries. I would like to end with a quote from a previous ambassador. Geographically, yes, India and Iceland are far apart, but in all the UN and other international forums, we sit next to each other. I look forward to more collaborations. Thank you and tack for it.
Thank you, Siddharth. Now I'd like to request Mr. Rooney M. Hansen, Executive Chairman of Chaldur, as well as the Chairman of Bakkafrost from the Faroe Islands, to please share his thoughts.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me to be here in India again. And I will say that we have a lot in common, the Faroe Islands and India. India has a very long coastline and very connected to the sea. And the Faroe Islands is a very large ocean nation also. But then there are some differences because in Faroes there are only around 55,000 citizens. So it's much smaller, but it's a large ocean nation. And when we are talking about the blue economy, then we know that an increasing world population needs food. And food harvested from the sea ocean has a critical role to play in creating a food system that provides nutrition to the global population. The FAO of the UN predicts that the world's population will reach 9.8 billion by 2050, and the demand for food is set to increase by 50%, and demand for animal-based foods by nearly 70%. As demand increases, there will be increased pressure on the already overexploited wild fish reserves, which is why farmed fish is required to efficiently manage and maintain both wild fish stocks and the ocean's natural biodiversity. Ocean harvest food can be produced with a relatively low carbon footprint when compared to other sources of animal protein. So how do we meet the increased demand for the future for food? Fish, including farmed salmon, can offer a solution to meeting this increased demand. To feed 9 billion people by 2050, we must focus on further development of sustainable food systems with a minimal footprint that preserves the earth for future generations. The Faroe Islands want to contribute to the solution by growing our production of food from the ocean in a sustainable way. Given our location in the North Atlantic Ocean and the challenge of ensuring sufficient, healthy and sustainable produced food for the world's growing population, we see it as our obligation to increase our supply from the ocean. And 50% of the total export in the Faroe Islands is salmon, and that's the reason I'm focusing a bit on the salmon, farmed salmon. Farmed salmon is a very eco-efficient form of protein. It outperforms other competing proteins on all important environmental KPIs like land use, water, carbon footprint, etc. And the company Bakkafrost, which is the biggest salmon farming company in the Faroe Islands, is originally a pure Faroese company, but has grown out into the world. And since our acquisition of the second largest salmon producer in Scotland, we have also a significant farming operation in Scotland as well. We are also present in US and Denmark with processing facilities and sale offices, and have sale offices in France too. Just to put it in perspective, that Bakkafrost produced more than 2 million meals a day in 2022. This can be compared with a total population of 55,000 people in Faroes. So everything is for export, and the total export in the Faroes, it's about 95% is fish, and half of that is salmon. So we have a lot of food to provide for the world, and also for India. And and these countries which have a high population. We see it as our obligation to produce healthy and sustainable food for the world's growing population. Salmon, as part of the blue foods, can ensure supplies of critical proteins, provide healthy alternatives to other meat while reducing environmental footprints. And we have, in some of our companies, have had a long tradition for cooperating with India. I think it's around 20 years back when we had some contact with some suppliers. That was another company. And that has developed in a very positive way. So there should be a lot of opportunities for us to cooperate in the future also. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hansen. I'd now like to ask Mr. Sachin Kulkarni, who's the head of marine business at Wärtsilä Marine, South Asia, to share his thoughts.
Hello. Last week I read something that the worst than sugar and alcohol is sitting at one place for longer period of time. And I was just looking at it, was already 20-25 minutes. I thought it's a good opportunity to stand up and kind of take care of a bit of a health aspect as well. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a very interesting inputs what we heard, completely different than the topic what I generally end up in sharing and talking about food. Very interesting. I will take you a little bit different dimension from food to technology. Well, I represent Wärtsilä. So purpose of Wärtsilä is enabling the sustainable societies through innovation in technology and services. We are actually enabling the shaping of decarbonization for the energy as well as marine market. Having said that, today's topic is blue economy. So it's represented by the three pillars, economic, social, and environmental. And the trilateral approach of this ensure the long-term sustainability. So while we see in certain aspect of blue economy, what I will cover is maritime transportation. I think that's something which is a big producer of CO2 and currently having the need of cooperation between its stakeholder, its various stakeholder, and kind of taking this subject forward. While we are seeing the unprecedented rate of change in maritime industry, driven by regulatory frameworks and the demand for the green transport, the move towards the decarbonization will only accelerate. So while we deliberate on the topic of blue economy and maritime collaboration, it's important to understand the drivers of the decarbonization, and let's try to understand what are the parameters which are impacting this changing market. So one is regulation, which has the component of cost of compliance, which is obviously the capex required for the compliance. Second is cost of carbon, carbon levy, carbon credits. We have already seen in EU Fit for 55. There is the regulation which are announced. Carbon neutral, zero carbon fuels. And when it comes to market, access to capital, it's one of the most important critical factor. We have seen something called Poseidon principle. There are roughly more than 19 banks in Europe are basically, including the Nordic countries, part of it. It would be important to understand that how in Indian maritime industry, how do we look at this Poseidon principle and how the financial agencies basically gets connected there. Business risk for the ship owners is basically impacting on their day rates and the freight charges. Shipping is a very, I would say, unique industry, and a ship owner on his own cannot do everything. So we have regulators, we have fuel distributors, ports, ship designers, shipyards, ship financing agencies, technology providers, OEM. So the entire ecosystem basically makes the complete picture. So today we are going to talk about what are the strategies two regions, Nordic and India, can adopt to enhance the cooperation in the sector for promoting greater supply chain resilience and the cooperation particularly in the areas of technology, innovation practices that can promote greater sustainable development between the regions. When it comes to Nordic Baltic countries, we have seen certain collaboration in terms of ecosystem which are being formed. I'll just name a few just to give you the context, which I will cover it, elaborate subsequently as well. So there are zero emission maritime ecosystem initiated by Business Finland, funded by EU to reach 60% of greenhouse gas emission reduction in the maritime industry by 2030. Then there is something called Demo 2000 project, success from collaboration. Here there are again the stakeholders, Wärtsilä, Newson OS Shipping, Repsol, Equinor, Norwegian Sustainable Energy Catapult Center. Then again, Wärtsilä has tied up with SDOEC, which are the partners for the EU-funded Ship FC project. So there are quite a few collaborative projects which are happening in the Nordic countries. India, as we all know, comprises a significant size of maritime sector with 12 major ports and 200 plus non-major ports, having the 7,500, which we keep boasting that we have a coastline of 7,500 kilometers long and a vast network of navigable waterways. Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways have already formulated Maritime Vision, India Vision 2030, which has a blueprint to ensure that coordinated and accelerated growth of India's maritime sector in the next decade. Now, when we say this, when it comes to what does it matter for India? I mean, what are the focus areas with respect to this maritime vision? So growth of coastal shipping, we clearly see a focus from the government as well, thereby reducing the total cost of logistics and reducing the congestion and emission. The pressing need to decarbonize is driving the short sea shipping sector towards the increasingly flexible, electrified, hybridized solution with future fuel readiness also being built into this new build solution today. With rapidly aging fleets, the sector must quickly embrace the new propulsion concept that will lay the groundwork for low and eventually net zero carbon emission. What is important over here is that when we are talking about collaboration between the Nordic and the Indian region, it's important that this sector, which already has seen certain development in Nordic countries, the technology sharing and the knowledge sharing is already started happening, and then that's something what we could also start using it in Indian coastal shipping. Second is the Green Tug Transition Program. That's something which is already announced, and we are already talking to various stakeholders, and that's something really going to change the landscape when it comes to the green port. Plans to transform nation into top 5 shipyard hub. That's another focus area. So wherein Indian shipbuilding industry is witnessing the growth in demand of building energy efficient vessels. And very proud to say that a lot of European ship owners are basically looking at these Indian yards build these energy efficient vessels. Areas of cooperation. Let's quickly look at 3-4 areas. Maritime cluster development. As trade and commerce put even more pressure on the marine ecosystem, maritime cluster may offer a way of business that depend on the seas to work together to expand profitability and protect the environment. More than 90% of the global trade flows involve shipping, and the shipping industry accounts for around 3% of global greenhouse gas emission. In recent years, the maritime industry has taken more steps to ensure the health of the ocean environment on which it depends. In addition to IMO 2020 emission regulation, which impact the shipping industry worldwide, many local authorities have also introduced their own environmental regulations and policies. Cluster at national as well as international levels seen to identify opportunities, boost innovation, address sustainable development challenges, and thus advance the businesses. Given the industry-wide implication of many maritime problems, there is a clear role for maritime cluster to play in facilitating collaboration across the industry. The maritime cluster has very close international connections. Example, as a significant part of the customers of Finnish maritime cluster companies are from overseas. It also have many foreign partners, suppliers, and contractors. In India, we already have the first one, Gujarat Maritime Cluster, and that's clearly see a synergy possible when we are talking about moving forward. The second is a green corridor development. Building a new ship with sustainable fuel is a highly capex-driven decision, and ship owners would like to have the certainty towards the availability of the greener fuels. Important to note here that technology is not the showstopper. We at Wärtsilä are well positioned to support the ship owners in the decarbonization transformation with fuel flexibility, efficiency optimization, emission abatement technologies, and digital services. With Wärtsilä's multi-fuel engine technology ranging from transition fuel to 100% green fuel, the ship owners has a possibility of viable upgrade path. Today, we already have engines with methanol, Since 2015, we are running our engine on methanol. Recently, as recent as last week, we have announced ammonia-fueled engine, the first in the world as such. So if you want to get the fuels, vessel, infrastructure scaled up and ready for mass market rollout for shipping, full decarbonization, we need to develop green corridors. One of the main reasons to develop green corridor is to create the possibility to work on specific routes that are more feasible than the others, whether because of economics, policies, or existing momentum among the stakeholders. Working on specific routes also means a limited number of cargo types, vessel types, port calls, for instance, which also makes it easier to commit to certain fuel and technologies. Nevertheless, the development of green corridor is much more complex than developing a particular project. There are multiple stakeholders involving multiple parts of the value chain and multiple competitors from each part, and building the trust and creating the right governance structures are key. Policy is very crucial, and there are involvement of national government to kind of leverage the national energy and hydrogen policies. In India, the government has already approved the National Green Hydrogen Mission to promote the green hydrogen in a bid to cut emission and become the major exporter in the field. The plan is to target a lower cost of renewable power generation and to bring down the cost of electrolyzers to make the production of green hydrogen cost competitive so that this fuel could replace the fossil fuels. Considering the renewable energy potential and enabling framework proposed under the mission, India's green hydrogen production costs are expected to be among the lowest in the world. In view of this, by virtue of strategic location in the Indian Ocean, India can be a part of this green corridor. It would also help domestic coastal shipping, which I have spoken a bit earlier, and also be part of the international shipping. Next, cooperation area is training. To adapt to the technology development and enable its efficient use, it called for collaboration between various maritime universities, training institutes, and technology providers and OEMs. Last, sharing the success stories, experiences from the various ecosystems created in Nordic regions, as stated by me earlier. Sharing and collaboration also could be done on project-to-project basis, along with the respective working groups and center of excellence created for green shipping and green port by Government of India. Last, success takes more than a technology. As fleet owners begin their decarbonization journey, they are faced with 3 C's: complexity, cost, and compliance. Successfully navigating these will take more than a technology. It's a complex process, one that takes more than enabling technology, and true partnership and collaboration approach would only enable that to happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sachin. I'd now like to request Ms. Siri Carson, Director NTNU Oceans from the Norwegian University of Science and Technology from Norway, to give her address, please.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much for the invitation to come and speak to you here today. I would like to give you some Norwegian perspectives on the blue economy and on maritime cooperation. Norway manages ocean area more than 5 times the size of our land areas. We have the second longest coastline in the world, second to India only. So, of course, the ocean is extremely important for us and for our economy. Revenues 75%, or the ocean generates 75% of our revenues. And for NTNU that I represent here today, this means a national and a global responsibility to contribute to a knowledge-based governance of the ocean and a sustainable blue economy. With this comes a special responsibility for the Arctic and for the northern areas that will undergo severe changes in the coming years. Thinking about the blue economy in the Arctic perspective means considering climate effects that are enlarged, that are many times faster in these areas. Rapidly changing ecosystems comes with that. We have less available knowledge, less available data about these ocean areas. At the same time, we see an increasing commercial potential, an increasing commercial interest. And with the times that we have also now with increasing geopolitical tensions. So this landscape is a complex one of risks and opportunities, and it stands in need of careful and knowledge-based management, and NTNU wants to contribute with that. NTNU is the largest university in Norway. It's the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, so that's our main profile, but we do have the full, we are a broad university with the social sciences, humanities, economy, and so on. And NTNU Oceans, which I'm the director of, is all about addressing cross-disciplinarily these complex challenges, to address them in a holistic manner, to facilitate interdisciplinary activity in ocean research and innovation, and to support project that aims to contribute to solve sustainability challenges in the ocean. So we work specifically in areas of sustainable ocean governance, green maritime transport and infrastructure, mapping and monitoring of the ocean space, and sustainable resource utilization in the ocean space. And the ultimate goal is, of course, to ensure responsible technology development for oceans, coasts, and water systems. We are currently setting up the Norwegian Ocean Technology Center, which is under construction, which is a new national center of ocean expertise for technology. We are building world-leading research and teaching infrastructure on the possibilities of ocean space, and the planned research infrastructure investments adds up to more than 1 billion euro. It's the It's the biggest research infrastructure investment in Norway ever, consisting of a number of labs and facilities, among others also Fjordlab, which is a full-scale testing areas out in this, which are full-scale testing facilities out in the sea, including also which was the world's first testing area for autonomous ships in the fjord outside of our campus in Trondheim. We seek to build alliances nationally and internationally with universities, FOU organizations, and industry for the maximum development and utilization of this infrastructure. And this is why we also signed an MOU with DJ Shipping, based out of Mumbai 2 years ago, that we are following up these days, among other things, with a visit to the Indian Institute of Technology in Madras this week to discuss paths for further development, further collaboration. With us in our group traveling to Chennai, we have researchers from SFI Authorship, which is a center for research-based innovation, led from NTNU in close collaboration with the industry. The aim of this center is to ensure that Norwegian players take a leading role in the development of both technology and business models for autonomous ships, where the emphasis is placed on safe, secure, environmentally friendly, and cost-efficient solutions. We also have with us the project leader of the Small Satellites program of NTNU. He will speak later in the session here today, representing also the so-called observational pyramid. It's a concept that we have developed at NTNU for comprehensive ocean surveillance and ecosystem management, also from AUVs via surface vehicles and drones and up to satellites. So with that, I thank you for the attention, and I look forward to discussing further paths of collaboration with you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. If I can now request Mr. Arun Kumar Sahu, who's a Joint Secretary, Central Europe from the Ministry of External Affairs, India, to please share your thoughts, sir. And then what I'll do is I have a bunch of questions actually for all our speakers. I'll ask a couple and then I'll ask the audience also if they have some. So over to you first, please.
Thank you. And good afternoon. It's very difficult to say something about blue economy as a diplomat in a midst of experts who are can give you expert information and knowledge. But let me put it in the next few minutes a very layman's perspective of blue economy. I think all those Indians who are traveling all over India, they must be seeing small ponds, rivers, waterfalls, ocean, and beaches. Beyond Goa Beach, of course. Now, as an Indian who have seen some of these in India and who has gone to a few Nordic countries and some of the European, North American, Caribbean countries, the first thing that strikes me as an Indian is, can I develop my port like this? Can I develop the shore of the river like this? Can I have a children's park near a small river? We have big rivers in India, but you won't believe there are. I think most of you travel to Europe and other places for holidaying. You go enjoy and forget that there are bigger rivers and there are more picturesque ponds in India which can be converted to beautiful places where you can fish. You can fish for livelihood. You can fish for business. You can fish as a recreation. So this is how places and resources have been developed in developed countries. I'm not suggesting that we can do it in, let's say, 10 years' time. But I'm also not suggesting that we have to wait 200 years to develop the way they have developed things. So how to do that? Here comes the technology. And I think in the few interactions that I had with CII before this summit, before this conclave, I had insisted on leapfrogging our development with technology. We have to learn. We have seen, we have examples. If you see their development, their history of Vikings, for example, and our history of seafarers, I don't know how many as Indians you have actually followed the folklores of various regional states who are in the coastline. In India, we have a long coastline of almost 7,000 kilometers. And every state that you go, east, west, north, south, east, west, and south, there are folklores related to navigation, business. For example, the state that I come from, which is Odisha, in the eastern part, there's a whole folklore of marine connection with present day Indonesia, Singapore, all these southeastern countries. And then people at that time were actually doing business. They're connected, they're selling, and various precious things are getting sold there, and things were brought to eastern coast of that landmass. Can we revive all those? I think these are ideas, and government has a vision, a bigger idea how to do those things, revive our old connections, and monetize those things to bring Indian economy to a level where we desire to go. That is one part of it. And that is where all of you come, industries in India and industries in all those developing countries, mostly in the NB8 region. To do that, we need technology, we need movement of people, we need movement of researchers, we need collaboration among institutes, and that is where we are ready to facilitate. And and I think organizations like CII, FICI, and other regional business organizations will be happy to handhold, promote those collaborations. And as part of the government, I think this is only as the foreign external affairs minister in his speech actually gave a very broad contour of the blue economy in terms of maritime, in terms of fisheries, and other areas. I think that can be a starting point to go further in looking at specific areas. And can we, you can someday, I think a few years from now, you can see luxury cruise in India also. That's some thinking. I think all these can be developed if we collaborate with them. They collaborate with them. We invite them, and they'll see how things are. You, as Indian entrepreneurs, I think you can go to those places and see what has happened. To let me stop here before giving you a small statistics. I don't know how many of Indians know that the per capita GDP of New York, per capita GDP of Norway is something around 100,000 US dollar, and a place called Liechtenstein, uh, there are more companies than people, and there are these Nordic countries like Iceland, Sweden, Norway. They're high in terms of their per capita GDP, low in population, but high in technology. All the Baltics countries, they're high on technology. If you get into, when you don't have the kind of manpower that we have, I think you depend a lot on technology and innovation. And our idea in government is that to leapfrog our development through the use of technology and innovation. And that is where we are going. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sau. So I'm going to, first of all, thank you very much to all my speakers. It was a fantastic session. Here's what I've taken away in sort of one or two lines, and then my questions are centered around that, but then I won't hog all the questions. I'll make sure that we get some from the audience. What I'm taking away is that I think from the government's perspective, Mr. Sau, you are conveying to us that India, in fact, we can be or should be a maritime economy because of the huge coastline that we have, and yet we're not. In fact, India knows very little or nothing about how to be a maritime economy, let alone be a maritime economy sustainably. So I think that is the big ask of the government of India, is to have the NB8 countries, who are in fact mainly maritime economies, to come to India and to support us, whether it is in technology or investment or R&D or even sharing of people. I think that would be sort of India's big ask. And in that line of thinking, I know that Mr. Hansen has to leave at 3 p.m. sharp, so I'll maybe start with you first, and then we'll come across. What I wanted to check with you is that, I know that you're an investor, and you're also you run a large fishery business in the Faroe Islands. Of course, currently your investments are in the Faroe Islands or in the Nordic area. Have you considered, or have your companies considered, making investments in India in the fishery industry, and do you see a potential for that?
Here? Yes, you can hear me. Yeah. Let me just start with to say that we can learn from each other, both the Faroes and India. And regarding investment in India, I will say it like that it is about 20 years ago since we started a cooperation with some Indian companies, and they are suppliers to the fish farming industry, and they are in very far ahead within R&D and everything regarding these things. So we can learn from each other, and there are some very good companies also in India within our area, for example, like fish farming suppliers for that. So I think that the most important thing, and we have not done any investment as such in India yet, but we have had some very good cooperation during 20-25 years. I think, as the previous speaker said, that technology and knowledge is quite important for all of us, And I'm quite sure that in the future that we could both within the supplying industry, but also within the fish farming and other industries to find a common way to go forward. Because in some way it is interconnected, these things. It's not only that we can export to India because you have a very big market here, but you are also in the forefront with some technology and these things. So I think the most important things is to see the strength from both sides and then to build on that.
Thank you. Ms. Carson, you mentioned that that your university is you're actually visiting Chennai this week, and that there's a potential partnership with IIT Madras. What I wanted to understand, we'd like to understand is, do you have some successful partnership models with other universities in other parts of the world that you would recommend that Indian universities look at as a successful model? Because if we are to, it may take time for us, for our institutes to even begin to tie up such a partnership. So if you have any success stories you can talk to us about, that'll be very helpful.
Thank you. Yes, let me just to comment on the last speaker also with learning both ways, because I don't think I mentioned too much about that in my talk. I talked about all the nice things that we have up in Norway, but I just wanted to mention that we have a student organization at NTNU called NJOD that organizes this challenges where teams of students compete against each other in building autonomous vehicles. And this year, an Indian team actually won. A team from the Indian Institute of Science and Technology. It shows something of what of course is there for us as a Norwegian university in building partnership with the great technology research environments and in India. So when it comes to our experiences with building alliances with other universities, I think that what we are trying to do now in the European context, we've together with Aix-Marseille University, NTNU have started up EOREA, the European Ocean Research and Education Alliance, where we exactly try to build a sort of a broad European alliance in working interdisciplinary to solve complex ocean challenges. Because the fact is that also in Europe, the ocean research and innovation communities they're quite fragmented, and I think there's also a lot of unnecessary duplication, both when it comes to research and education, that there's a lot to gain from working closer together. So I think that I don't, and this is one of the things I'm here for, to learn more about the Indian research environment, to see what, but what I seem to think is, from what I see, is that it's more sort of each institute is specialized a lot. So I think that my best advice would be maybe to work a little bit also more across the disciplines and across the specialities, because solving challenges in the marine and maritime area is a lot about seeing these things in connection, I think.
Thank you. Are there any questions in the audience? Otherwise, I have many more, so I can keep going. So anyone in the audience would like to come in? We have a person with a mic, if you'd. There's a lady right there in the middle.
Yeah, hello. I just wanted to ask Mads. This is a specific question I have. It's about the seaweed and the sea sargasso that you were talking about. So, is there any experimentation done as of now within the companies which would perhaps yield oil, and also perhaps plastic for building or construction material? Anything like that happening?
Yeah, so seaweed is a very growing sector in the Arctic. I mean, it's very big in the Faroe Islands, it's very big in Norway, and it's still early phases for a lot of it, for the usage. So right now it's being looked at into fish feed and to human food. And when it comes in to be used in plastic, it's being used slightly, but it's still on an R&D level. So there is some debates if we should use a protein food source, or not a protein, but a food source, to make plastic with it. So that's the debate. For oil, there is a little bit, but it's more added as a substitute, not as the main source of the oils. But I can give you some more context about it because it's really a growing sector. From Alaska to Northern Norway to the Faroe Islands and Greenland, there's been a lot of research done into this. And this just a quick comment to this because we talked about the oceans and we heard from the joint secretary as well that we have the natural resources. So natural resources is one part, but it has no value if you don't add technology. And technology really has the value when you start adding partnership. So you don't start from scratch every single time. And then we have to add two more things to the equation, which is ideas and execution. So what you're mentioning about oil from seaweed, that's a great idea. And we need some technology, we have the resources, and then we need to execute, which is always the challenge, I think, for many companies. But just we need to combine all of this together. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask one question to Mads, and then again we'll open up to the audience. Mads, you introduced your organization as the equivalent of CII in the Arctic region. So on behalf of the Indian government, I am going to ask you a question that they keep asking CII, which is how many of your members are planning to make investments in India? And are there any hurdles that they are facing? Is there anything that either CII can do or the Indian government can do to facilitate and enable those investments? Because like I told you, I think we're very keen to have those investments come into a sustainable blue economy in India.
That's a good question. And I mean, some of my members are already very present in India. That's the most important thing to mention. And the Confederation of Danish Industry, for example, has an office in India as well. We work very closely with Equinor as well, which is also present. And there's always potential for more investments, always. We heard when it comes to Iceland, they're talking about the free trade agreement. So that's a very tangible, very concrete, specific thing. And then I actually must say it's a good first step for India to have the Arctic policy because it puts a framework for collaboration. And the last year since India published their Arctic strategy, we have been working much closer with the Indian government. Now we need to go from the paper to the real actions, which is always the challenge. But it really starts with connecting people. So it starts with what CII is doing by hosting these events. And then hopefully the government will back it up and help support the companies. So things are happening. Of course, there can always happen more, and we really need to, go and meet and talk with each other, and we need to highlight and showcase the opportunities better. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the audience? No problem. This gives me more opportunity to ask a few more questions here. If I can go to Siddharth. Siddharth, you were talking about in the room before we walked in about the challenge of how expensive Icelandic fish is as an import into India. What are your thoughts on fisheries in India? Do you see an opportunity to replace some of that import? Do you see Icelandic fisheries moving here to set up farming? What are your thoughts on this?
A lot of us, we've been talking about investment. So I moved here 3 years ago and I invested in a new plant and I hired people. We're MSC certified, IFS certified. So we thought that we could also export Indian yellowfin tuna back towards Europe, Iceland. So we had done that. But the problem is cold chain is a very, very complicated issue in India. So you can't, even while the boats are out, it's very difficult. Otherwise, you have to go buy your boat as well as your cold trucks, and then it would only be in one location. So for an individual, it's too much investment. But for a group of people or large companies, then it's very viable.
Excellent. I think, Joint Secretary, that's a very important input that we've gotten. I think to develop such a industry in India, we need to see how we can create a cluster approach to investment. Do you agree with that?
Mr. Swaminathan, before coming here, told me a very short, interesting personal story. And he said, I never thought being a South Indian will get into this business of fisheries. He added something else which I don't want to say, but that's the whole idea. I think how many years you stayed in Iceland before coming back to India? About 12 years. And he went from here, did something which is very new to him, and faced those challenges. So think of something which is 20 years back, and connectivity and all those things. You can imagine what was there at that time between Iceland and India at that time. And he did, and today he is here, and he is I think his own personal example is a big thing of entrepreneurship in this area. And this is what, as government today, we are ready to facilitate, ready to back you, ready to support both sides. Innovation, technology, funding, resources, and natural endowment, all combined, I think we can do great with NB8 countries.
Thank you. Sachin, I'm sorry I had a couple of questions for you, but I've got a pink slip now which says that we all have to get off this dais and give it to someone else. So unfortunately, we won't be able to ask you the question about how we're going to get investment for the Sagar Mala program for using our course from an economic point of view, but we can talk after the session. I'd like to thank all my speakers. We've had a wonderful, very engaging afternoon. I hope you've enjoyed it as well. And please do stay back and catch up with them one-on-one if you have any further questions. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Friends, we are going to start. Friends, we are going to start the next session now. Kindly be seated. The session will start just immediately now, please. Thank you. Friends, now we are going to start our next session. The speakers are already here, so kindly be seated. Our next session for today is renewable energy integration, leveraging the opportunity for sustainable future. We have with us Mr. Prashant Chaubey, President of Ada Group, chairing this session. I hand over now to Mr. Chaubey, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to a very interesting session. Session more so because it's what the need is today. And I'm really happy that that entire aspect of green energy, energy transition, and renewable energy has found so much of importance and weightage that it has become, in fact, a very important session to dwell with. So thank you, CII, for organizing such a wonderful conclave, business conclave, and inviting all of us. I'm also delighted to have a very eminent panel here with us, and this panel carries a tremendous experience from various renewable energy technologies in terms of their own experiences of driving renewable energy in their respective regions in Nordic Baltic area, which is a really, really important one. So let me just introduce my eminent panelist here. Uh, First of all, His Excellency Mr. Andreas Masfil Kravik, Deputy Foreign Minister, Kingdom of Norway. We're delighted to have you with us, sir. He has been as State Secretary for the Norwegian Minister of Foreign Affairs since 2023 August. A very eminent a career profile he has as a part of State Secretary. He has a tremendous experience in diplomacy, multilateral work, especially on international law. He has been as a part of Consulate Permanent Mission of Norway to the United Nations and carries a tremendous experience, and will be delighted by the perspective he'll be giving us. Also with us is Ms. Helen Tila, CEO Campolis, especially a pioneering company in the area of bioenergy. And in fact, they are one who has been contributing to some of those work in India also as a part of Numaligarh refinery. She has been a part of bio-based solutions in Fortem as well, a renewable energy company we all know, and contributed, holds a Doctor of Technology degree from Tampere University, Finland. So we look forward to hear a lot more on a bioenergy aspect from Ms. Ellie. I'm also delighted to welcome Mr. Jarni Rister, Head of Marketing and Business Development, Iceland Geo Survey. Geothermal has been one of an important source. In India, there has been some work in terms of some of geothermal work in Tatapani area, some in Uttarakhand area. But he carries a lot more experience. He has been involved into conceptual geothermal modeling and carries a very large experience, worked on number of geothermal projects in Europe, North and South America, Asia, Africa, and he will actually be giving a very important perspective on the same. Also, I welcome Mr. Piyush Mohit, founder and CEO of O2, with about 2 decades of good experience in Indian power sector, a part of strategy and development. He worked in KPMG and Roland Berger, advising governments on renewable energy themes, transition, and currently co-founder and CEO of O2 Power, one of important renewable energy platform, and delighted to have him. We work on a lot more renewable energy projects together. My name is Prashant Chaube. I work as President for Business Development at Avada Group. It's a 5 gigawatt of a renewable energy electron to molecule company. We had done some of the largest projects in India, one of them being largest at the single location 1.2 gigawatt project, which we have done in Bikaner. We are into solar module manufacturing and looking also to be an important role in green hydrogen transition, which is happening in the country. We have PTT and Brookfield as a very important investor as a part of the company, and been about a decade playing a good role in energy transition in India. So that set the context for our panels, and for introduction part, we are at a verge of and at the cusp of a very important part which is happening. Climate change is something which is already there. Next week, COP28 would be starting in Dubai. And that's where this entire context of a green and energy transition which comes into play. Last 10 years has been a really watershed moment for India, as a role India played in terms of maturing some of renewable energy technologies and playing and deploying and penetrating renewable energy, especially solar in India. The good part is that the current leadership, that's very important. The leadership has this vision and this direction, which is very clear and needed also in the context of bringing this renewable energy transition actually in India. COP26 at Glasgow, our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Modi, he gave a concept of Panchamrit. Now, those 5 elements which are actually guiding and helping India to achieve and to also emerge a force to be reckoned with. Whether it's a 500 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030, or bringing 50% of renewable energy as a part of a grid by 2030, or reducing carbon emission of 1 billion ton. And mind you, for a country like 1.4 billion people, even setting that vision of net zero by 2070 is such a humongous thing. I remember when we started doing solar projects way back about 10 years back, the projects of capacity of 5 and 10 megawatt used to be a very scary project. But today, in the same country, the projects to the capacity of even the gigawatt are being delivered. Whether it is for a very conducive ecosystem which is there in the country, there has been a lot more focus on the self-reliance, energy security, which has become really important in our context. And if you look at for last couple of years, the policy domain, the National Green Hydrogen Mission, a number of PLIs which have come for advanced cell chemistry, for green hydrogen. This is all a symbolic of the role India has set for itself. Coming to another set of a geography, which is the Nordic Baltic area. These countries are actually a marvel to deal with, right? They have done phenomenal work. They are powerhouse. They are hub of innovation, and especially in the area of anything you ask for green energy and renewable technology, whether it's CCUs, which is carbon storage, whether it is for electrolyzer, whether it is for green hydrogen, renewable, a great work which has been done in the area of wind. Now, these geographies, these countries, as a part of very diverse natural resources, even a differing prices for a renewable prevailing, a part of a grid to serve to the continental Europe, they are playing a very important role. And in this context, this partnership which has come up, because both the regions, a subcontinent in India as well as the Nordic Baltic regions, they have similar kind of challenges, similar kind of issues to deal with, and more commitment to sustainability, climate change, and renewable energy. And that's at a natural synergy between both the regions. So delighted to have a very eminent panel from Nordic Baltic area, and also from Mr. Mohit from India to talk about these facts. So with this context, let me invite our first panelist, which is as a part of this session, Mr. Krabik. And he will be speaking about a lot of possibilities, business synergy in a renewable energy context, which is there for India and our way to achieve too, and how much synergy can really bring into the area of renewable energy, green energy, and a lot more possibilities for us. So, Mr. Kravik, I'm delighted to invite you. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone in the attendance and my Thank you to my co-panelists also for being here. I'm honored to be here to discuss renewable energy and how we can foster partnerships between various communities, both in Norway and the Nordic countries and the Baltic states with our Indian counterparts. And I think for us going forward, the key word is opportunity. Norway and the Nordic countries and the Baltic states are all leaders in renewable energies. We have governments committed to a sustainable future based on greener technology, renewable technologies. And we also have companies who are incentivized by the infrastructure that we have established, but also who are themselves incentivized to be effective in order to transition into a greener economy. And I think Norway and India and our counterparts here at the panel are very well situated in order to bring about this transition, which we all, I think, recognize is critical in order to move towards a more sustainable future. Prime Minister Modi has been, I think, indicate or signaling at several junctures that he's very interested in learning more about the know-how and the expertise and the experiences that we have in Norway in terms of our approach to renewable energy and what approaches we take, what technologies we use, and how we can try to especially foster partnerships between the public sector and the private sector in order to find solutions that are sustainable. I think one of the starting points that we should recognize is that it's critical to have high ambitions in terms of reducing our carbon footprint. I think we're all committed, all our countries are committed to adhering to our obligations under the Paris Agreement and ensuring that we don't go beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius. And that's paramount in order to have a sustainable future. And for us, it's also vital to recognize that for the Paris Agreement to be implemented, states need to do their part also nationally in order to implement these objectives. And we have been clear in Norway that we will cut our climate emissions by 55% before 2030, and we're committed to being climate neutral by 2050. And I think that tracks the objectives of all the Nordic states and the Baltic states and also India, which shows again that we're committed also politically in order to transition into a sustainable future based on energies which are conducive to a sustainable system. For us, our starting point was hydropower. And hydropower and green hydropower was essentially and still is essentially the most important domestic energy source. And Statkraft might be a company that you've heard about, which has been instrumental in our domestic system in terms of providing us with the necessary energy. And Statkraft is also now embedded, I think, into the Indian economy, which again showcases how some of the companies that we have been relying on in Norway can also play a major role in other jurisdictions and India in particular. As I said, we are trying to do our utmost in order to find that way forward, which provides us with sufficient energy while at the same time transitioning into a more sustainable system. So we have focused on a few areas where we have been adamant about making progress. And let me just go through some of them. I think the having a sustainable car park is vital. So the government has been adamant that cars should be electric going forward, and Norwegian cars now being bought new cars are 80% now electric vehicles. So we consider ourselves the EV capital of the world, which has been a relatively swift transition, but something that we're very committed to and we're sort of proud of. Again, given the fact that this has happened relatively fast. And also, when it comes to the marine sector, that's also vital. We have been able to electrify our ferries. At least we've started that process. We had one electric ferry or battery-driven ferry in 2015. Now we have 70 battery ferries in operation. That's also quite an accomplishment, and that's also something that we have been able to achieve on the basis of public-private partnerships and mobilizing the resources also of the private sector. Offshore wind is another area that we have really tried to prioritize, and that's sort of what we consider to be the next chapter as we transition into a greener economy. I think, again, in order for us to be partners, true partners of other countries, we need to engage, as I sort of alluded to already. Not only there needs to be government-to-government partnerships, but there also needs to be private-private partnerships, and there needs to be investments flowing from countries such as Norway to India. And we've been trying to facilitate that also through public investment. The Norwegian Investment Fund has invested $267 million in the Indian renewable energy sectors over the course of just the last few years, which is quite an accomplishment, I think. And also, this has fostered lots of interactions between not only government to government entities, but also between the private sectors. And we know that, and I was already alluding to this, but I think it's vital to acknowledge that your Prime Minister Modi, has set very ambitious goals for the Indian transition into a greener economy. He has said unequivocally that he wants to see 500 gigawatts of non-fossil energy capacity increased by 2030, which is very directional and sets sort of a very ambitious goal for India to strive towards. And again, that opens up opportunities for Norway in terms of facilitating that transition. So again, it showcases how governments are instrumental and vital in terms of setting objectives, and then we need to establish that incentive structure and the infrastructure necessary to achieve those objectives. I think also, and I sort of already alluded to this, but I think the private sector is key. And I'm glad to see that there are many Norwegian companies present here today at this conference, because again, there is just no way that we are going to succeed in terms of combating climate change, and in terms of transitioning into a more sustainable way of doing business without the private sector being fully engaged. So again, this issue and this notion of public-private partnership is key in order to be successful. And we have, as I alluded to, several companies here, Norwegian companies here present. Let me just give or mention some of them. We have Cambi here, working on sludge management and waste treatment. We have Yara, who produces fertilizers to help restore soils, cut emissions, and improve access to healthy foods. And we have GC Reber Compact, manufacturing preparedness food items used during relief operations and to treat malnutrition in children. And I've been discussing now public-public relationship and private-private cooperation, which are, I think, both key factors. But another entity, another sector that we also need to mobilize is the scientific community and the academic community. And I'm very glad to see that there is a delegation here from the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, which is focusing on sustainable ocean management. And it's a very strong scientific community in Norway, and it's been very instrumental in moving us forward when it comes to a bluer economy, a greener economy. And I'm glad to see that this scientific community is now also moving to the international stage and finding partners and creating partnerships also in other jurisdictions, and especially here in India, which I think also has a reciprocal strong community. So that's also, I think, something that could be vital in terms of moving us forward. So again, let me thank you for this opportunity. I think we have lots of potential for more cooperation, not only government to government cooperation, but also for cooperation between various companies and also between our scientific communities. So I'm looking forward to hearing my co-panelists share some of their experiences. And I'm very appreciative to you in the attendance for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for building on the context, setting and knowing us about what the Norway has done. And we all know the tremendous work the Norway has done, being a country with almost like 98% of electricity coming from renewable and 9 out of 10 cars on the roads being an EV. And you rightly said as EV capital. So there is a lot to learn and lot to exchange. And I vividly remember when this green hydrogen came and European Commission has come up with the delegated acts. So some of those requirements were entire electrolyzer and this temporal thing has to run from renewable energy. And we were really wondering, is there any country who can do that actually? And then the Norway was probably the only one because 98% of your energy comes, and that's a tremendous thing to do. So we're really proud of your achievements, and you rightly said, and we also understand because fighting climate change is no longer a matter of competition anymore, and it's a larger cooperation and collaboration between government to government, business to business, and people. Thank you for your insights. Will be very, very helpful for us. Now I'd like to invite Ms. Heli Antila. She has been doing a great work in bioenergy. And these are some of those areas because renewable and wind, we already have done so much. But in the context of our own energy transition, which is happening, I think these all things will play a really very important role as we gradually move towards these. So, and very fortunate that we have actually speakers here who are rare to find on these topics, and I'm sure these insights will be really enlightening one for us. So I invite her for sharing your experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much inviting me to this panel. Great to give you an example of the private sector, what we can do and what we can even achieve more. I'm representing a small biorefining technology company coming from Finland called Chempolis. And with our advanced technology, we can use different kind of biomass feedstock, typically considered as waste, like straws, bamboo or bagasse, for example. And we have a possibility to produce many different bio-based products, typically replacing fossil alternatives. They might be a bioethanol, pulp for textile applications, biochemicals, food or cosmetics, for example. And we target to use the feedstock with a very high material efficiency, targeting 90%. And we have actually our first project ongoing in India. So it's a first of a kind industrial scale biorefinery. And we collaborate there with Indian public sector utility Numerical Refinery Limited. We have established a joint venture with them. There is a NRL, then there is a Fortum, Finnish energy company, and then us, Chempolis. And we are building a biorefinery in northeast India, Assam, and it's actually by far the biggest international investment in that area. And in that plant, we are using bamboo as feedstock, and we are producing bioethanol and biochemicals. And the plan is that the plant will start operation around in a year. And what are the impacts of this plant when it is up and running? This plant can reduce CO2 emissions about 4 million tons. Then it's also contributing to the Indian ambitious ethanol target, so that our partner NRL will use the bioethanol and to use it as blending to the gasoline. And of course, for India, it means less imported oil. But what I'm especially proud is what is the impact to the local economy. In this plant, in this bamboo supply chain and shipping, it has impact to 30,000 people. And it's an income to this local economy of 20 million euros per year. So it's a huge local impact. And what I'm also proud is how we have built the feedstock supply chain. There's a digital tool that we pay everybody of their service what they are doing. So we are trying to avoid middlemen so that the most of the income comes to the farmers. And this project is now the starting point. And we have a new projects under development with power and oil industry PSUs. We have the partners in sugar industry, but we also collaborate a lot with on the product side. That those are in textile brands, in chemical industry, in addition to the oil industry. And we also have R&D collaboration, what takes place in India universities, whether they are in feedstock supply or whether they are in products. And actually, my background is in the electricity sector, but there was one specific reason why I wanted to join bioindustry, and it's actually here in Delhi. So just if you think a few weeks back in Delhi, we have had here a huge pollution. Air quality has been very lousy. Schools have been closed. People have healthy problems. And the reason for this peak time is that the rice paddy is burnt in the fields, causing a lot of pollution locally. But actually, what we can achieve and what we want to achieve together with our Indian partners is that now burning this rice straw in the fields, we are wasting a valuable feedstock. And I have here a few examples what we can produce of this rice straw. We can produce fabrics. We have done this. So this is made of wheat straw, but we can do that also from rice straw. What else we can do? We can use the lignin to produce a mulch paper. This is typically plastics, but we can put this on the agricultural fields, and this is biodegradable, bringing additional carbon to the soil at the same time. This is lignin. 99.999% globally, when you use lignin, you use it for energy or you just waste it. But we can do something very, very valuable. And perhaps last one, we have used it in cosmetics so that you can use lignin to produce UV blocker in cosmetics and replacing the unsustainable solutions. So we have so much opportunities together. India has a huge amount of possible feedstock for these processes. I have got a figure that 3 states around Delhi, they burn 50 million tons of agricultural waste every year. That would mean 100 of our biorefineries around Delhi. Now, if we would use the cellulose for pulp and textile applications, that amount would be over half of global cotton production nowadays. And this all we waste nowadays. So this is the reason I joined this industry, because I believe we can make a huge impact together, and we are looking the ways that how we can speed up the development. And we need partners to do that. We will do that together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Antila, and really bringing something very new in the context of energy transition. We are all delighted. There has been a fantastic opportunities in the areas of ethanol biorefineries and some more products for the textile. And I think there'll be more traction in terms of both countries and in companies to take this thing forward. And eventually, as I said, when it coming from larger macro, it is ultimately it's gonna be at an individual level if we really want to contribute, and eventually there has to be replacement of fossil fuels, whether through any option which is available. So I think your work is really phenomenal. Thank you so much for sharing your perspective. Now coming to Piyush, you have been there as a part of Indian renewable journey for a while. India has started 20 gigawatt of a Jawaharlal Nehru solar mission, and then larger context of first 100 gigawatt and then 500 gigawatt, which has been said by Honorable Prime Minister. And India has gone and tried to develop that ecosystem also. which includes not only when you develop large capacity of a renewable project, a solar project which required a tremendous amount of land. There has been a lot more evacuation readiness, which is to be there, similar time financing has to be there to support all of this. And renewable, both solar and wind being intermittent form of energy, when this humongous energy comes into the grid, it creates an issue for the grid as well. So I would like to know your perspective as to how you see this renewable transition happening forward, and also your perspective, especially in the context of what we have been doing so far in the country, and also constraint and some of your suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Prashant. Good afternoon, everyone, and very honored to be here. Thank you to CII for inviting me over. As Prashant was pointing out, in India's renewable energy journey so far, what we have seen is that capital has not been a problem, land has not been a problem, availability of transmission system has not been a problem. And that is what has led to, of our grid, which is about 425 gigawatts as of now, we are already at 27% in terms of installed capacity. So 116 gigawatts is solar plus wind. Now 27% is being absorbed by our grid, and we know that the rest of the composition of the grid comes largely from coal-based thermal plants. We have very limited gas-based generation in the country. So there's very limited flexibility on the grid side to be able to accommodate this energy. Now the question is, how is our grid still able to accommodate so much of intermittent renewable energy despite our grid not being so flexible? And the answer, which many people don't talk about, is the installed base of agriculture pumps. By various estimates, we have about 70 gigawatts of agricultural pump installed capacity in the country. These pumps do not require 24 hours of power supply. If you supply power to them for about 4 to 6 hours, that is enough to irrigate the field. Uh, I go back to about 2005, 2006, that time when there was not so much renewable energy in our grid. These pumps were supplied power at night time when most other consumers were not consuming power. Now, these pumps are being supplied power during peak day hours when the solar production is maximum. So that has been a sort of blessing in disguise for us, that these pumps have helped us to manage intermittent renewable energy absorption into the grid. But this is mostly exhausted now. If you look at each state, we cannot depend on rotating the hours of supply to pumps for being able to infuse further renewable energy into our grid. So that's the focus of my talk today, on how India can now, from this point forward, ensure that we are able to inject more and more renewable energy into our grid. We are at 116 gigawatts, and the target set up by government is 500 gigawatts by 2030, just 7 years away, which essentially means that a lot will have to be done on the grid side to be able to manage this sort of power flowing into the grid. There's not one answer. It has to be a mix of several things that will have to be done. What we are seeing right now in terms of how this power can be made more stable, the quickest answer probably that comes to any mind is storage. The different forms of storage, and the cheapest form today in India happens to be pumped hydro. Uh, Pumped hydro is good. It's a long-term solution. If you want extended hours of storage, pumped hydro is quite beneficial. What we don't know about pumped hydro is the scalability in the Indian context. How scalable is pumped hydro? It is a source that definitely needs to be encouraged, no doubt about it. But can we only depend on pumped hydro? The answer most likely is no. So then on storage, what is the other thing that we can do? The more conventional forms of storage, which are things like batteries, different chemistries of battery systems. Now, I can tell you that just about a year and a half or 2 years back, the cost of batteries, and without getting into the the cost of battery systems, etc., what they mean in terms of the end user, the 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 cost adder for battery. If you put power into a battery which costs say 3 rupees a kilowatt hour, by the time it would come out of the battery, the cost would be 16 rupees a kilowatt hour. So the battery cost adder a year and a half back was 13 rupees a kilowatt hour. And for those of us who are more aware of the Indian market and how cost sensitive it is, uh, this is a cost that cannot be absorbed in our markets. Fortunately, the way things have moved over the past 1.5 years and the supply chain issues have eased, today that number is down to about 9.5 rupees a kilowatt hour. But even that is expensive. And that is more expensive than pumped hydro for sure. So on battery, which can actually turn out to be a very scalable solution for India, how do I see the future? So, if I were to just look at say 2 to 3 years down the line, we can see about 15 to 20% of battery costs getting shaved off on the cell side, basically lithium carbonate and the raw materials, the way their cost curves are projected to come down. So about 15 to 20% coming in from there. And if we are able to make more in India, and I'm not talking about cells, those are not low hanging fruits, but the lower hanging fruits, which is, the cell to module conversion, containers, other BOS items. If we are able to do that, then between duties and the logistics cost mostly, we will be able to shave off another 10 to 15%, which means 2 to 3 years down the line, we can look at a battery cost which is about 30% lower than what it is today. So this 9.5 in that context goes down to about 6.5 to 7 rupees. Is that something that can be absorbed by Indian grid? The answer is partly yes. Who can absorb that cost? Today we are looking at the commercial and industrial segment, which is absorbing renewable energy in a very big way. Just a couple of years back, for this segment, commercial and industrial, renewable energy was just about a small percentage of their power, shifting from the distribution company to an independent power provider to shave off some cost of their total mix. That is not the case anymore. Under pressure to reduce their carbon footprint, they are now talking about round the clock renewable energy supply, which is very difficult to provide without having any form of battery. What the industry is doing today is, in the name of round the clock, what is being supplied is high CUF power, which is essentially a blend of solar and wind. You oversize both and then you supply that power. You will have some surpluses that you will feed into the merchant markets. And that's how, instead of a 20-25% CUF, you can supply them 65 to 70% CUF. But that doesn't solve their problem completely, because as we have seen in the recent past, European Union is talking about carbon markets, and Indian developers, and especially some Indian industries. If I look at, for instance, iron and steel, aluminium, and chemicals, these three industries alone, they account for 15% of India's exports to the European region. So they are very keen on how we can actually switch to something which is 100% renewable, not just high CUF. Now, if I look at the cost adder I was talking about, 6.5 to 7 rupees a kilowatt hour, and I say to be able to provide round the clock about 25% of my power will have to flow through batteries, 75% can flow directly. Then this translates into a landed cost of less than 6 rupees a kilowatt hour for these customer segments, which is cheaper than what they are getting from their distribution companies. So if we are able to hit that number, then we know that there is this segment which will be able to absorb that battery cost. And that is probably what will get the battery industry garnering volumes in India. But are batteries solution the only solution for the rest of the India? that part of India which probably does not have the appetite to absorb this kind of cost, we'll have to look at a multi-pronged approach. In my view, what else we can do? One of the promising answers, probably what we have seen in the case of agri pumps, is to focus more on demand side management. And that is where another silent transition, and when I say another silent transition, the first transition I'm talking about is the LED transition. We did not realize when over a couple of years we switched from incandescent lighting to LED lighting, and how that has really helped India in managing its power requirement. Another similar silent transformation is undergoing as we speak, which is installation of smart meters. Every distribution company in India is right now in the process of releasing big tenders for installing smart meters. And these smart meters give us the flexibility to have time of day tariffs. When you have a large base of smart meters in the country, then you can roll out these kind of tariffs. And that is when you can start encouraging people, start motivating people to start consuming during sunny hours when our generation is maximum. Because at an India level, if you look at our peak, it is a morning peak, 7 to 9 in the morning, and then about 6 to 10 in the evening, 6 to 9 roughly. Those are our two peaks, not met by solar. So that is one thing that can be done. That is one low-hanging fruit. What else can be done? We have merchant markets which are able to absorb surpluses and which are able to supply to different set of customers. Now, those customers who are able to manage their power demand, we just heard Norway has 80% electric vehicles. India has also started adopting electric vehicles, and these vehicles are something where you have the flexibility to charge. So when you have cheap power, you can actually contract from the exchange, the power exchange, to buy that power. Sure. I'll conclude quickly. So that is the other source, which is the exchanges. The third is ancillary markets. We don't have a very flexible grid, but if we can bring strong ancillary markets, that helps in absorbing this. And fourth, I would say is we should explore more of inter-country transmission grids, supplying to our neighbors. And this is where I think we have a lot of lessons to draw from the Nordic and Baltic countries. When I talk about an inter-country market, this is what those countries have already done. When I talked about pumped hydro, this is already operating there. When I talk about deeper power exchanges, this is also something which is operating in those markets. So in summary, I think there is a problem that we'll need to solve, but there is a lot that we stand to benefit through mutual collaboration. So thank you.
Thank you, Piyush. Sorry for interruption because I think Minister has to run. I think he has got some engagement. We understand. So thank you, sir, for your time, inputs, and we really look forward to it. So we continue, and we have a last input, which is very important input on the subject. Yeah. So we hold it for a while. Let's have a photograph clicked, and yeah. So you all, you want us all to stand up? Thank you, sir. Thank you. It was a delight to have you on the panel, and yeah. So I think last a few minutes, I'd like to have Mr. Ister to talk about geothermal, which is again a very important facet. And after that, we sum up and conclude the session. So Mr. Ister, please.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here in this panel and with you here today to talk about how the Baltic and the Nordic countries can work with India on their renewable energy projects and sustainable energy projects. To be able to do that, or tell you how Iceland can partake in such endeavor, I would like to tell you a little bit about how we do it in Iceland. Basically now we are, when it comes to power generation, we are 100% renewable. We have about 75% of our need is through hydro and the rest through geothermal. I'm especially going to talk about the geothermal because I know that in India you have a lot of hydro. But you also do have quite a lot of geothermal potential in India. So that I think that this is where we can come into play and help or assist you in or co-develop geothermal here in India. But in Iceland, as I said, we have a lot of geothermal. We do have 6 power plants generating power 750 megawatts or in excess of 750 megawatts in 6 power plants. And we also do a lot of low temperature utilization. Of course, Iceland is a cold country where we do need house heating all year around. And at this moment, we are heating 90% of our houses with geothermal, which we call a direct use. But we also do it as a part of the power generation where we have excess heat that we use for all kinds of direct use applications. Well, I would have to go back to the Viking Age to describe what we have been doing in geothermal, but I'm not going to go back there. Just start when we systematically began with utilizing geothermal. That was in the 1940s, roughly, when we started heating houses in the capital, in Reykjavik. And later on, we built power plants, the first one in 1969. And in the 1970s and 1980s, there was a lot of input on increasing that kind of power production, mainly due to the high prices of oil. So we decided to go that way to utilize our resources or local resources rather than importing hydrocarbons. So now the situation is such, as I mentioned earlier, we are 100% renewable when it comes to power production. We heat 90% of our houses with geothermal. We are also in a process of electrifying our fishing fleet, even the cars and even the transport sector. But we are taking the first step there. So this by thinking global and acting local, this is how we think we can help in going forward for the benefits of the earth. So power production, now I'm going to get a little bit technical. Power production in Iceland through geothermal is done in basically through flash technology, which requires high temperatures. But we also have what we call binary systems where we are using lower temperatures or intermediate temperatures, and then of course all the applications for the low temperature. Basically, here in India, you have quite a lot of renewable or geothermal resources, which have been not studied very much. However, you have more than 300 sites, I think 340 according to GSI. Most of them are low, some of them are intermediate temperature, and maybe a couple or a few high temperature. So basically what India can do when it comes to utilizing geothermal is to enhance or make incentives for companies to utilize and develop these resources. Because not only is it a question of maybe power production, but also it's a question about all kinds of direct use applications. And such applications would include not house heating, but house cooling. House heating may be in the colder regions of India, in the Himalayas. This would also include greenhouse growing, even in warm countries. It's important to have stable conditions for greenhouse growing. So, for example, in Kenya, they have greenhouses where they grow roses and export to Europe. And by doing this kind of greenhouses, they make stable conditions and they get rid of pests and things like that. So it's much more effective. Also, bathing and swimming, I know that is quite a culture in India, as well as washing. This is a huge tourist attraction, for example, in Iceland, the Blue Lagoon, even though it's closed at the moment due to other reasons. I'll not go into that. But, well, now everybody is curious, maybe I have to tell, but since we are a volcanic island, there is an imminent volcanic outbreak close to the Blue Lagoon, so we have to close it until it passes. But anyway, there is also like fish farming on land, where we are using the excess hot water to grow fish, which normally would not live in Iceland. But Mediterranean fish and all kinds of different species and algae that we can use the temperature directly or the heat directly. I'm not saying that utilizing geothermal in India is going to solve all your problems, but it works very well with other renewable energy sources. Basically, because it is a baseload power and heat, which means that it doesn't matter if it's sunny, night or day, cold, hot or whatever, it will produce no matter what. So it's baseload, it's there all the time. It's much more environmentally friendly than hydrocarbons, using hydrocarbons for power or for heating. And if it is managed sustainably and well, it can be there for you for centuries. And of course, using the cascaded use or doing the cascading use, where you start with the highest temperatures, using that for possibly power production, and then the excess heat for all kinds of other applications, all the way down to ambient temperatures, basically. So at the moment, we are also working, that is Iceland Geosurvey, or ISOR, which is a government entity, is working here with companies which are taking the first steps in geothermal development in areas here in India. And I'm very happy to be a part of that, for my company to be a part of that. I think this is the way forward as one of the very important parts of your future energy mix, renewable energy mix. And I sincerely hope that this will be successful, and you will be in a position where we are now, where we can have our power and energy produced by renewable sources. Coming here to Delhi, I feel, and I agree with you, it's imminent to do something with the air pollution or the air quality here in Iceland. In 1930s, 20s, 30s, we were using coal for house heating, and we had a lot of smoke. If I had a presentation now, I would show you a very nice picture from 1932. Well, that one is not nice. It's very smoky. And another picture from 2020, where you can not see any air pollution. And this is mainly due to utilization of geothermal energy for house heating. So thank you very much. And I would be happy to talk with anyone who want to discuss these things with you, how we can assist in your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rister. Thank you for great insight into geothermal. So that brings us to the end, and I'm thankful to each one of you for your great insights and also keeping the session within the time. We had about an hour time. So just to conclude, I think here is a block, Nordic Baltic block with about 8 countries with $2 trillion of economy, one of the highest GDP per capita, one of the highest SDI indicators, at the same time, very high on their sustained agenda for renewable energy. And each of them, whether you take example of Norway, which I've just talked about, 90% of energy coming from renewable, or you talk about Finland, which is almost like great in terms of setting a net zero transition for 2035, or any of those countries which are important. For example, Denmark, which is designing an artificial island to set up wind turbines of such a magnitude which can take care of electricity of entire country. I think these are some of the very humongous endeavors which are important for us. And probably Sweden, which is probably first in the world to introduce carbon pricing, and they have the highest carbon pricing in the world. So these are all enormous areas of collaboration for us to learn. We almost have a lot more in terms of our geographies, in terms of our heritage, and in terms of our vision and plan to mitigate the climate change. So while we conclude this, so as to prepare you for the next session, we come out of this lot more of a technical jargon, and just let me tell you a very small story of 2 minutes and prepare you for the. You want to ask question? Yes, I'll give you a time. Yeah, just give me 2 minutes, right? So very small story in that context, and I'll open the floor for 2 or 3 questions also. So here was this child who used to get scolded by his teacher all the time. So he said he was thinking that why my teacher is scolding me all the time, and probably if I am wrong, that let me prove my teacher wrong. So one day he got hold of a butterfly, so he keep the butterfly in his hand and he goes to the teacher, and he thought that I'll ask my teacher whether the butterfly is alive or dead. So if my teacher says butterfly is alive, I'll crush it. My teacher will be proved wrong. And if he says it is dead, I'll let it fly. With this intention, he get hold of a butterfly, goes to his teacher and asks, hey teacher, tell me whether this butterfly is alive or dead. And teacher says, it's your choice. And that's where we are. That's where the humanity is today. It's no longer a matter of any competition. We need a lot more collaboration. So thank you, my panelists. And there are a couple of questions. If you want, we can quickly take not more than 2 questions now. We're just almost at the end of a session. Please. And please do address who you want to ask question to.
Yeah, my name is Elen Bhola. I have a question, Ms. Haley Antila. The one thing I want to know, how do you calculate the cost of waste in European benchmark per ton basis? One, and second is you do it technology transfer basis or joint venture in India operation. Third is in biochemical, what are those chemicals?
I think it was about the technology transfer, how we do that. Was that the, yeah. So we, in this case, we have licensed our technology to the joint venture who is then constructing the biorefinery. So this is our
100% transfer, or you have a joint stake on that?
Excuse me?
Do you transfer the technology 100% basis, or you have a stake in the technology?
It's a license for that biorefinery.
How many years?
Yes.
How many years?
For the operation life, of course, the whole operation.
How many years?
So I think we'll just
anyway.
After the session you can have all the conversation.
No problem. I think I just conclude this thing. What is the benchmark of waste cost in Europe, in your country?
Excuse me?
The cost of waste when you take the operation of biorefinery, do you take a cost for the waste or not?
Cost of
feedstock. Cost
feedstock. In this case, it's a bamboo is feedstock in the first plant.
How much you take the benchmark?
300 kilotons.
See, we'll discuss all those things, and I'll also have a conversation with you on the cost, and she has already said it's a licensing technology. So we'll discuss. Any other question at this point of time you ask? Otherwise, we can meet on the site for tea and otherwise, right? Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time, for the great conversation. Thank you for your patience hearing. And over to you, CII. Thank you.
Friends, thank you for your patient listening. We are setting up stage for our next session now, which is collaboration for new technologies, transition together to Industry 5.0. So kindly be seated. The stage is being set and the speakers are on the way. Please. Friends, yet another interesting session on collaboration for new technologies, transitioning together to Industry 5.0. We have our panelists with us here on the stage now. I would like to invite the session chair, Mr. Pranjal Sharma, economic analyst, advisor, and author. His latest book, The Next New, Navigating the Fifth Industrial Revolution, published by HarperCollins, is the first in the world to chronicle the impact of the fifth industrial revolution while quantifying the magnitude of revenue shifts globally. Over to you, Mr. Sharma.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. We are going to discuss about the new phase of industrial revolution. Many of us have heard about the fourth industrial revolution, but we are going to be talking about the fifth industrial revolution. May I request everybody to settle down, please? I see some people moving around. Can I request the organizers to sit down and settle down? And please close the door so that we can begin the session. Thank you. So the fifth industrial revolution is not about the fact that fourth has ended. It is actually the evolution of a new phase of industrial revolution. And as was introduced, my new book is really about this, and it's about the fact that technology, sustainability, and social impact are the big shifts which are driving fifth industrial revolution. I will not go much longer on this. I think we have a great panel to listen to some ideas and experiences. So I'm going to begin by requesting our special guest of honor, His Excellency Mr. Meilunas. He's the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Lithuania, to make an address for us. Excellency, over to you.
Good afternoon, dear participants of this forum, Mr. Sharma, dear colleagues. It's really a great honor to attend the second Nordic Baltic India business conclave today. And Mr. Sharma, thank you for this wonderful present. What I need maybe after the session, your autograph.
Thank you.
On this book. It's also a great opportunity for me to introduce my country in the context of industrial revolution, new technologies. But first of all, I would like to share some views why India is so important as a partner for us, for Lithuania, for other Nordic Baltic states. So first of all, I would like to emphasize that EU economic security strategy emphasizes cooperation with like-minded countries, enhancing partnerships with like-minded countries. India is no doubt is like-minded country sharing the same values as Nordic Baltic countries. Secondly, potential for robust economic cooperation, it's no doubt immense, both bilaterally and regionally. Lithuania, and I believe other Nordic Baltic countries, actively supports EU initiatives regarding the strengthening EU-Indian relations. And moreover, India's influential role in the Indo-Pacific region significantly shapes the political and economic landscapes. I am glad to inform you that a few months ago in July, Lithuania approved its first ever national Indo-Pacific strategy. At bilateral level, taking this opportunity, I am pleased to announce that Lithuanian and Indian relations are progressing positively across all sectors. We are very grateful for India's government decision to open Embassy of India in Lithuania, but looking to very near future, we would like to bolster our collaboration in the field of new technologies. And in this regard, ladies and gentlemen, you might ask, Lithuania is small, maybe I should say relatively small country, just of 3 million population, what this small country can offer to India. In addition to that, I would like to emphasize that we regained independence just 32 years ago. And first of all, as other Baltic states, Estonia and Latvia, we had to undergo difficult process of economic transformation, which, by the way, was very successful. So, small country of 3 million population, in order to be competitive, to deal with bigger countries, first of all, have to be smart. Our country's government, some 15 years ago, made, I believe, very strategic decision on prioritization of smart specialization. What does it mean, smart specialization, in case of Lithuania. There are three specific areas. First of all, health technologies, biotechnologies, and safe food. This is one. Second, new production processes and materials, including photonic and laser technologies and smart energy solutions. And last but not least, the third one, ICT technologies, including artificial intelligence, big data, IoT, Internet for Things, cybersecurity, and fintech. And it's essential to highlight that this year we added a very important sector to this list, namely semiconductors. In cooperation with our Taiwanese partners, in January this year, we made a decision to develop semiconductors industry in Lithuania. Now, very briefly about our position, our achievements in all these three areas of smart specialization. Life sciences. We already established Lithuania as a regional hub for life sciences. Right now, this sector produces more than 2% of our national GDP, which is above EU average. And we have very ambitious, but very, please believe me, very realistic plan to achieve 5% of GDP by 2030. Sector of biotechnologies alone, growth is really remarkable, approximately 20% every year. That is a result of biotechnology sector development last 10 years. Now speaking about new production processes and materials, specifically about lasers. So small Lithuania, I am very proud to tell you that is a global leader among the producers of scientific lasers. 1 of every 10 lasers, scientific lasers used globally, is being manufactured in Lithuania. Moreover, Lithuanian ultra-short pulse lasers constitute an absolute majority around the globe. In case of femto or picosecond lasers, we produce more than 90% of global production. And that also interesting statistic that our lasers are employed by 95 out of the top 100 universities globally. Lithuania also has solidified its position as among leaders, global leaders in digital domain. Lithuanian companies excel in providing services and expertise in the development of national e-government, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and other capabilities, including IoT, smart city solutions. Speaking about global indexes, Lithuania ranks as 6th country globally in the International Telecommunication Union Global Cybersecurity Index and number 8 in the World Bank Index for Digital Transformation. Just one example from Lithuania's national experience. Over 90% of public services in Lithuania are available online. In this regard, I would like to present few examples of our collaboration with India. Lithuanian company Neurotechnology stands as one of the 3 biometric service providers chosen by the Unique Identification Authority of India for the Aadhaar program, the world's largest biometric ID system. Lithuanian artificial intelligence solutions are used in this program for the issuance of unique identification numbers to all Indian citizens. These solutions, utilizing deep learning, facilitate duplicate checking and authentications through fingerprint, face, and iris biometrics on India's extensive database of over 1 million people. Second example, I mentioned about Internet of Things. So just this year, Lithuanian company Teltonika started producing the first multifunctional smart wristband for medical purposes. This device records electrocardiograms, detects arrhythmias, and enables remote analysis by physician. This product now is in the process of certification here in India, and I just came from grand opening ceremony of the third office of this company, Lithuanian company Teltonika in India, actually in Noida city, and I learned that, for example, in the sector of telematics, this Lithuania company is #1 in India. These are just a few examples of our cooperation in the field of advanced technologies, and definitely we would like to deepen our collaboration in these fields. Yesterday I had comprehensive discussions with colleagues in Indian government. We would like also, I mentioned about Lithuania's laser sector, so that could be one new area for collaboration, specifically with Indian universities. Cybersecurity. I am happy that together with me and diplomats from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, some representatives of ICT sector of Lithuania also participate in this forum, namely President Chairman of Lithuania's ICT association and representatives of company Columbus, which is professional dealing with cybersecurity issues. And last but not least, to foster connections among companies, investors, and various stakeholders, taking this opportunity, I would like to extend an invitation to Indian business people and government representatives to join us at some international events hosted in Lithuania. I would like to announce a few of them. First of all, Balt Technica, that is an exhibition of technologies, innovations, and engineering solutions. It will be held in May 2024. Annual Innovation Conference, Log In, May 2024. Startup Fair in Autumn 2024, and our Life Sciences Baltics Forum and Fair, which will be held in September 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, concluding my remarks, I would like just to share our vision on our future cooperation with India, which started more than 400 years ago. In 2025, we will celebrate the first documented arrival of Lithuanian people to India. So it will be a great celebration together with our Indian friends. Lithuanian language is linguistically very close to Sanskrit. So now we would like to expand this linguistic, historic, friendly cooperation to a strategic technological partnership with India. And I am more than sure that it will be a very successful cooperation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Excellency, thank you for those thoughts. You know, Lithuania is already so involved, and I think I remember Excellency Ambassador of Lithuania's interview recently when she spoke about Sanskrit and India being so well, Lithuanian and Sanskrit language being so well connected. But from a very scientific language like Sanskrit to biometrics and the connection with artificial intelligence, I think that's a wonderful connection that we have, and there is a lot of scope to deepen it. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. I'd like to now invite Mr. John Jensen, Deputy Director General, COO, Danish Patent and Trademark Office, to share some of his thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and may I also say fellow collaboration and innovation partners. I think we all share that interest in the room here today. I'm very happy to be here to address cooperation for new technologies. And why is that? I and we firmly believe that cooperation on technology innovation will be necessary, not only to migrate into Industry 5.0, but also to solve the climate crisis with the new technologies, we see an huge challenges mounting ahead of us. So also based on that reason, we believe that innovation is very important. And when I say we, I think as a representative from the Danish government agency for patents and trademark, and I believe also I'm speaking on behalf of the global IP community. I would like to take this opportunity to explain why intellectual property is such an important element when it comes to innovation and technology cooperation. It will not be a long lecture given the time here, but just a few important points, which I think is important to share. Also, very short on how the IP system actually, if proper analyzed, can be used as a tool to identify mutual areas for technology strengths and expertise between our countries, and also to identify potential collaboration partners, which might be relevant for many of us in the room here today. First of all, shortly, if we look at IPR, intellectual property rights, such as patents, it's an encouragement for research and innovation. It allows inventors and investors to profit from their technology and so to prosper from their inventiveness and investments. But also we see it, and we see that in very many cases, also with companies we talk about globally, that patents are a prerequisite for collaboration on and transfer of new technologies. You need to be able to share knowledge without risking losing your rights. And without sharing knowledge, there will be no collaboration. Finally, also on that note, we see synergies from multiple studies in Europe. We can see that startup companies using patented technologies generate far more value than startups in general. So basing your innovation and your business model on strong IP rights is huge value creating. Now a few words on some of the analysis I mentioned. As a part of our strong collaboration between India and Denmark, we have analyzed all Indian patents application from Indian and Danish companies within green technologies for the last 10 years, that is from 2012 to 2022. We have seen more than 36,000 patent applications, and they have been analyzed. We try to look for new green technologies, future collaboration partners, and where we see some common interests. And actually, we see quite clear pictures that mutual areas of strengths and expertise has been identified within several different technology clusters. The clusters clearly between India and Denmark is wind energy, pollution control, biofuels, and power supply systems. The analysis also shows where potential cooperation partners can be found between our countries. If we look at all these figures and numbers from 36,000 patent applications within green technologies, we can actually see that most active Danish patent applicants in India are the large private companies in Denmark. But on the other hand, if we look at the most active applicants in India, it tends to be universities and research institutions, which is quite interesting. So a lot of research is actually going on in India in these institutions. So to make it short and in conclusion, a strong focus on your core IPR is key to success in technology innovation and cooperation. This is also why we from the Danish Patent and Trademark Office work closely with DPI-IT, the Indian Patent Office, and other partners in India to pave the way for a mutual beneficial and effective IP system in both our countries. Also, based on these analysis of technology, we suggest focusing on cooperation on technology clusters where mutual strengths and capacity can be obtained, not only within green technologies, as mentioned here in our analysis, but also in Industry 5.0 point-related technologies. We are sure that if interested, it will be possible also to to make the same kind of analysis and find the specific technologies between your countries and the Nordic Baltic countries where you will get the most momentum and interest. And finally, I strongly suggest Nordic and Baltic companies to seek partnerships with Indian universities and research institutions. We see a huge innovation is ongoing in this sector, and we really believe in public-private collaboration for innovation on new technologies. I think finally just thanking for being here again and giving me the opportunity to speak. I will make it short and stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. India and Denmark have a long history, especially in hydropower, as you know, and that is very interesting because today renewables and such green energy sources are more critical than ever. So I think we have to celebrate this partnership. On intellectual property, I feel that there are so many new elements of creation of intellectual property in the era of artificial intelligence that a collaboration here would be mutually beneficial for both the regions. So thank you for sharing your thoughts. I'd like to now invite Mr. Snebourn Jacobson, CEO of STIR from Faroe Islands, for your remarks, sir.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this panel discussion on collaboration for new technologies. I'm here to share with you some thoughts on how to view Industry 5.0 and that we should all be having an ongoing conversation in a spirit of collaboration on the opportunities and risks brought about by rapid technological change in our age. For context, my name is Snebourn Jacobson, and I am the CEO and founder of STIR, an IT company in the Faroe Islands. We are specialized in implementing and servicing ERP systems in the Nordics using Microsoft Dynamics and Power Platforms. When it comes to rolling out some of the most transformative technologies, from cloud computing through to artificial intelligence, we are in the front row seat of the current changes in the tech and organizations. So, back to the topic at hand. What is Industry 5.0? In the interest of laying a clear framework for our discussion so that we are all on the same page, I'm going to briefly rehash the first four industrial revolutions. The first, or Industry 1.0, is widely accepted to date back to the 1700s with the invention and adoption of the steam engine. Then Industry Industry 2.0 was all about harnessing electricity in the late 1800s. Industry 3.0 came about around 1970 when we got the rollout of semiconductors and computing. At the turn of the millennium, and certainly ever since, we have been in a fourth industrial revolution, or Industry 4.0, which is mainly characterized by widespread connectivity through the internet, as well as a host of complementary technologies. These industrial revolutions have enabled unprecedented levels of connectivity, optimization, and innovation, but they have also created challenges and risks such as cyber attacks, data privacy issues, digital divide, environmental impact, and ethical dilemmas. Industry 5.0 is pitched as a potential solution to these challenges. The term itself is from 2015, when logistics pundit Michael Rada based his idea around the reduction of waste in manufacturing and the recognition of virtual technologies impacting the working world. According to the European Union, Industry 5.0 is a vision of industry that aims beyond efficiency and productivity as the sole goals and reinforces the role and the contribution of industry to society. So, conceptually, Industry 5.0 seems to be more a vision of how we adapt to technological change. This contrasts with the link between a specific technology and the subsequent transformation of industry as expressed in Industries 1, 2, 3, and 4. Where does this leave us in our discussion of Industry 5.0? I would venture to say that the jury is still out on what specific technological innovation will be attributed to the fifth industrial wave, even though artificial intelligence seems a strong contender from where I am standing today. In a way, this boils down to semantics. To me, the value of discussing Industry 5.0 is that it focuses our attention on the present-day technological transformations and facilitates a discussion of how we would like to use them to further human flourishing while mitigating the inevitable risks. 2 weeks ago, I attended a partner-led conference in Lyon, in France, where Microsoft was the main sponsor. Their approach to incorporate artificial intelligence in all their well-known products, like Microsoft Office, is in accordance with the vision of Industry 5.0. The name itself, Copilot, seems to embrace the spirit of cooperation between humans and software. The software is here to assist the human user in close cooperation. But it's you, the human, who is in the driver's seat and is making the final decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. I think this human technology interface is going to be very definitive for our future, and making sure that we have a strong and healthy relationship with technology. I think that is the challenge ahead for us. You also talked about risks, but that brings me to our next speaker. I'm going to invite Ms. Edda Ragnarsdottir to speak about her company as well. And if we look at the new phase of industrial revolution, sustainable production habits are absolutely at the core of it. Social impact and sustainable processes. And to that extent, your company, which does carbon capture and storage, I think that's absolutely critical. And we'd love to hear from you about the initiatives you've been taking.
Thank you very much. I would like to start to thank CII for inviting us to be here today and for this absolutely fantastic event. It's been a pleasure to participate, so thank you so much for that. Also, I would like to really appreciate the Indian culture and the people that I have met since I came here. It's my first time, and I am already trying to think how I can top the achievements of my dear Indian friend Prasoon, who is here in the room. He's been in Iceland 21 times, so let me see how I can be in India 22 times at least. Well, I'm very happy that after I have listened to the speakers here today, it's clear that we all agree that advancing economy is based on implementing new technology. And to give you some background, the company I work for, Carbfix, is exactly that, new technology. We have a technology that dates back to the year 2012, but 5 years before, some scientists had the crazy question, could we turn CO2 into stone? Then in 2012, they injected CO2 mixed with water into basaltic rocks in Iceland, where it mineralized within 2 years and had proven that the technology works. We had turned CO2 into stone. So our technology is a part of the carbon capture and storage value chain. We mineralize the CO2. why are we here in India, and why is it such an important partner to us? What we need to use our technology is basaltic rock, water, and CO2. Even though we are demonstrating our technology in Iceland, we want to go global, and our main goal is to fight climate change. And that means we need to be everywhere we can. And in India, you have absolutely fantastic basaltic rocks. It's called, I think I pronounce it quite correctly, the Deccan Trap. And we are very interested in developing our technology because the underground there is such a feasible spot to use the Carbfix technology. We also need CO2, and we have a lot of CO2 in the world and in India as well, and we need water. So the good news is that we at Carbfix have been developing our technology further, and we are injecting CO2 together with seawater, which is a project in a collaboration with the Swiss government back in Iceland. So if we can use seawater, I think we all know that the opportunities become a bit more. So we are creating new industry. And it's not only a tool in the fight against climate change, as I have mentioned is our main goal, but by utilizing the Carbfix technology in India, we will contribute to India becoming developed nation in 2047, while both addressing sustainability and climate change. So if we can utilize the Carbfix technology through partnerships, we can contribute to India's goals. And I think that's that would be a win-win both for Carbfix and for India. We will not reach our goals without partners. We have met a lot of interesting people here in India while we have had meetings with businesses, governments, and we are it's extremely important for us to educate people about our technology. Our technology is 100% natural. It's what Mother Nature already is doing to get rid of CO2. We have just found a way to accelerate that process. So again, thank you for welcoming us at Carbfix to this event. I hope we will continue in a good collaboration. We are really open to dialogue, meetings, and educate anyone who wants to know more about what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And since we are short of time, I really appreciate your brief remarks. We'll have to end at 5. So let me quickly request our last 2 speakers to have a quick intervention from them. I'll request Mr. Eric Sivertsen to share a little bit of your thoughts. You're the project manager, small satellites from Norway.
No, we have so. Thank you. Thank you for the sound, and thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to speak to you all today. We are on a tight schedule, so I should try to be brief in my comments. Just starting by saying, like my colleague Ms. Siri Carson said earlier today, we are here from the Norwegian University of Technology and Science to continue to develop our cooperation with Indian counterparts. And as Mr. Jensen mentioned earlier here, of course, this for a university is all about sharing knowledge and sharing projects. So we will be looking into opportunities to deepen and broaden our cooperation in areas and technologies like space technology. It's about autonomy, it's about robotics, it's about artificial intelligence, it's about machine learning and similar technologies. I will try to relate this into the discussion about the Industrial Revolution 5.0 by giving an example of what kind of technologies are we using and how are we using it. As Ms. Carson mentioned earlier today in her speech, we have developed the concept what we call the observational pyramid. That's about how can we use autonomous platforms in all domains, that being from seabed to outer space, also drones underwater, autonomous surface vehicles, flying drones, and also now small satellites as sensor carrying platform to observe both biological phenomena or, for that sake, human activity, and try to fuse these data together. That gives us opportunities we never have had before. And we also see that this kind of technology, when we are combining the very, very rapid technology development in several areas together, we get a new kind of organization. We are now moving from just having autonomous platforms with carrying sensor into robotic organizations. We'll have autonomous robotics, robots in different domains, not only observers, but also manipulating the environment they are operating in. And this raises some very interesting questions. What about the human machine interface? What are the organization or the robots themselves going to decide? What should the humans do? Is this a threat to the humans' opportunities? We have some biologists which are very scared of what is happening with what I have been doing for the last decades. And we have others which are looking into what kind of new opportunities will this give, observing the seabed, for an example, or what kind of observation could we do from space, which haven't been possible earlier. But I will end this by saying new technology is no longer necessarily the driver behind development. I think what is the basic or the most important characteristics by the idea behind Industrial Revolution 5.0 is that it's driven about the human, the human-centric approach, looking into what kind of society impact will this technology could have, what kind of new opportunities and solutions for humans can we have. But I'm very concerned that if you don't get to frame it in a good way, the very, very rapid development will keep running away, and that the gaps between the poorest and the richest will continue to increase in the years to come. That will be a political discussion, but we have to get in the front seat of that development. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sivertsen. You made a very important point about human impact and social impact, and I'm going to request our next speaker to refer to it. But I think it's also well recognized that India's space sector is now open for private participation with a very big shift in policy. So there will be a lot of opportunities for global companies to collaborate with India. I'm now going to request Dr. P.N.S. Narasimham, President and Head of Corporate Functions at CII, to give his address, but specifically on talent. You know, Mr. Sivertsen spoke about humans' impact, but I know that you would like to speak a little about the importance of talent in the era of Fifth Industrial Revolution.
Thank you. Thank you, Praju. Thank you for the opportunity. I think many of the panel members brought in some very interesting perspectives underpinning their experiences of India. So let me try and give you the reverse side. So I represent a company, Scient, which you also see on the sponsor board behind, an engineering services company, 32 years old, about 16,000 people, and in 22 countries. And in our history of growth, we have about 20 odd acquisitions. The last one of them was based out of Finland, and about 800 engineers across the Nordics. Our average tenure for integrating any acquisition has been anywhere between 1.5 years to 3 years. Our last acquisition, which is also our largest, took us 9 months. Okay, and it is a lot of textbooks will tell you about culture, synergy, strategies. So I want to call out 2 things that worked in our favor, and for any of you from this country who are looking to do partnerships in the Nordics, our experience stands out in a very, very pleasant manner. It was all right. It was all about culture. It was about the differences in language and we were all cautioned about it. But the beautiful thing is the willingness to kind of work on technological solutions in a very progressive manner, and in a way that it affected the customers and the community at large, that made these integrations very, very easy. It was the language of technology, and it was the language of technological solutions that I think made this integration very easy. Okay? And I wanted to kind of start with that, and then also kind of make a comments on how we as a private enterprise looking for global partnerships look at the 5.0 and the path towards it. I think the transition goes a little beyond technology adoption, and it's an evolution, as many of us know, and we heard earlier in the day that it is connected, collaborative, and it has intelligent ecosystems. But what is more important is also the collaboration between the humans and the machines. And we must remember that at some places the technology substitutes human effort, and at sometimes it accelerates the human effort. And as long as we understand that in parts of geographies where we operate as commercial enterprises, that some of these nuances are more stronger than the others, it becomes much easier. I wanted to call out two areas that again were spelled out many times today. One is on sustainability, and I think a very glossed over point is on talent, which Pranjal called out. So on both of these are related. And if we are not able to kind of find the right talent, and more importantly, train the talent to be more adaptive to these new technologies, we will face more conflicts than congruence on this. And I think our experience on working across technologies, across areas ranging from aerospace to geospatial to semiconductors, and more recently plant engineering that we do in the Nordics, towards finding sustainable solutions, I think we have found it important to kind of underpin the entire thing on how we build the talent, how we ensure that the talent is not just mobile across the geographies, which we will continue to see a lot, but you'll also see a lot more of the jobs moving towards competencies that are localized. And I wanted to leave that thought. It's not a solution, but as we move on this path towards 5.0, it's also important for us to understand, as we build the technological roadmaps, to also kind of find the talent roadmaps that will be in congruence with it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think you've made my task easier by a good summary. So we'll end the session here because we want to begin the next one absolutely on time. But please join me in thanking a wonderful set of speakers who have shared a very diverse set of technologies and opportunities that we can collaborate on. Thank you so much.
Well, okay, no, the Norwegian company has acquired so maybe I can move that one.
please be seated. We are going to start the next session on green financing, structured climate financing for the future. We'll start in about 2 minutes.
Friends, we are now starting with our next session, green financing, structured climate financing for the future. We have with us as a session chair, Mr. Vish Iyer, Global Chief Commercial Officer for Jackson Green. I would invite him to start the session, please. Here to you.
Good evening, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen in the room. It's extremely an honor to be a part of this panel and moderate the panel out here. We have a set of distinguished panelists alongside me. So let me just quickly take their names and introduce them, and then I'd like to place a quick perspective followed by asking each one of them to give their views on various topics that are of interest within the green financing space. And I think with a keen and clear focus on how we can improve a lot of the business to business as well as human to human exchange between the NB8 countries and India. So just to introduce quickly, I have to my left His Excellency Mr. Nicholas, Minister for Financial Markets, Kingdom of Sweden. We have Mr. Thomas Hansen, Chairman of Geotropy from Iceland. We have Dr. Harish Ahuja, who's Head of Product and Strategy, Power and Carbon Markets from NSE India. We have Ms. Ulla Junsen, CEO of Electron from Faroe Islands. We have Ms. Nina Fenton, Head of Regional Representation South Asia, European Investment Bank, EIB, European Union. We have Mr. Dibrat Sen, to my right, Managing Director and Head of Global Banking North India and India Lead Sustainable Finance for HSBC. We have Mr. Per Lillebo, Chairman of Cambi, Norway. And then finally, we have Mr. Rishabh Khanna, co-founder of Earth Bank from Sweden. So without taking further time, in order to just quickly set the context for the discussion out here, I go back to our discussions in the morning, and I think what we heard from the respected EAM very early in the morning, we spoke about the background of this particular summit, and I think the previous summits that India and the Nordic Baltic countries have been through. So together we are actively reshaping our relations to foster multidimensional and strategic engagement for mutual development since 2018. So with the first 2018 India Nordic Summit, we set the groundwork for intensified collaboration, where we emphasized clean, smart, and inclusive growth, which was followed by the summit we had in 2022. The economic partnership opportunities between our regions are substantial. They can provide solutions to both geopolitical issues as well as climate change challenges, which we've seen through the course of the day with the various dialogues that you've been witness to. As far as the green financing sort of perspective is concerned globally, we are talking about global climate finance reaching close to $1 trillion this decade, with approximately 12 to 15% increase, primarily through renewable energy technologies. But however, despite this stupendous growth, the total climate finance falls short of meeting the needs of developing countries, covering only 31% of required annual investment for the Paris Agreement goals. A part of this, I think, has been covered in some of the earlier climate summits, including the COPs at Glasgow, as well as which is going to be also, I would say, part of the key discussions in the upcoming COP in UAE as well. To effectively address climate change, there is obviously a global call for tripling climate finance to approximately 4.3 trillion annually by 2030. The G20 New Delhi Leaders Declaration that we had recently underlined a larger need of about $5.9 trillion US dollars pre-2030 for the developing nations. Challenges obviously included mobilizing private sector investment, creating ready-to-invest clean technology project pipelines, and also increasing government-backed procurement commitments. Now, what could be some of the proposed solutions? When I was just pondering upon those, I just set upon like 4 large themes, and I'll probably highlight 2 or 3 sub-themes within each of them. So for instance, if we talk about mobilizing private sector investment, within that, we could possibly look at creation of hedging, credit enhancement, mega insurance instruments through collaboration between developed and developing nations, measures to improve risk return nexus for private capital, including first loss guarantees and mitigation of foreign exchange risk, and finally establishment of global project development accelerator for ready to invest clean technology projects in developing countries. The second theme that I could think of was, government-backed procurement commitments. A classical example of that is what we see in India already. And I think we're already seeing a lot of that in Europe with the action that we're seeing on the hydrogen space. So a lot of strategic augmentation of support for procurement commitments backed by public sector assurance to encourage overall transition to a low carbon economy. Could also be escalation of magnitude of commitments to establish a risk mitigated environment for enterprises. The third theme that I would also probably want to lay in front of the panel is about reforming multilateral development banks, DFIs. So maybe encouraging MDBs to triple the total investments and private capital mobilized into developing countries by 2030. We already heard about ADB's proclamation earlier this month, and I think we'll have a lot of exciting sort of topics and discussions with EIB involved in the panel as well. Expansion and improvement of de-risking instruments and increased co-investing with the private sector. I think that's where I'll probably request HSBC and NSE also to sort of add in and chip in. And then commitment to clear new targets for joint climate financing, public or private sector. And finally, the last theme that I probably thought of when we think about proposed solutions would be improving just the speed of delivery and efficiency. So what we do today, if we can do that slightly better, slightly faster, it could also be in itself, a great solution. So given the shared challenges, there is obviously a strong call for enhanced cooperation between India and the Nordic Baltic countries in securing key investments into clean technologies. The focus, we believe, should be on emerging areas such as hydrogen, carbon capture or removal, grid-scale battery storage, so on and so forth. Additionally, I think on-ground action through public-private and private partnerships could be emphasized for a mutually beneficial outcome in addressing climate challenges while also sustaining economic growth. So I think with this quick backdrop and 3 or 4 key themes that I thought I should share, I'd now pass the baton on to His Excellency for a few words and his perspective on the topic. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for being here and participating in this very not only interesting but also necessary discussion on how to, in real life, in the real world, achieve this green transition that is so much needed in the world. And the discussion and on my in my everyday work and on my everyday doing, it's about the financial sector, and then of course in how to secure that we have an allocation of capital towards green investments. And uh, I I have a speech here, but I try to make more of a personal reflection on how to work on this issue for the future. And as we all know in this room, capital markets are very potent. They can create huge success, and they can also create huge damages if they are wrongly regulated and if they are allowed to grow bubbles and create instability. So we need to think carefully what we do with the financial markets, because they have such a huge potential to create both good and bad. And when we have a very necessary, very acute problem to solve, it's easy to do too much. It's easy to be tempted to do too much. So let us just first of all reflect on what can capital markets do that cannot be done elsewhere in the economy. And of course, allocating capital is one of those things. Making correct assessments of debit risk is another thing that is fundamental for capital market. Of course, helping management risk in the economy overall is a unique function for the capital market. And of course, processing information. Capital market has a unique capacity to process lots of information in a short period of time. So when we think about the green transition and the capital market, it's my firm belief that we should use the strength of the capital markets. We should not try to limit or regulate away the strength of the capital market. A correct assessment of creditworthiness, a correct assessment of risk, and of course also a very stable and well-functioning supply of capital where it's needed. Those are the basic functions of the capital market, and they should be used in solving the problems we have in this. So well-functioning, well-regulated capital market, together, of course, with proper regulations in the real economy, such as carbon taxation or other tax incentives and regulations in the real economy. If the regulation is clear in the real economy, then it's easier for the capital market to allocate capital where it's best used. So you cannot separate the capital market from the real economy or from other regulatory perspectives of the government. If tax incentives and other incentives in the regulatory framework is clear, then capital markets will give a correct response and allocate capital to where it most useful in achieving the common goals that we have. So this must be the starting point for a discussion of green financing, using the traditional role of the capital market in reaching the goals that we have for the political system as a whole. So that I would like to start there. And of course, there are two main questions that needs to be answered. One is the allocation of capital, and one is the access to capital. And let me start with the access to capital a bit. It's of course important with public financing. The institutions of the society can help and can to some extent provide more capital to be invested in the green transition. That is fair, that is needed, and that should be done. But we must at the same time be very clear that if we only depend on public capital, we will not do enough. Public capital can only do a share of the work. We need to mobilize private capital as well. And then, of course, it's necessary to turn to the huge investors, pension funds and other institutional investors. But I would like to emphasize the importance of including households and having a huge and large retail market. And why is that? Sweden has been, over the years, very successful in having a deep capital market, in the sense that we have a high household participation in the financial markets. And I would say, and I dare to say, that this is even more important when it comes to the green transition. And why is that? That is because we have lots of risk here. Sometimes when you're listening, and that is a good thing, when you're listening to politicians and to corporations, you can be left with the impression that this is all good and everything is working. The truth is, of course, that most things that we believe will work today will turn out not to work tomorrow. And that is, I mean, that is the business idea behind this, having several different ideas competing with each other, and a few of them will be winners. And if you do not include the households on the retail market in the capital supply, you will end up in a situation where households do not adapt enough. But if households are invested on both sides of this economy, both on the supply side of capital and on the consumption side of capital, of course, there will be a push also on the consumption side to do the right and environmentally friendly choices, because they also have a win for those investments to succeed. So this is really important, I would say, both to mobilize enough capital and to make sure that the best ideas are winning in the end. If we try to have a super controlled government 100% perspective of this, we will eventually end up with not the most efficient solutions. So including households also in the financial markets is important, both to increase the supply and to put an extra push on the consumption side to make consumers choose the most environmentally friendly product and services out there. And I think here will be more benefited by trying to work with incentives in the real economy, such as tax incentives to participate in the financial markets on savings accounts and other financial instruments. So I would say that is vital to have the households in. But then, of course, there is a role for the government and for the regulatory perspective as well. And why is that? Well, institutional investors and household, they can manage risk. And now I'm a bit sorry for being perhaps too much of an economist here, but just to trying to guide you through the Swedish perspective here. Households will be great in risk sharing, but in this area there is so much genuine insecurity, things that you cannot price, that cannot be priced in a normal functioning market, because we have geopolitical tensions, we have a huge uncertainty what will really work, and there is also an uncertainty, even though you have a very well-informed private sector, you have very well-informed households, there will also be always be an insecurity. What will politicians and policymakers do in the future? That is genuine uncertainty. And when you have genuine uncertainty, you will always have a more, not always perhaps, but there is a room for government regulation and government participation, trying to reduce or at least share that uncertainty with the market. So you can work with green guarantees and bond standard and so on. Those are important tools to help the market making the best decisions. Not because they cannot handle risk, they can, but because uncertainty is high. And when uncertainty is high, it's important for the political system and for government investments to help market find a way forward in this. And then let me just finally say something about the importance of what we're doing here today when we're talking both about green transition and economic growth at the same time. There are those who want to oppose growth and say that growth is the problem here in some sense. And let me then be very clear, and that holds for both India and for all our Nordic Baltic countries as well. In an economy without growth, if we just imagine an economy without economic growth, then it's 100% certain that everything that someone wins, another one will lose equally much. If you don't have economic growth, it's a zero-sum game. And if you have a zero-sum game, then it's very clear that all regulations and all pushes you try to do within the system to create a change will create equally many losers as it will create winners. And that will not be a sustainable way of pushing population and pushing cooperation toward more sustainable solutions. Because we have to create a situation where we have very many winners and very few losers. And that is why green transition, green policy making must go hand in hand with economic growth. So this is our main conclusion from the Swedish perspective, which we're happy to share with you, and where I believe that we have a common and great future ahead of us if we deal with those core issues of the financial market, understands them, and we use them to reach our goals, not over-regulate them, and then we will, in the long run, risk to lose both economic growth and green transition. But if we manage both in a proper way, I'm very optimistic for a more green future. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency, for your remarks. May I now move to Mr. Thomas Hansen, Chairman of Geotropy.
Thank you. Excellencies and distinguished guests, I'm extremely honored to be here this afternoon. I was very inspired by the speeches made this morning, which actually changed a little bit the attitude I was going to represent here today. I speak on behalf of innovation, small businesses. You know, that's where I come from. I have 6 investments. They're all small, innovative companies. And the interesting fact I learned on the way to India is that 4 of them actually have ties to India. 2 directly. I have 2 businesses here in India and 2 indirectly. And it just shows the importance of the Indian economy in the global world. Last night, when I was thinking what to say, I was tired. I was coming from Himachal. I had a very demanding trip to visit the sites of our project, which I'm extremely proud of. But you know, when you're tired, you know, thinking about finance and banks and institutions, you know, my comments started to look pretty negative. After the speeches this morning and our honorable minister, very positive, upbeat message, you know, I changed a little bit my attitude. But the fact is, nevertheless, I have 6 projects. They are all sustainable development projects. They can have great impact. They're very small. And when I speak about green finance or financing with all the entrepreneurs I work with, they have just would have one answer: what green finance? Where is the finance? Innovators have a traumatic experience of trying to find funding for their projects. And it's a shared view by very many small businesses. And the reason why I specifically mention small businesses is that size is an abstract thing. I strongly believe with a $1 million investment, you can have a bigger impact and a faster impact than with a rigid, structured $10 million investment. That's my faith. That's my ambition for my own projects. On a positive note, I would say the global trend or the global mindset is already there. If I speak to my children, their attitude towards positive elements of business and the responsibility that a business has to contain is already there. At the same time, we have a huge challenge. We need transition, multidimensional, as mentioned by my colleague. There has to be a cooperation between countries, households, capital, innovators, and etc. So how do you meet these challenges? My suggestion is that and the title of our talk today is Structured Finance. Actually, I would suggest we use this opportunity of this great, enormous challenge we're faced to destructure finance. instead of copying green finance into the existing model we are using to fund businesses, let's try to be innovative and try to find a way to accommodate better innovation. And you know, when I meet funders, they usually start the conversation by telling me what they need. They do not ask, what can we do for you? And that's an uncomfortable experience. Because being a little cocky, all my 6 projects, if I had Bill Gates here for half a day, I'm sure I could convince him to invest in all my ventures. But the problem is the agent's problem. You know, you have ambitious goals at the top. Let's say you have a pension fund with an ambitious positive impact goal. But the investment will trickle down through the system and in the end, you know, be stuck in a structure that's not necessarily helpful. A long-term goal becomes short-term incentives. I can give you many examples. Unfortunately, I don't have the time today, but just one example of our project I want to share with you on a very positive note is a positive example of transfer of knowledge and cooperation. When we moved the project from one company to another to focus more on achieving the goals we set, we automatically are disqualified for applying for grants and at many funds, because one of the requirements is operational history. Even though the principal understands that the project has been there for 3 or 4 years, we're disqualified. And I ask why? Computer says no. And that's the unfortunate situation of the current structure.
Apologies, may I just request everyone to possibly limit the timing to about 3 minutes, because we need to probably close.
Absolutely. Sorry about that. You know, when we start to talk about finance, I can't stop. But just on a final note, I'm so proud to work on the current project we are working on. Our CEO is from Himachal. He went to school in Iceland. He studied mechanical engineering, got his PhD in geothermal engineering. We are coming back to his home state. We are building a direct use of geothermal resource that's already there, that's going to support the local apple farmers to store their products locally using renewable energy to get better price for their products. And I just on a final note, I want to thank the Icelandic government. Has been extremely helpful, extremely supportive, and it's based on a joint task force that was between the Indian and Icelandic governments that's yielding great results. And this is a type of a cooperation, positive use of capital, and positive impact of cooperation between 2 nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for your kind address. May I now ask Mr. Dibrat to take over and give us address, please.
Thank you, Vish. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Vish, given the paucity of time, I'll restrict my comments to very specific 3 areas, and I'll be as short as I can. I think just to put in perspective the larger picture, in the context of India, we are talking about a need of at least $170 billion of financing and investments to achieve our net zero. And as against that, the figure that is quoted more often is that 44 billion is what is coming through. So conceptually, there's a large gap, but it is very nuanced. It's not as simple as that the gap is large. As financiers who are very close to the market and very close to the economy, I can tell you with utmost certainty that there is no dearth of financing to bankable projects. And let's take a specific sector, for example, and which you would know being from the renewables industry. As far as the renewable story is concerned in India, it is probably the most successful story the world has ever seen. India is today the 3rd largest renewable market, and
there is absolutely no dearth of capital, be it debt or equity, if your project is bankable. The other two areas, which are emerging areas, are in the sense of electric mobility and the green hydrogen through the national mission that we have envisaged of putting 5 million tons of production. There is no financing that has happened in the green hydrogen because projects are just getting discussed. But the issues there are more around the new technology risk and how do you fund through commercial balance sheet, which always has a asset liability mismatch for a very, very long term funding, which is needed for these kind of a projects. But those are getting into very specific details. But even those projects which are backed by the right counterparty, which have the right cash flow possibilities in place, there is absolutely no problem for any financier to look at any of those projects. So the figure when people are quoting you, there's a huge financing gap, please take it with a bit of skepticism, because I can honestly tell you, for the right project, we are there to finance. Now, coming to what is HSBC doing about the whole climate finance issue. In 2020, globally, we made our ambitions very clear. In our annual general meeting, we said that we aspired to invest and finance up to $1 trillion by 2030. Where are we? As on date, we are almost 20% of that level, and we are still 7 years to go to spend that. So it's very much certain that we'll overspend that amount that we have committed. Alongside that, there are several ancillary initiatives that are on. So for example, in September of 2021, along with Temasek, we announced a platform for debt financing of sustainable infrastructure. It will start with Southeast Asia to start with, but then it'll progress. And the idea is to build this fund to $1 billion. In 2022, Jan, we announced a partnership with Bill Gates Climate Tech Fund. It's a fund called Breakthrough Energy Catalyst. Again, the motive is to deploy more and more capital towards this sector. So that's what we are doing globally. But I think we are very proud of what we are doing in India. I cannot think of any bank on the street, and I stress this, I cannot think of any bank in the street today who has as much sustainable finance deployed as a portion of their balance sheet as we do. We have 14% of our balance sheet in India deployed to sustainable finance, and there is no other bank which is close. And this has not happened by accident. This has happened clearly through design, through a very strategic planning process where we identified some of the areas where we wanted to deploy, and we have been successful. Since we are sitting in a space where we are going to discuss the partnership between the Baltics and the Nordics, it is very important to make my last comments towards that. I'm extremely encouraged to see the participation so far from some of the Nordic companies. For example, the companies that clearly come to mind, Statkraft, Skatec, they are already in the market. And there are many more who are already in the market or scouting the market. I think what it does is it makes for some very good counterparties to come to the market, because essentially the credit risk quality of most of the Nordic companies are very good. And this actually helps a financier when they are looking at financing a project which are sponsored by some of these Nordic companies. It also brings in a lot of technology. For example, as and when the offshore wind develops in India, which is something which is starting, the technological know-how of the Nordics, some of the stuff they are already doing in the hydro sector is very interesting. So I have significant optimism on this particular corridor. And as a bank, we are more than happy to partner and explore what we can do more for this sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Debrat, for your remarks. May I now ask Ms. Nina Fenton, EIB, to come in and give her remarks as well.
Thank you very much, Vish. And it's great to be here representing EIB, which is the Bank of the European Union. Vish has asked about 100 questions, and I have about 2 minutes, so I will try my best just to cover a few themes. So firstly, it's great to be here because, you know, we're not just the Bank of the EU, we call ourselves the EU Climate Bank, and we're very genuine about that because, you know, we see there is a climate crisis already unfolding and there's an environmental crisis. So outside here in Delhi, you can't even breathe. People are losing 10 years of their lives. So I think, you know, it's very urgent to act on these issues, and green finance is part of the solution. So we've committed that all our operations going forward are going to be fully aligned with the Paris Agreement. We're already doing that. So we completely stopped funding oil and gas. And at least 50% of our lending is on climate and environment. And we've actually already achieved that. And a lot of that is actually thanks to what we do here in India. So one of the reasons why India is such an important partner for us is because of the opportunities that we see on climate. So we've invested almost 5 billion now in India on clean and affordable transport, on renewable energy, on private equity and VC funds that are supporting innovative climate solutions. And those investments are there because these are real opportunities. And, you know, this is a solid market where we can make these investments, but also because India is serious about these goals. And it's great to be here at this event because other important partners for us are the Nordic and Baltic countries. So I looked it up today actually, and we've invested over 70 billion in the Nordics, and I think over 11 billion in the Baltics, even though these are quite small countries. So, you know, those are countries, a lot of them are member states, or they're very close to us geographically. But India is also very close to us in other senses, and particularly this focus on climate that we see. So it's always great when your friends are getting closer together and making stronger relationships. And it's exciting to see that there are a lot of companies here today that hopefully at some point bring some of these opportunities to us. On the other hand, Mr. Hansen, I think, has put it quite well that we're not doing a great job, right? I think, you know, we can be proud of some of the achievements we've made, but there's really a long way to go. So I wanted to give like just a few thoughts about what we have to do to get better, right? Because this is a huge challenge, and even if we really ramp up the lending, it's still going to be a drop in the ocean. So the first thing, our core business is providing long-term finance at, you know, a small margin to cover our administrative margins above Euribor, which is basically how we can borrow on the market. We're going to keep doing that, but we need to get more strategic about it. So here in India, you know, we need to pick the projects that are really going to be catalytic. We're focused a lot on the urban space because we see India very rapidly urbanizing, and we think that's somewhere where we can make a difference for the environment. And we also need to be more strategic about making sure that the quality of the projects we're doing, that those metro investments are really integrated with urban design, for example, so that we're getting the maximum benefits out of the investments we're making, because the amount that we can do is limited at the end of the day. And there are a lot of low-hanging fruits actually that we can take here. I mean, urban metros have a really huge impact. There's another aspect we have to put more emphasis on, which is bringing in technical expertise. So one of the things I like about being at EIB is that we have our engineers, they work across our operation. So we have engineers who are working in the Nordic and Baltic countries and then coming to India and working here. And there's really, I think that's something that really promotes an exchange of expertise and experience across geographies, which I think can be really powerful, particularly when we're looking at new technologies. And offshore wind was already mentioned. EIB backed some of the, you know, first offshore wind projects in Europe, in the North Sea. And, you know, we really hope that when this takes off, we'll be able to bring some of the expertise together with some of the partners to India. But we need to do more, particularly to support the private sector. And most of our business in India has been with government, even though globally we do about 50% with the private sector. So we need to start talking more to corporates. And I think it's great, you know, as it was mentioned, some of the Nordic corporates are very well rated, and that can be something that can help us to come in. Because at the end of the day, we are a AAA rated institution, and we need to maintain that rating. So we need something where we can understand, where we can assess, where we can trust the risks that we're taking. And of course, where Nordic and Baltic companies are partnering with Indian companies, either directly or in their supply chains, that's something, you know, where those projects fit with our eligibilities and requirements, that's something where I think we can really act to support this partnership. Of course, these are generally for big projects, but we need to do more working with intermediaries. So here in India, we've worked a lot with the State Bank of India, actually on larger projects in the renewable energy sector. But, you know, they do have some excellent outreach to small and medium enterprises, which is something we've worked on a lot in Africa. We've also, as I mentioned, worked a lot with venture capital and private equity. So there are ways of trying to reach these innovative companies. I don't think we've cracked the nut by any means, and we have to think more carefully about that, probably bringing in some of the experiences from Europe, but just doing better. And finally, you know, being more catalytic. There's not time to go into all the details, but, you know, some of these structured financing solutions can really help to kind of parcel up risk. So we create a space for capital markets to come in, for pension markets, for pension funds to come in, for them to find investments that they are comfortable in making that can support some of these kind of sustainability goals, which they also believe in very genuinely. I think when those opportunities are there, we can work with guarantees, we can work with other credit enhancements, we can think about hedging, even investment grants in some places we've used. There are a lot of options there. We need to get a bit bolder, right? And it's also about our internal culture. Because frankly, even if I went personally to see Mr. Hansen's companies and I was very much won over, I know that the guy in the back office in risk is just going to say no, or the guy in legal is going to tell me, well, this is a strange structure that we haven't looked at before. So I think there's a lot of movement that has to happen. Some of it can happen with us. We can't do everything, so there are going to be other partners that can fill some of these gaps. So those were just a few thoughts. There are so many opportunities. Thank you for having me here, and let's work more on this.
Thank you, Ms. Neeram. I think we'll just move now to Dr. Harish Ahuja for your quick remarks, please.
His Excellency, fellow panelists, distinguished participants, good evening. First of all, on behalf of National Stock Exchange, I'd like to offer my sincere thanks to CII and the other organizers for giving this opportunity to talk about a very important topic, green financing, structural climate financing for the future. I think I'll be confining my talk to 4 aspects. One is how big is the market, how retail participation is leading the innovation here. Second, what kind of challenges we are seeing in green financing. And third, how Indian carbon emission trading scheme could be a game changer in the entire financing piece. And last but not the least, I think what are the possible area of cooperation within the entire framework of Paris Agreement. So let's start. I think first of all, I like to show the belief and give the belief to Honorable Minister here that Indian capital markets are quite deep and quite broad-based. India, with a market cap of around $3.87 trillion, is the 4th largest economy after US, China, and Japan. We include China and Hong Kong in one territory. And I believe very soon we will become $5 trillion economy. At present, roughly 80 million people are registered with stock markets in India. And we represent 18% of the household because 5 crore people are investing on day-to-day basis. So it's a very deep market. One very important fact I'd like to share is roughly 3,000 companies are listed with us. And it's all assorted from infrastructure, green, manufacturing. Having said so, one very important fact to highlight is National Stock Exchange, the largest exchange in the world. It is not, so the kind of transaction we do roughly 250 million in a day, many times in a month, our largest, we are bigger than New York Stock Exchange, London Stock Exchange. So Honorable Minister, let me assure that capital market is quite conscious that the green transition will happen through the retail participation, and we have that strength and with that depth. The very important point I have to talk about, because market are very realistic and we understand, and our entire premises on green finances is based on 2 themes. The first is we know becoming green and maintaining green is very expensive affair, and becoming net zero and remaining net zero is a more expensive affair. The second premises which market believes is, what Minister also touched upon, is development will bring its own positives. So what we believe, India becoming a developed country by 2047 and India becoming a net zero country by 2070, both are interrelated event. They are not mutually exclusive event. And there's a theory behind it. If I get the time, we call it Kuznets environmental theory. European Union has followed their theory, but if I get the time, I'll come to that. Let's talk about my first I think I would not agree fully with my HSB panelist colleague here. I think there's a huge climate financing gap here. Let me share some numbers. As per one of the biggest credit rating agencies in India, CRISIL, India needs around $460 billion by 2030. So per annum, we require around $65 billion. And that is only for 2 sectors. One is power generation, the other is transportation. I'm not talking the bucket of industry which covers the green hydrogen, and not talking about the nature-based basket, which are very important for mitigation purposes. So only 2 baskets till 2030 will require roughly $460 billion. Year on year, we need $65 billion And only for power sector, we may need roughly 45 to 50 billion dollar. And let me tell you this side of the story. In last 4 year, and this is a Bloomberg report I'm quoting, in last 4 year in power generation, cumulative, we have put roughly 7.5 billion to 10 billion dollar. So every year 65 billion versus present 10 billion, that to 4 year cumulative is a 6 times, kind of financial requirement we do need. So I'm talking about country level. I'm not talking about HSBC can support the good projects, or they see the credit worthiness of the project developer. But I'm talking about the real challenge. Growing from 10 billion to 65 billion dollar is a huge, I think, gap. So I just cite one more number which will tell you how exactly situation is. So there are three very big agencies which primarily share or distribute the money or give the loans only in power generation or renewable business, which is Power Finance Corporation. The second is IREDA, which is going to be listed now, in Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency. And third is Rural Electrification Corporation. These three big corporation, which are all India sovereign state owned NBFCs, their cumulative balance sheet is 94 billion. 94 billion. Now you are talking about giving 65 billion year on year, and this companies have accumulated this balance sheet last 30 years. So this is the challenge. The cumulative balance sheet of 90 billion of three largest institutions versus 1 year we have to do 65 billion. So it's a huge challenge. But I think as a market, we are quite aware about this. We do believe that from the conventional sources of financing, be it banking, be this from the three NBFCs and from the PE, VCs, and for that matter, European Commission also. In spite of all this money, we will be having shortage of around 10 billion year on a year till 2030, and market are trying to evolve their own products. And one of the key product which we think is carbon credits. I think in India we are working on both cap and trade mechanism and also voluntary carbon markets. I'll come to the number later on. The second thing which can really take this to the next level is green bonds. I think green bonds are collecting the green premium also. So scaling the green bonds platform would be, I think in last couple of years, roughly 6 years, we have done around $10 billion green bond raise. The third instrument which I think will be give the scale to us is scaling up the infrastructure trust. So this is a very beautiful vehicle in terms of giving some kind of regular returns to the investors, but we need to scale it up. The four very important point is sustainability linked bonds. Many states which are going for green projects, they don't have balance sheet at their local level or the company level. They can raise the sustainability linked bond at the company, at the state level. And again, here with the help of IFC, ADB, NSC is doing certain key works. So I think this four areas, can give this, can fill this gap of $10 billion. I just briefly touch about voluntary carbon market because moderator has told me that please touch that upon. I think voluntary carbon market is, which is not very, just not started in India, is taking its shape in India. It will be roughly a $250 billion market by 2050 and roughly 100 billion by 2030. India itself would be roughly, you can say, $30 billion. So we do believe that this voluntary carbon market and cap and trade market can bring or fill the shortage of roughly 60-70 billion. So I do believe that this is going to be a very good game changer. In terms of opportunities which we think India and European Union, or for that matter, Baltic countries and Nordic countries can explore are typically 4 or 5. So one is definitely people are talking since morning. One is offshore wind, because I had done my MBA from Norway, so I know how exactly they are doing, how the Sweden is doing in that. So I think offshore wind is the area where we can collaborate in terms of technology transfer and capital transfer, like under 6.2 and 6.4 framework of Paris Agreement, like Japan is doing with many countries. So I think this area we can look into. The other is definitely green hydrogen. Third is just before us, there was a session on fisheries, maritime, and port. I think again this area we can explore.
If we can,
30 session. I'm just finishing it. And the fourth area, which I think is very important, when we explore we are expecting $30 billion will be invested in power generation year on year, but there is no hedging instrument. So this power generator or this investor would need some hedging instrument. So I think North Pool market, which is a combined market of Nordic countries, which are very good in electricity future and options. Now India is also coming their own electricity future and option market. So I think North Pool countries, or for that matter, can collaborate with India to give some depth to electricity future market. So with this, I think I like to finish my submissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Harish, for your remarks. May I now ask Mr. Perilepo, Chairman of CAMBI, to quickly have. If I may request, if we can keep it to maybe 1 to 2 minutes, that'd be great, because I think the ministerial session may probably start soon. So if we can have a short remark, that'll be really helpful. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
I'll try to be short. But thank you for inviting me. Quick, what CAMBI does. We are specialists in treating biosolids from sewage treatment plants or wastewater treatment plants. This represents about 40% of the cost of treating sewage sludge, wastewater. So it is an important part of the process. And nobody doubts the need for this technology in India. You need to clean up your rivers and your waters surrounding the subcontinent. We are experienced in this area. We have done so for more than 30 years. We treat sludges or biosolids from more than 115 million people around the world. And if there is something we have learned over the years, is that if you want something to happen, you must engage the private sector. If you develop a business model that works, it is incredibly how fast developments will take place, and you can really speed up and accelerate the development. I say, if there is a will, there is a way to solve the problems. I think India is in a good way here, for example, with this hybrid annuity model. I would also like to add that regulations are not enough. We have tried that in the Western world for 40 years, and there is a lot to learn in India from our mistakes. I mean, you have the possibility now to leapfrog up to 2024, learn from our mistakes, and engage the best technologies. So you don't have to waste money on technologies and solutions that do not work. There's another thing I would like also to emphasize. I have only a few minutes left, and that is the importance of education. If governments or official bodies can help fund meeting points, conferences, help with experts that could come and teach, we have learned that this can be incredibly important. So give us the opportunity to transfer the knowledge and the mistakes that we have done in the Western world to you, so that you can learn and implement into your solutions and your choices of technology. Just one last point that I'd like also to mention. When you develop business models and want to engage the private sector, make sure that it is a holistic solution that solves everything, not just a part of it. I cannot emphasize this enough, because if you don't do this and take into account the whole life cycle costs, you can end up with completely wrong solutions. So these would be my advice. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your quick remark. Thanks a lot. We now want to ask Ms. Ulla Jonsson to give her remarks, please.
Hi, and thank you for letting me speak here today. I think that much that has been said here today is also something that I will say, so I think I will say something different. When we talk about climate change, I think that nowadays there's no one who actually say anymore that no, it's not climate change, it might be something else. So I think that what it is maybe most important now is to find a way to encourage and to encourage us all from the household, as you said, and all the way around, and also to what you say, if we look at it in 4 levels, we have you and I, the citizens, who have to do something, and we have the businesses who has to do something, and we have the governments who have to do something. But we also need to have the collaboration around the world, because it doesn't work if we don't do it together. So maybe the most important thing is that we try to share the dreams that we have, and we share when something works, because that's the only way that we can encourage ourselves and also to motivate others to do the same. And so when we talk about climate change and so on, it isn't not only an economic strategy. That is a part of it with regulation and so on. And I think the same as Nicholas said here, it doesn't work just to have regulations and so on. We need really to find an easy way to make it easy for us to change our lifestyle, because it's everything's about. We have to change lifestyle and in the same way have economic growth. So I think that will be my statement here today. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Ula, for your quick remark. Thanks a lot. And now I think I'll ask Mr. Rishabh to maybe give his remark as well.
Hello. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. I'm Rishabh Khanna, co-founder of Earthbank. And I agree with a lot of things that have been said here, but I just want to point out that, ladies and gentlemen, we are in a state of global emergency. With food prices skyrocketing, we have 80% of conflict happening in degraded landscapes. And this is data from the UNCCD. 66% of conflicts happening due to water scarcity. So definitely there is a massive issue. And what at Earthbank, what we are looking at is nature-based solutions, because out of all the trillions of dollars that are going into green finance, less than 2% goes to nature-based solutions. And why is that? Because there is no data. And so we have developed patented technology to use satellite data to measure things like soil organic carbon, forest carbon. Carbon is a gift. It's a gift only when it's in the right place, when it's in degraded lands. We have depleted the average soil organic carbon in India from 5% to less than 2% on most lands. And that very carbon today is at 420 parts per million in the atmosphere. And that's what the problem is. So I agree with the Honorable Minister. We need to create the incentives. And if you want to give incentives, you need to measure the impact. And if we can measure not only carbon, also biodiversity, we know that we are losing species all over the world, whether that's species of trees, whether that's animals or insects or bees. And so we need to even measure that. And if we have more diversity, we can create more resilience. And what's more, we have less than 5 harvests left in the world because we have depleted not only our soil organic carbon, but also the topsoil. And if we can measure soil organic carbon, we can then measure land productivity. So yes, it might take time to restore degraded lands, and we are here to do that. One of the largest reforestation projects is going to happen in India, and we're going to work here together with partners to make that happen and show that it is possible. Our mission is to restore 1.5 billion hectares of land by 2030 and bring down that carbon from the atmosphere into the land, which will create more livelihoods and food for the people. Thanks.
Thank you, Rishabh. And I would just like, before concluding the session, just like to quickly place a word of thanks to all the distinguished panelists, His Excellency for the remarks. I think we've covered almost all the kinds of points. I mean, points, anti-points, all of that. So I think it was a great panel, to be quite honest, and I thank each and every one attending this panel, as well as all the panelists out here for all their insightful remarks. Thanks a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now getting into our final session for today. The session with the Honorable Shri Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Government of India. We will start with the session right away as soon as we've turned the stage around. The minister has arrived and he's with us. He will be joining us on the stage shortly. May I request all of you to be seated? All those standing at the back, please find chairs and sit down, please.
You're calling.
Hotel staff was. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Government of India. I'd like to request all our dignitaries on the dais to please join us.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to a special plenary with our Honorable Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal, Minister for Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles of the Government of India. Honorable Minister has been in the last few weeks and months been traveling widely within and outside the country and participating in various multilateral as well as bilateral forums. And one of the areas that he probably has not been very recently to is the Nordic Baltic region. And therefore, we have brought the region to you, Honorable Minister. So, and we hope to again accompany you as a business delegation very soon once again there. It's been always a pleasure and an honor to be with him as we have seen Indian businesses work with the global businesses across, and it's been a different way that he looks at how we engage with each other in various fronts. Today, Honorable Minister, we have with us a phenomenal presence from the Nordic Baltic countries, and may I also really acknowledge the other dignitaries on the dais, the Prime Minister of the Faroe Islands, the Minister for Development of Cooperation and Foreign Trade of the Republic of Finland, the Minister for Financial Markets of the Kingdom of Sweden, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania, His Excellency, the Deputy Minister for Economic and Developmental Affairs of the Republic of Estonia, Excellency, the Parliamentary Secretary at the Latvian Ministry of Economics, Republic of Latvia, and of course, the Deputy Foreign Minister of the Kingdom of Norway, the Special Envoy for Climate of the MFA Iceland, and the ambassadors from Ambassador of Denmark present over here, Sweden, Norway, Finland, Iceland, Lithuania, Latvia, and of course, Estonia. Thank you very much for being here, My Excellencies, to attend this very important last session of this day. And I just wanted to capture for our minister that from the NB8 countries, we had today 7 thematic sessions besides the 2 ministerial sessions and multiple number of country sessions with over 70 of our business speakers, the governmental speakers, and 550 business delegates we have had during the course of the day, during the various about 100 odd business-to-business meetings. And we worked on this, Honorable Minister. We identified the potential areas, some of the things that came up, especially technology-related manufacturing sectors, such as telecom, smart manufacturing, and pharmaceuticals and health products, where we saw phenomenal opportunities of working. The second, Honorable Minister, has been the Nordic Baltic countries, their emphasis on sustainability and renewable energy, which is well known, and we have really discussed that, and we know that that's an area of passion for yourself, and therefore we do hope that you will tell us more about it. We had discussed possible collaboration and trade areas on solar modules and parts and electric vehicles and also green products. And lastly, we discussed between India and the NB countries the entire space on IT and how Indian IT companies are actively providing software services as well as solutions to the Nordic Baltic region and which can definitely be expanded. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to once again welcome you to this special evening, and thank you very much for being with us here today once again.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. May I now invite Mr. R. Dinesh, President CII and Chairman TVS Supply Chain Solutions, to give his remarks, please.
Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. And let me add my welcome and thanks for all of you to be here in this special plenary session. The discussions today have been going very well. And in fact, in our individual discussions, we have identified specific areas of cooperation which we can work with many of the Nordic Baltic countries. And we look forward to implementing those as we go ahead. CB has already covered the areas which have been discussed here, but I would like to add a special emphasis on some specific sectors. First, on the logistics and shipping sector, which I think has been something which is of great interest both for strategic reasons and for economic reasons between the two regions to consider, between India and the Nordic countries. And incidentally, that sector comes under your Honorable Minister's purview. So that's something which I would like to specifically highlight here. The second is, how do we have the MSMEs of both the countries and the regions to come together and see how they can collaborate and partner as we develop technological solutions which are relevant for both the countries. Third, we need to highlight the success stories of companies and sectors which have succeeded being invested in India and vice versa, where Indian companies have been successful in investment in the Nordic and Baltic countries together. Finally, how do we make sure that we do integrate the global supply chains or become part of the global supply chains, not just from a sourcing angle, but also for developing solutions which are sustainable, which use technology to the benefit of all, and like I mentioned, make sure that we have the medium and small scale enterprises of both these countries coming together and making a big impact. The discussions, as I mentioned, have been promising and fruitful, and it is my sincere hope that we will be able to build enduring partnerships both from a B2B side and make sure that the governments of the regions get together to make this long-lasting and ensure economic prosperity and mutual success for all of us. Thank you, and look forward to continuing these discussions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dinesh. May I now invite His Excellency Mr. Freddy Swain, Ambassador Kingdom of Denmark to India, to address us, please.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and honorable minister and members of the dais. It's great to be here. Why? Because today, with the second CII Nordic Baltic Conclave, we have formed an axis of stability and economic progress. It's so important, and I may remind you about 5 S's, which I think would be of importance for all of us in our trajectory towards a better world. The scale of India, it's not how many people you are, it's your unleashed potential. The skills of the different countries, including Denmark. The scope of what we are doing should not just be for the NB8, it should be for the rest of the world. And speed, we are facing the climate changes. We have to deliver on the SDGs. And finally, but not least, sustainability. So if we want a better world, keep in mind the 5 S's. Do what we can in order to secure that we work with India. India is the future, and we have to work with them. They can offer us a lot. We should inspire India, but we should also be inspired by India. So I hope the deliberations of today and the other days will yield a better compass for all of us. So Dhanyavad, and keep, Minister, keep the focus. We want progress with India. India makes NB8 great. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Excellency. I'd now like to invite His Excellency Mr. Benedict Hoskeldensen, Special Envoy for Climate, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Iceland, please.
Honorable Minister, esteemed guests, let me first, on behalf of my delegation, extend our appreciation to the Ministry of External Affairs and the CII. We don't need to report back on what we've heard today, all of what's been critical in terms of how we can expand our relations, the NB8, and then India. On behalf of Iceland, it's very clear we extend our partnership to India, both from the government side, but not the least from the private sector side. Next week, we are headed to Dubai, where we're going to be dealing with the climate at the Conference of Parties. One of the issues that we will be dealing with there has been raised today, actually, it's the how do we finance the climate challenge that we have. Let me tell you, the only way we can do that, and it was actually touched upon earlier, it is through private sector engagement. We need the private sector with us. This is not an issue where the governments can resolve all those issues. You are the key. And in order for you to succeed, we need to address the issues that you have been raising today. So I really want to extend our appreciation to you, to this meeting. I look forward for tomorrow, but let's work together. Iceland stands ready to support India in a partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. May I now invite Her Excellency Ms. Marlin Rutnik, Deputy Minister for Economic and Development Affairs, Republic of Estonia.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Great to have you with us. And I would also start with thanking the Ministry of External Affairs and CII for organizing this marvelous event, as it takes time, second time that we come together, but this time in person. So I think it builds a good foundation for the further collaboration between India and Nordic Baltic region. And everybody has spoken already about it, how great it is, the region that we present, access to European Union, but also wider in the world. So there have been already wide range discussions today, and they will continue tomorrow. But Estonia can offer here very strong collaboration that we already have, and we would like to seek to strengthen that in everything that concerns digitalization, ICT, and cybersecurity. So they go all hand in hand. So India here is a global powerhouse on technology and services. India offers strong ecosystem of businesses, skilled workforce, and well-developed ICT infrastructure, everything that we would like to seek to have a stronger cooperation in. And Minister of Trade would like to address, of course, the opportunities that EU and India trade hopefully soon reached agreement would bring. There are definitely opportunities much wider and unused. So Estonia has always supported strong trade partnerships, ambitious and comprehensive, and that we have the access to the markets, that we look into the climate environmental goals together, but also to the social element in it. So in that sense, Estonia very much supports to reach the EU-India trade agreement, and I hope we can reach that very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. May I now invite Mr. Jurgis Mezainis, Parliamentary Secretary at the Latvian Ministry of Economics, Republic of Latvia.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having our delegation, Honorable Minister, CII. It has been a vibrant past 2 days. It's my first time here in India and seeing all the potential that's here and potential of cooperation. We all see and feel how the world is changing the last couple of years. The events like pandemic, like Russia's war in Ukraine, and unstable supply chains, instability political, climate change, and the challenges brought by them. So our mission as politicians is to build bridges, to build these connections between states, between different politicians, and find friends, stable friends. And from my side, I see India as a perfect friend for doing business. From Latvia's side, we are a small country if you compare it to India's size, but we have very much to offer. Similar as previous speaker, our neighboring country, Estonia, we have very much focused on digitalization, on modernization, on effectivity of our productions. And this political decision has brought innovation in space technology, innovation in pharmaceuticals, innovation in so many different technology fields. And I can see that Latvia and India can cooperate in these sectors, in these fields, as stable partners and co-benefit. The thing is, we need to co-benefit. The beneficial things for Latvia and beneficial things for India. Like we can share our practices that we have had in the past years regarding renewable energy implementation, and how we model our policies for the future. For example, the green electricity. Now in Latvia, we look further than electricity. What will be the next business based on this green electricity? And when we combine our experiences and find the contact points where we can co-benefit, I think we all will succeed, not only in business, but in well-being, rising the level of well-being of our people and being the modern, the civilized countries in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. May I now invite His Excellency Mr. Egidijus Miliūnas, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Lithuania.
Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's really a great honor to be present here today in the company of His Excellency Minister of Commerce and Industry of India. And I also would like to join my colleagues in expressing our appreciation and thanks for Ministry of External Affairs of India and CII for organizing this fantastic, very timely, very needed event, the second NB8 India Business Conclave. But I also, taking this opportunity, would like to congratulate India for very successful presidency and leadership of G20, which is about to complete. And I would like to say that we look at India's global role with great optimism. My colleague Latvian Deputy Minister mentioned that unfortunately we live in difficult and challenging times. A lot of security, geopolitical challenges. So democratic countries, democratic community globally, we have to unite our efforts in these difficult times in order to preserve global order based on rules and values. So in this regard, India's role is crucial. We also value India as a very important partner in this Indo-Pacific region. Lithuania, a few months ago, approved its national strategy on Indo-Pacific, and we see India as a valuable partner in implementing this strategy. Bilaterally, ladies and gentlemen, you could ask small Lithuania, just 2.8 million population, and big India, 1.5 billion population. Quite big geographic distance divides us. But discussing with minister and other Indian government officials and friends, we realized that there are many things that unites us. In 2 years, in 2025, we will celebrate 400th anniversary of a very important event which happened in 1625. The first Lithuanian visited India. Our two languages, Lithuanian language and Sanskrit, are very close. Like some scientists, linguist scientists say they are sister languages. So our friendship, we enjoy our friendship today. It's based on cultural ties, historic linguistic experience, but the most important, we share the same values, and that opens us new opportunities looking into future, even to make next step and to create technological strategic partnership. We already discussed with Mr. Minister that small Lithuania could offer great solutions in such high value added sectors like biotechnologies, ICT, Internet for Things, also laser sector. Just let me give you two examples. Lithuanian company Neurotechnology, in collaboration with Indian company Tata Consultancy Services, they offer biometrics-based authentication services, and these solutions are used in Aadhaar program for the issuance of unique identification numbers to all Indian citizens. Lithuanian Internet for Things company Teltonika, I had an honor to open their third office today in India. They are #1 in India in the field of telematics, and also they offer some great solutions in the field of telemedicine. So this list of potential cooperation could be very long, but as I mentioned, we have just to make next step to unite our efforts in order to create not only new opportunities for our bilateral cooperation, but to create a secure, bright, and prosperous future for all of us. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency. May I now invite His Excellency Mr. Andreas Motzfeldt Travik, Deputy Foreign Minister, Kingdom of Norway.
Thank you very much. I had a whole written speech, but it seems that we're not in the business of giving speeches, so that's very good. I'll just say a few words based on what my colleagues have alluded to. And first and foremost, thank you very much for a wonderful conference and a wonderful meeting. And I've had the privilege of discussing renewable energy and various partnerships that we're trying to foster earlier today, and I thought that was a wonderful conversation. And I've also been engaging in various bilateral conversations between several colleagues here, and it's been a learning experience. And I think it shows that we're all committed to the same thing, namely to foster partnerships to move forward in terms of establishing the necessary bonds in order to achieve our mutual climate objectives. And I think our starting point when moving ahead is that we're all aligned when it comes to some of the fundamental aspects in terms of what in terms of the future. We're democratic, we're capitalistic, and also we're committed to, again, achieving our climate objectives. And I think those three elements, which I think have been alluded to by several members now on the podium, are crucial in order to showcase that we're not only committed in terms of our values, but we're also committed in terms of what we want to achieve. And for us, what's important to recognize is that India is an ascending power. India has always been a regional power, but it's clear now that India is ascending to become a truly global power. It's a political leader, it's an economic leader, and it's an environmental leader. And I submit that there's no global issue that can be resolved without India's leadership. And it's important for us as Norway, but I think also speaking for the MB8, I think it's important for all of us to foster strong partnerships with India in order for us to reach our common objectives. And India, much like our societies, is a dynamic society. It's a society based on strong institutions, democratic institutions, but it's also a society which can be chaotic. You have lots of entities operating in concert, and sometimes it can be difficult to engage a society like India, just like it's difficult to engage a society like Norway, because you have so many different actors operating at the same time. So I think what is imperative for us as representatives of our respective governments is to try to create an incentive structure, try to create the necessary parameters so that we can foster those relationships which are crucial in order to move ahead. Norway has close to, I think, 120 companies already engaged in the Indian economy. We have invested heavily through our public investment funds in various renewable sectors here in India. And we have more companies eager to get involved in the Indian economy. Before I came here, I met with my various counterparts from the Norwegian business sector in Oslo, and they were all very eager for me to convey that they're interested. And they want to sort of break into the Indian market, and I see it as my fundamental task to try to create that bridge to the Indian market. I think for most, it's well recognized that Norway has been a leader for many years in offshore oil and gas, but we're also doing lots of good work when it comes to electric vehicles. 80% of all vehicles now being bought in Norway are electric. We have also made lots of progress in terms of electrifying our ferries. And we now have 70 ferries which are electric, and some of them were built here in India, which again shows that we have this bond and this relationship between Norwegian authorities, Norwegian companies, and their Indian counterparts. We're strong on batteries, and I know batteries is something that India is also very committed to, because we need battery technology in order to transition into a greener technology. And offshore wind turbines is also crucial in order to produce more electricity in a environmentally sustainable fashion. So going forward, if I were to summarize what we want to do in 3 points, I say the following. First, we need to be very clear in stating unequivocally that we want to reach our climate objectives. And here I think we're in agreement. We have all made clear objectives on the basis of the Paris Agreement that we want to reduce our carbon footprint. 2, we need to invest in discussions and engage in discussions between governments. We need to travel, we need to invest time, energy, and resources. And I think a format such as this is vital to prioritize and to hold these meetings and to sort of tap into each other's thinking, to learn from each other. And 3, we need to facilitate partnerships between our various non-governmental sectors, the business sector, the scientific or the academic or university sectors, and and civil society. We need all these various stakeholders to get engaged and to get to know each other and to learn from each other. And if we can facilitate that, I think we've come a long way. And after having spent only a few hours, I came in this morning to India, or in India. I'm very optimistic, and I'm very grateful to the Indian government for hosting us and for facilitating such a wonderful meeting. So thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Excellency. I'd now like to invite His Excellency Mr. Ville Tavio, Minister for Development, Cooperation and Foreign Trade, Republic of Finland, to address us, please.
Your Excellency Minister Goyal, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to be here in New Delhi today among Indian, Nordic and Baltic friends and to participate this important event. I extend my greatest gratitude to the organizers of Confederation of Indian Industry and the Indian Ministry of External Affairs for hosting us. We are all here because we see the immense potential in deepening economic cooperation between our countries. With an upwards trend in economic and other activity between India and the Nordic Baltic region, this event is important in bringing together important stakeholders to forge new partnerships for the future. Here we are laying the groundwork for more prosperous future for all. Developing our partnership is important with a view to promoting the international rule-based order. Our businesses need a just, stable and predictable operating environment in order to reach their full potential. This means we all share an interest in maintaining and creating robust structures of multilateral cooperation. Strengthening our trade relations and building new supply chains will contribute to our security of supply and resilience, aspects that are increasingly important in the current volatile global environment. In this respect, I would also highlight the importance of finding common ground in the EU-India Free Trade Agreement negotiations for our mutual benefit. Dear colleagues and business representatives, our businesses play a crucial role in creating innovative ways of fostering sustainable growth. The Nordic Baltic countries and India possess a number of mutually reinforcing and complementary skills, innovations and interests that will bring both parties many positive outcomes if we choose to join forces and tap the potential of cooperation opportunities. Let me conclude with a clear message to everyone here today. Government and businesses are essential partners to each other, and by joining forces internationally, we form a more robust and prosperous whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I'd now like to request His Excellency Mr. Niklas Wykman, Minister for Financial Markets, Kingdom of Sweden, to address us.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for this opportunity, for us coming together here and pave the way for a better future. I also had a written speech, but I've been inspired by those who were short and distinct from here. So let me be that as well. So let me put it this way. I don't know how many of you who read or seen The Fellowship of the Ring. Perhaps a few of you at least. It's very well known, and I think many of you have. And there is this part where Gandalf is asked by Gardiel, Gandalf the warlock who should save the world, and with the help of the small halflings, the hobbits, and she asks him, Gandalf, why the halflings? Or Mithrandir, why the halflings? But before I answer that question, I will say to you that it's obvious that the case for partnership has never been stronger. There's much turmoil in the world, there's lots of problems in the world, And therefore, of course, the case for partnership has never been stronger. And I'm so happy to see so many people coming together, looking for opportunities to trade and do businesses. There are obvious advantages of trading and doing businesses, both for economic growth, of course, but also for technological development. Just last year, Honorable Prime Minister Modi drove a car in Sweden. It's nothing strange about driving a car in Sweden, but it's fascinating that you can do that from here with Ericsson's 5G technology. You can sit here in India and you can drive a car in Sweden. Such things would never have happened if we don't come together across borders. And we're very happy that we could have a 25% increase of Swedish corporations being active here in India, participating in developing this country and this society. We're very happy for the almost 100 Indian corporations contributing to developing the Swedish society. We're very happy for the 60,000 people from India being in Sweden, contributing to our universities and to our top-notch corporations. We're very happy to have 4 Swedish delegations here today, from Swedish University, from tourism to financial markets, to fintech, to innovation, and to startup. There's a very broad cooperation between our countries, and having, as my colleague earlier said, having a free trade agreement between the European Union and India would of course even more increase the opportunities that we will jointly have to create a better future. And it's obvious. I mean, I'm a boring, pragmatic economist, and I mean the advantages of free trade, they are obvious from a business perspective, from a growth perspective. But let me underline that at the end of the day, they are the most important just for human life, for human dignity, and for the welfare of the people of the nations. For example, if you have trade connections, it's much easier because trade connections are, by definition, mutually beneficial. Otherwise, they wouldn't occur. They wouldn't be there. But it's also much easier to help each other out and to reach out a hand to countries and to people that you already have mutually beneficial agreements with. For example, fighting the COVID pandemic. AstraZeneca, together with the Serum Institute of India, could provide 1 billion doses of vaccine. Those things would not have been possible if it weren't from start trust. And that trust is built by trade. And there were some 120 years ago when we had the first Swedish corporations establishing here in India. We're celebrating 75 years of diplomatic relationship between our countries. And 110 years ago, this was so good described by the first actually Nobel Prize winner in literature outside Europe, Tagore, who wrote that made distance come near and made a brother of a stranger. And this is the huge opportunity with trade. Of course, there is a benefit in economic growth and in welfare to all our countries, but also the opportunity of bringing people together and have a more jointly idea of how to solve today's problem, creating a better future. So, to answer the first question then, when Gardiel asked Gandalf, why the halfling? Why the halfling? And the answer was very clear, because he gives me hope. He gives me hope. And in a world that is very troubled, where we have so much turmoil, war and terrorism in our countries and our regions, let me be very clear that trade, that gives hope. It would be very easy to answer all the problems with taxes or regulations or new government laws and directions and so on. But trade is very complex. Trade is very complex, but trade is very necessary just because it gives hope. So thank you everyone for being here and making more trade become possible, making more businesses become possible, but because at the end of the day, it's hopeful. It will be a better way for tomorrow. It will bring people together. It will make the future better. So thank you everyone involved in making this conference be held here, and thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Excellency. And now for the special address, may I invite His Excellency Mr. Axel Wilhelmsen Johansson, Prime Minister of Faroe Islands. to address us, please.
Your Excellency, Minister Koyal, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It has been wonderful to visit India the last couple of days. The same goes for the discussions today here at the Conclave, which have been truly inspiring. I feel privileged to stand before this distinguished gathering representing the Faroe Islands, because the differences between the Faroe Islands and India are obvious. But at the same time, the foundation for cooperation is also clear. Yesterday, I had a fruitful meeting with External Affairs Minister Dr. Jay Shankar. I want to dwell with something he said. It is not a question of who is big and who is small. It is a question of who can do what. What we can do in the Faroe Islands is to work together within fisheries, aquaculture, or technology, just to mention a few. We consider ourselves a big ocean nation with expertise in deep sea fishing and cutting-edge ocean technology. The synergy between India's marine resources and our technological prowess offers great potential for collaboration. Faroese farmed salmon is renowned globally. Our salmon, coupled with our strong service sector in aquaculture, presents a perfect match for collaboration with India, one of the world's largest aquaculture producers. Moreover, our strong education system lays foundation for a strong economy. The Faroe Islands possess a top 15 GDP per capita globally. Lastly, the Faroe Islands can serve as an ideal ground for testing full-scale IT projects in real time, which could lead to groundbreaking innovation in a collaboration with India. All in all, we have come here to create new partnerships for the future, to highlight what we can do. The Faroe Islands are committed to being an active global player, and we look forward to sharing ideas, building new partnerships here at the India Nordic Baltic Business Conclave. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the pleasure to invite our chief guest for today, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Government of India, to address us.
Excellencies on the dais, off the dais, distinguished participants of this very important CII India Nordic Baltic Business Conclave, distinguished corporate leaders from companies from the Nordic Baltic region, friends. A very warm welcome to all our distinguished ministers, excellencies, ambassadors. And I must say, I'm truly impressed at the very high quality of participation in this creating partnerships for future conference. And I was just running through the agenda, the two-day business conclave sessions that you've had. And I must say it's been very beautifully crafted. Compliments to Dinesh, Chandrajit, and the entire CII team, along with all the member Nordic Baltic states, for putting together such a wide agenda covering topics of mutual interest and areas where I believe we can significantly expand our sambandh, which in Sweden is also relationship, and in Hindi also stands for relationships. I think this is a great opportunity for us to expand the sambandh between the Nordic Baltic states and India and make sure it is as sweet as succor. You also call sugar sucker, as do we. We call it shakar. So we have a relationship which will be as sweet as sugar, which we hope to expand with all our friends from the Nordic Baltic states. I'm told there's a lot of interest for Indian cuisine or Bollywood, also possibly yoga these days, expanding in some of your countries. That reminds me of the good old days when we were in school or college, growing up through the years of ABBA. I only wonder why Mamma Mia was shot in Greece, not in one of your lovely countries. But it's truly interesting to see how we are working towards the shared prosperity of your countries, your region, and India. Clearly, as was articulated by earlier speakers, there's a significant difference between the two regions. It's not only the size of population, which is chalk and cheese, and I was just explaining to our friend from the Faroe Islands that we have more people living about 200 meters around this where we are right now than the entire population of the Faroe Islands possibly. But it's, as you rightly pointed out, sir, it's the quality of engagement that we need to focus on. We are in active dialogue with the European Union for a free trade agreement. We're also in active dialogue with EFTA, and at least two of the countries here are members of EFTA. And I do believe both of these are eminently doable and will significantly help us expand our engagement, not only in trade in goods and services, but in investments, in transferring new opportunities, be it tourism, be it technology, be it our work together on innovation, expanding the green engagement to look at cleaner energies powering India's growth story, as you have successfully done in your countries, using artificial intelligence or blockchain-led new products, financial products or other products, except cryptocurrencies. But we do believe there's a lot we can do together. But I think it's important that you act as our ambassadors in the EU and EFTA to help them understand of certain very important and significant differences between the two trading partners or two set of regions engaging with each other, both EFTA and EU. And unless this is understood by the member countries of EFTA and EU, it'll be very difficult to look at really concluding a high quality but fair, balanced, and equitable arrangement between us. It's important to recognize that when we are looking at 1.4 billion people, and when we have to look at the future of 1.4 billion people, their jobs, their work opportunities, their needs for a better quality of life, the aspirations of 1.4 billion people. And when we are starting off with a very low per capita income base of barely $2,500 compared to your countries with a small population, already having received the basic needs of life sufficiently and more, your population with a per capita income already in excess of $60,000, $70,000 in most of these countries' cases, we are looking at two very different futures. We are looking at how we are going to be able to mesh the intricacies or the difficulties of very, very different geographies, very, very different starting points from where you are starting today, if we look at expanding our trade and our engagement, and where India is kicking off from. And until that is respected and recognized, it would be a very unfair situation. If you don't mind by being a little more specific in my suggestions, look at the very different interests that Norway would have in your fisheries compared to India. It's very, very different situations. Norway barely has, I'm given to understand, 6,000 odd fishermen. But over those 6,000 fishermen, the amount that is invested in subsidizing their work is many times over what a country like India is providing as support to nearly 4 million fishermen. 4 million do not get the kind of support that you would be giving to 6,000 fishermen. What Indians would be doing currently is almost artisanal or very basic fishing in the near shore areas. What you would be doing is deep sea fishing with the most modern technologies. And when we are expected to compete, it's not an equal competition. It's completely different levels of engagement that the two countries would be looking at. And that's where the standoff then comes in when we are trying to settle, let's say, a fisheries agreement at the WTO. Why I'm articulating this to this set of people here sitting from the business world is the same goes down when we are looking at engaging in new technologies, in innovation, in green technologies, supporting renewable energy, hoping to become net zero in a fast track fashion. And therefore, unless this message is well understood and articulated in your politics also, it's not just a situation where one can say that free trade is good for growth. Obviously, it's good for growth. But that free trade has an overlay of equal opportunity. It has an overlay of starting the race from the right point, from the same point. And when you are starting from two different points, then obviously that free trade has to have enough opportunity to catch up, enough opportunity to have an equal level or a level playing field from which one can look at free trade or open borders. And I think that's where businesses also will be looking. One of the reasons we have not been able to do free trade agreements with the developed world in the past was a very close thinking in terms of our ability to open the Indian market to the Western world or to the developed world. India is also evolving in its thinking. We are now opening our borders to greater degree of international engagement. We are even looking at engagement on very high-tech products, looking at engagement on green technologies, areas where, of course, the Nordic Baltic states have an edge in terms of new products, new innovations, new technologies, which we would like to benefit from significantly. But we also believe we can offer to your countries a very large domestic market in India, as well as ability to produce at scale, at enjoying the fruits of economies of scale when you produce in India, not only to get the benefit of the large Indian market, but also to benefit from a large global market where your competitiveness will significantly increase if you produce in India, given the high quality of talent, high quality of managerial inputs or managerial skill sets that you will get in India, along with the competitiveness that will come from low level of wages or low level of manpower costs. So I do believe that today India's population, rich in its aspiration, aspiring for a better quality of life, aspiring for the good things of life, which they see on their smartphones, uh, a set of people who are interconnected with the world. Today I was looking at the number of mobile phone users who have a smartphone, and the number is only 931 million who have a smartphone in India. And imagine if Nokia had not lost out on that market to a non-transparent or opaque trading system. Can you imagine the business they would have done in India? But when we talk of free trade, you must also recognize that your economies are happy to accept goods even from a non-transparent, opaque trading system because it suits you. It suits you to get those low-cost products to meet the needs of your people, of your economy. And you've done that at the cost of killing your own domestic manufacturing, almost subcontracted all of it to another geography, which also, incidentally, did not give your products full access, which stopped Facebook from coming there, which didn't allow many of your technological innovations to benefit from their large market. Unlike India, which welcomes your companies, welcomes your technologies, welcomes you to come and manufacture in India, welcomes you to come and exploit your innovations and technologies in India for the benefit of your economy and for the benefit of 1.4 billion people. So I think it's a partnership that will need some calibration, particularly on your end, to allow that transition period so that the Indian economy also grows. The people of India get a chance to be able to reach a reasonable level. I'm not even saying that we have to come at par with the Nordic, Baltic, or the European states, countries, economies. But really, we'll have to support each other so that we get that transition period to be able to reach a situation where we don't hurt the interests of 1.4 billion people by opening up too fast to technologies and trade which can come and kill domestic manufacturing or kill the ability of India also to meet the needs of 1.4 billion people, largely a young population, largely a set of young boys and girls who want to work hard, who want to contribute to India's economy and to the global economy, but could possibly be deprived of that opportunity due to the influx of products made in countries particularly, which very often get routed through your region into India and hurt India's domestic interests. So you may have a very free economy and a free opportunity for other countries to supply goods and services in your economies because you don't have large populations to worry about. We have. You don't have large populations to worry about your agricultural output. We have both a large agriculture-based economy supporting nearly 45-50% of our population, and therefore we need to support them on the one hand and ensure the food security of 1.4 billion people on the other hand. So I think these are the areas which ultimately will help businesses to grow in India, help your businesses, your companies also to grow their presence in India and to grow their contribution both to your economy and to our economy. If we work with this understanding of the two different sets of situations or circumstances, I think we can ride on trade, we can grow our tourism, we can expand our technological engagements, we can look at talent from India supporting you. It can truly be a all-encompassing relationship and engagement. And therefore, I do invite your companies to come showcase the best that you have, come participate with Indian companies or on your own. I mean, we don't even insist on any of you having Indian partners. But I do wish to see that when your companies come and invest in India, when they come and do business in India, it's not with the singular objective of, let's say, serving only the India market, but it's with the objective of also producing in India for you to look at the larger global market where your competitiveness will improve, where you'll come to a position where economies of scale, leveraging the large Indian market, will help you become more competitive in the rest of the world and help your businesses grow, help your profits grow. We have a number of large exhibitions or conventions being held in the next 3-4 months on different subjects. We have a large textile exhibition from 26th to 29th of February. It'll be the world's largest textile show. It'll have about 3,500, 4,000 exhibitors from 30, 40 countries, including large number of them from India. We'll have possibly 40,000 odd business visitors coming here. And it's going to be over 2.2 million square feet, possibly the largest from farm to fiber to fabric to fashion to foreign international engagement. So we'll invite your companies to either participate in that, your machinery suppliers, your textile companies, your fashion companies are all welcome to participate in that, and also for you to send business delegations to come and get an experience of what India has to offer. Similarly, we have a plan to have a large auto fair, a mobility show from 1st to 3rd of February. Both are being held in Delhi. We'll invite your companies to participate. I can see Kamal Bali from Volvo. I hope he's having a big presence in the mobility show being planned. We also have a very large food show. I think that's also around first week of February or thereabouts. We'll invite your companies to participate and help us savor some of the delicacies that you have to offer, or some of the machineries and technologies on food processing, including salmon from Faroe Islands, to come and showcase what you have to offer in India. So a number of opportunities for us to collaborate in these large expositions, which will help you to reach a larger audience in India, even much larger than the 400-500 companies who have participated over this 2-day conference. Our exports bilaterally, exports to your region and imports from your region are growing. But when I look at the aggregate numbers, I find them really very, very small. I think the potential should be much larger. I think we have a number of Swedish and Finnish companies working in India, also from Denmark. Frank, I won't let you down. But I do believe that the potential is much more. I do believe that I can clearly see that many of your companies who are working in India are only focused on the India market. They are not yet looking at the global markets where they can become more competitive using India as a base and technologies which you have already developed. Now those technologies are there. It's like a train ticket or a plane ticket or a hotel room. Every passing moment gone by, the hotel room has lost its shelf life, or the technology is losing its shelf life as each day passes. The faster you exploit it, to scale, and the faster you produce large volumes and sell to the world, the better it is for your technologies. And I'd like to offer India as that base which can help you engage with the world. We already have large ambitions on our clean energy program. We hope to grow to 500 gigawatt. I believe the ramp up in the next 7 years is going to be one of the fastest the world has ever seen. But even with that, we'll barely be adding enough electricity supply in terms of kilowatt hour to support the growth of India's energy demand. We are growing 8 to 9% in our electricity consumption every year. Now, bear in mind, we are the fastest growing large economy. My economy is expected to grow from 3.5 trillion today to 35 trillion in less than 30 years. So I'll be adding $30 trillion in less than 30 years to the Indian economy to meet the needs of 1.4 billion people and a young population. The average age of an Indian is 28 point something. And for the next 30 years, will be an under 30 population. Now, I'm giving you these statistics only for you to figure out what is the large opportunity that's waiting in the wings for you. And I invite all of you to participate in this large opportunity. I invite all of you to participate in so many different areas, be it pharmaceuticals, be it IT, be it AI, be it IoT, be it our active possibilities on the marine side, be it the exploration of the seas and the oceans, be it electric vehicles, where I see India rapidly adopting electric vehicles. We want to quickly cut down on our crude oil imports, and I think electric vehicles will catch up like wildfire in the months and years to come. I almost suspect that in the next 2 or 3 years, at least on two-wheelers, we'll be probably selling only electric vehicles. And even four-wheelers, the ICE engine, I'm sorry, Kamal, if your company gets affected, but the ICE engine is going to go into the ice age very soon. And God willing, we will be at the forefront of the global effort to fight against the impact of climate change. We are going to be a part of the solution, not the problem. And I do hope we can all work together, taking the big leap of faith, taking the opportunities available to the very next level at the earliest possible opportunity. It's never too early to begin. We are already at a stage where if I would have to conclude my talk, I can only say that business persons who are here or those who may not be here but would take back the message through you that the time was yesterday. We are already one day late. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And before we close the session, I'd like to request the Honorable Minister to hand over a token of appreciation to all our esteemed guests here on the dais. May I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please step forward for a photo opportunity. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the close of the session for today. We'll see you all back here tomorrow morning. Request you all to join us for dinner, please. Thank you.